Well, I'm right here about ready to ask my mom to do a bunny.
till I put on the mask.
And with that, we are
No
beginning.
one cared until I put the clay on.
Oh yes, Batman.
Oh,
No one
man.
cared who I was until I put on this mask. And, you know, when you think about it, it's quite offensive.
You know what we should do? We should do like a bad, like... We should do like a bad... Oh.
Bad
Go ahead.
Bane.
Continue.
Bad Bane
Sorry, I
stream.
realized I had the stream
Bad Bane
audio
stream.
on while talking, and the stream is delayed. I couldn't
you hear
figure
that
out...
feedback.
Yeah, I was getting the feedback. But it'll be funny though if we did like a...
Oh,
like,
my.
because I remember doing this with friends, but I did this bad fanfic thing where, like, the point was you'd read it aloud, but the minute you laughed, you had to hand it to the other person. And if you were too good, you had to read it in a voice that someone demanded.
Oh, God.
Like, at one point, we were reading My Immortal, and one guy would not laugh, so we had to get him to read it in, like, a Sean Connery voice, and he got, like, 3 lines further and busted out laughing because of the
shingles
title.
in my area, you say?
Shingles, you say?
Tennis. I've never even owned a racket.
Hello, my penny.
Nah, actually, you know, at my old job, whenever we'd have like our weekly meetings and we had to like read through a PowerPoint, hey Jay.
What's up, man?
Hey guys.
My
Whoa.
boss
What's
would
up,
always
dude?
like call on me to read because I have a really nice reading voice.
I don't know if I have a good voice for reading stuff. I don't know.
I used to do like public speaking and acting, but it's like it's one of those where it's exhausting in the sense that like it's not physically demanding, but it's one of those where it's like
mentally like
you have
When you're talking and specifically holding one specific voice for a very long time, and especially if you're reading something and trying to focus on saying the right thing, that it can be draining. Like I know what you're talking about. I will read stuff to my mom. Like I'll read entire books to her, and I have to take a break every so often.
yeah, I remember like
it starts to hurt.
Because she's like, Gumby, do the voices, Gumby.
She
Give
absolutely
the
is
voices,
not.
Gumby.
Usually she's just driving, and I'm like, hey, I'm reading to you this vampire romance story. It's not Twilight.
Oh, I thought you were gonna
Or is
read. I thought you were gonna read her like D&D cringe.
No,
That would be funny.
I actually
Let me
have
read you my
like
fanfic.
told her story. Well, here's the thing though, like I'll like tell her stuff about like my OCs and about stuff that I'm writing, and she's like cut me off. She's like, just write it. I'm like, you're right.
I will now show you my 80-page God damn it, I can't remember what I was gonna say.
I will now show you my 80-page fanfic of
Of Johnny Bravo Lucario fanfic erotica.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You know the sad thing is that probably
Oh
exists.
my
if I
God.
I'm
wanted
about to
to.
say like you know it
It
exists.
probably
because-
exists.
Yeah,
It
if it
does.
exists, there's
It does.
There's probably an internet rule. Soggy, you sound way too familiar with the fact that it does. Like you're very confident.
Yeah,
in
she
that
was
it
very
does. You
quick on
read
like
it.
Part of me-
I said probably.
Part of me is
Hell,
tempted
she's
to-
probably written it.
I've drawn.
Part of me is tempted to
I've
Google
drawn.
this.
I haven't written it, but I've been. Have I been paid to draw Lucario porn? Yes, I
I'd be
have.
shocked if you
You
had
guys
done.
forget
Lucario making
I was
love
an
to
actual
Johnny
porn
Bravo?
artist.
Are you?
It's
No,
either
but
Lucario
it
or
was,
Red
a
some-
porn
I
artist?
seem to like looting.
Someone wanted me to draw like a threesome between them and their 2 Lucarios.
God,
Okay then.
I picked the
God
wrong
damn.
moment.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, this is.
Yeah, you picked the wrong moment to
I'm
have
so
sex,
serious
dude.
about it,
Out of all,
Yeah.
dude,
dude.
Lucario. Like
Ha-
I can
haven't you-
understand.
Yeah,
You know
like,
what it is, right?
Gardevoir,
What it
and
is like
I've-
it's the
We've all read the
humanoid.
Vaporeon thing.
It's the humanoid side.
Oh,
of it.
yes.
Like
Yeah, I
that
think that's what it
balance.
is.
Because
Yeah.
that's what
That's
the,
fair.
what they
Yeah, like I guess
gravitate
Lucario
towards.
is one of the more human looking ones.
Like the minute you see a Pokemon or
I also,
even a Digimon, and it's like any kind of like
Vaguely
animal,
human
very-
anatomy.
very
Humanistic, you're
vaguely
like, yep,
human, but
boom,
not
furry
fully.
bait.
It's like, all right, it's over.
We know it's like it's a wrap. We know what's going to happen
I've-
with this character when the internet discovers it.
It reminds me of
I've
anyone remember
also
Bioshock
drawn
Infinite?
Blaziken.
Yeah,
I actually
Now-
played Bioshock Infinite.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I played it too, but I'm
recently.
talking about like the whole. I don't even say controversy because it's not that big of a deal, but it was like, what's the chick's name?
Elizabeth.
Yeah, there was like so much goddamn smut of her out there.
Yeah, there was.
Ken Levine.
I've contributed to it.
He was like, hey, he was like, hey, like, this is kind of weird. Can you guys stop? And then it was like,
dude, never tell the internet to stop.
Yeah, never tell them to stop. That will
unless you actually don't want them to stop. If you don't want them to stop, tell them to stop, and they'll just keep doing it out of spite.
Yeah, the reverse of it was the guy who did Nier Automata. Like, he's like the polar opposite.
Yeah, Yoko Taro's a chat. He's like, loot my fucking character. I do not care.
Yo, I looted her.
Do you know how many polygons I put in that booty?
I read somewhere that
I did that on purpose.
Polygons in all of Ocarina of Time, just in her ass.
Yeah.
And the funny thing, and Lady Demetress from Resident Evil 8 apparently has more polygons in her ass than the original Resident Evil. And I've actually seen the model. Someone took the model. It's like, it looks like it has a shitload of polygons.
Yeah,
more than what I can physically see it here. And it was like one sheet that they highlighted too. And I'm like, yeah, I believe this.
So as much as I'm enjoying playing Avengers every Saturday, I'm actually really excited to be finished with that, so I move on to Resident Evil 2.
Was that like sarcasm, or were you like actually serious about the Avengers game?
I am actually it's bad. I will say that it is bad, but I'm actually having fun with it.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can like not trying to talk shit about what you're doing, but I'm saying, like, you can have fun with bad stuff. I do. Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
My issue is just like at least admit.
I have fun with you guys.
Yeah, at least be like, yeah, it's ass, but I like it.
Like, my favorite Friday the 13th movie.
Is Edgy said it, he likes ass.
I mean,
everybody likes ass.
I mean, who doesn't appreciate a nice?
I love ass.
I mean, that's my requirement to join these streams. Okay. Y'all don't know it, but it's like I've already vetted
we
you
almost
guys.
like ass.
He's already vetted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've already vetted you guys.
Was that what the poll was for?
Wait, there was a poll?
You don't remember that poll I did?
Wait, where was the poll? I don't remember this.
There was like it was like maybe a week or so back. I did like a poll. I was like, all right, we're settling this once and for all. Which is better, abs, ass, tits, or thighs?
I think I voted thighs. Actually, I remember this. I think I voted thighs.
Made a ranking list, and I think I put ass at like 4th place. So how the hell did I make it here?
But it's still on the list.
It is on the list.
I didn't know there was a poll, but if I find this poll, I'm voting ass. Yeah, we already know from Slim Streams that I've talked about my fetishes. You
were pretty open about that one.
Yeah, that one was pretty bad. But what was I gonna say? Gumby, I keep forgetting to mention to you, I actually am a porn artist. Like, everyone was surprised by the Rick and Morty art.
Rick and Morty. Look here, Morty. You gotta put your dick in her ass.
No, it wasn't Rick and Morty.
Okay, I was about to say.
I was trying to make a game where it was about Summer. It was like you train a Summer robot to be like your replacement sister, but it's like you play as the glasses Morty, the one who had the sister fetish. So we were kind of thinking like maybe that's how he actually got there.
Okay, keep in mind, I actually never watched anything past season 3.
Yeah, I stopped watching it season 2, so I have no idea.
I think I have season 4 on like.
It was a season 3 episode.
I think I stopped at season 3.
But
was it like one of those random one-off Mortys during the Citadel?
The game was heavily inspired by season 3. Yes, he had glasses, and he mentioned, "I wish incest porn was more mainstream." But for a friend.
It was the Rick Shank. It was one based on the Shawshank. No. It was based on like.
Yeah.
No.
That was like the whole
Stephen King thing.
Yeah, it was like the whole episode that was like all just a bunch of different stories.
Stand by Me. There it is. Stand by Me.
Yeah, like that one was Stand By Me. There was one that was like Shawshank.
Yeah.
But, like there was the one like the Simple Rick thing, and then there was like the Morty's killing Morty's storyline, which was like the darkest thing ever.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's just police brutality.
Oh yeah.
Morty's killing
like
Morty's.
Also in the game, I also think in the game we were gonna have it that Morty was technically 18 due to shenanigans because we were a porn game.
Shenanigans.
Maybe he was.
There was like that one
still
game
experimented
that, like,
on.
there was like the one game, and it was one of those games, and like it had like a bunch of guest characters.
Yeah.
I know very little about the game. I just seen like one screenshot, and I just thought it was freaking hilarious. And it's like the protag asks, and it's like Raftalia, and she asks her like how old she is, and she's like, well, the game requires me to be 18, so I'm 18. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, Raftalia is a little bit weird how her age works.
Yeah.
So
it's like tied to her level.
Don't you mean her level? She's over level 18. Don't worry, everyone.
Level 18
Rising
now.
of the Shield Hero.
Yeah, which is actually a really good anime. I need to watch season 2.
I have not watched it, and I really want to, but like I hesitate because I know I'm going, like my heart is going to hurt at the
yeah, the first episode is just a gut punch.
We've hit the weeb.
More like the first
topic.
I've always been a weeb.
Fucking weebs.
Speaking of weeb topics,
the show kind of ended like I think it was last year. It's still in the top 10. The top 20 animes on Crunchyroll right now. So that's
is it over?
Impressive.
Wait, were you talking about Shield Hero?
Wow.
I'm talking about Shield Hero. Yeah, if I have what do you call it, VRV, which gives me a couple extra anime and other animations, and they have like a ranking 20. And while a bunch of other ones were popular for a while and then went away, Shield Hero is consistently in the top 20. It's kind of surprising, actually.
Huh.
That is pretty surprising.
Okay.
Edgy teen drama. And I'm gonna let you know, anime is very heavily teen. It really
is.
It really is, but I honestly don't mind it because it's not like annoying teen. For the most part, there are some shows that get in that territory.
I mean, because when it comes to anime, it's like it's not really like it's not a genre as it is a medium.
Yeah,
like, there's multiple genres within it. It's just a medium to tell stories. How like TV shows, comic books, and stuff like that. It's just another medium.
Exactly. Like, I mean.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Like, I do think that like lot of the more predominant stuff is definitely more catered to like teens, and I kind of wonder what that says
It's
about
also
me
because
that I enjoy it so much. Then again, I will go back and watch Power Rangers, like with no.
Power
Rangers
is
my shit, man.
Power Rangers is the best.
It's like
dude, I even legitimately enjoy Turbo.
Does anyone
like that's how much I like Power Rangers?
Does anyone want? Okay, guys, it's on YouTube, so we can do it on SyncTube. Does anyone want to watch Masked Rider with me? The failed American Kamen Rider. The one where instead of it being about Kamen Rider, it's about an Alf monster.
What?
That didn't... Wait, which...
What?
Yes.
Hey, hold up. What the fuck?
I'm about to look this up.
It's called Masked
Rider.
Rider.
Power Rangers had a crossover with it, didn't they?
Yes.
She's like the
but
insect
the actual show
dude.
itself was like a family. Yes, but the actual show itself was a family sitcom. They deviate even further from the actual Sentai.
Did you say a sitcom?
Yeah.
Masked Rider.
Yes.
1995 to 1990.
Yes.
I mean, Masked Rider's just Kamen Rider in English.
It is so bad.
English.
It is so bad that the creator of Kamen Rider straight up said it damaged the brand, and that he refused to renew its license.
That reminds me of when Akira Toriyama came out of retirement.
It's only on YouTube illegally. So watch it on YouTube, please, because there's no way it's ever going to be official.
The secret ingredient is
those first few seasons of Power Rangers were essentially just like Super Sentai, but with American actors for certain scenes.
Yeah,
like,
when
even some of the
action
action scenes
showing.
Yeah, even like a lot of the action scenes were just the redubbed Japanese scenes, and it's the reason why Angel Grove is such a weird looking town when you consider like how American towns look, because it's not an American town.
It's also why
city.
Trini, when she was in Ranger form, had like a distinctly male body.
Oh yeah.
That was just funny.
She just gets like super
it wasn't until like later did they kind of start incorporating like the actual actors and stuff
in the Japanese version.
Well, I'm talking about like.
Oh,
the
did
American
you find
side
Masked Rider?
No, sorry, I just forgot that
Yeah,
I'm actually supposed to be playing D&D at the same time. And so I just got a text from my DMs like, yeah, you've been really quiet. What's going on? I'm like, oh shit, this started 20 minutes ago.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Uh,
Crap. Do you need
Yeah,
to
but,
get
like-
going?
No, I'm like it's also on my computer, so like I'm just typing right now.
I multitasking.
I mean, I'm playing Final Fantasy 14 right now. I'm being lost as hell. Trying to
Oh,
figure out
excuse
where I'm
me.
supposed to go.
Freaking nerd.
Yeah, I know.
It's okay, we love you.
Hey,
I mean, I couldn't even.
Was-
I can't even begin to deny the nerd thing. It's like, dude, I just published like a 300. Actually, no, it's not 300 pages. It's like 600 pages on Amazon because Amazon's formatting is weird.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, though I had
Oh,
a
yeah,
snafu
I
with
did
that.
link you.
I had a snafu with that. Actually, where, and this is my fault. I didn't notice this at all. The table of contents in the chapters were kind of fucked. Where for some reason the book thought the prologue went from like where the prologue started to the end of the book to the damn about section.
I've seen that before, where it's like you have like an indie thing, and it's like once you see the final product and it's out there, that's when you notice like the issue. But sometimes it's one of those where it's like it's an issue that like you're really not going to notice either A, if you really look at it, or B, you know the context behind it.
Oh, you can tell because if you look at the table of contents on the on like the side, it's like it just goes prologue then about the copyright. I don't know. Word fucked up, and for some reason, because the chapters were numbered but the prologue wasn't, Word thought, oh, this must be part of a list, so therefore all these things are like subsections under the prologue. So we're not going to treat them as individual chapters, even though you set them to do that. So I had to go in and manually change them all. And the thing that bugs me is Amazon kind of has this thing where it's like, yeah, we don't want to send updates to people because we don't want people losing bookmarks and shit. So someone pre-ordered the book because I could see the sales numbers. Someone out there might still have the inferior copy because I don't know if Amazon's going to update them. I've emailed them asking them, be like, hey, I fucked up the table of contents. Can you like force this update on people, please? Because I really feel bad for that one person because it's like otherwise they're gonna have to refund the book and then request it again.
Nah, that's one of those. That's one of those things where it's like that's history now. That's like a collector's item. Like, yo, man, check it out.
Someone's gonna NFT that shit.
That's like a what do you call it? What's like? I'm trying to think of like a famous misprint that people like. I don't know.
I remember that one Metroid figure.
Oh,
where Samus had
Peanut, the Royal Blue Peanut from Beanie Babies.
Oh, that was a misprint. It's over a lot.
Oh yeah, he's the one that caused the speculators market. He's also literally the only Beanie Baby that's actually worth anything today. He was a factory screw up. Peanut is usually a light blue, and this one came out as like dark royal blue.
Oh damn!
Well, it's good to know that the screw ups are eventually worth something.
Well, because I remember I had a buddy of mine when I was in Washington. No, but I was saying there's a buddy of mine in Washington back when Magic did those like Godzilla Magic cards, and like all they were just textualized like other cards. Like they were already established cards. They just changed the name and the art, but they were essentially the same cards.
Yeah, like all the stats were the same and the effects were.
And one of them was like a Space Godzilla. It was like Corona something. And people were saying like
Corona Beam, because that's what Space Godzilla's like attack is called. Yes, I'm that much of a nerd. I know what Space Godzilla's late breath attack is called.
I mean, I knew it too. I didn't want to say it out loud though. But what was funny was that like typical internet culture, people were getting like offended by it. It's like, how could you call it Corona? Don't you know what's going on in the world? It's like I doubt they knew this was happening when they printed the card.
Especially considering that that's the canon name for it from like what, the 90s.
But let me see what Space Godzilla.
It was the 90s. It was
let's be honest, though.
It was definitely the 90s.
This plan has been in place since beyond the 90s.
I was saying, like, to him, it's like,
It's
because
all
he
that
played Magic, he
conspiracy.
collected Magic cards. I was like, if you find that, keep it, because now it's like,
Worth a lot.
because I mean, people nowadays already like hunt down Magic cards for crazy shit.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I've got a few that are based off of my
94.
real name.
Wow, that
Godzilla versus
was-
Space Godzilla was 94.
Wow. When did Godzilla vs. Destroyer come out? Was that 1990? Was that the year? No, wait, that wasn't even the next one.
No, that was not the next one.
What was the next one? Was what was the next one after that? I forget the order. Was it King
Ooh.
Ghidorah after that, or was that
No,
before?
King Ghidorah was before this one, I
King
think.
Ghidorah was before? Right? Okay.
Oh man, it's been so long since I've seen So Godzilla vs. Destroyer was 95.
Nothing's as
Oh,
cool
okay,
as Biollante.
I remember I was
Biollante
watching.
is so
I was
fucking
watching
cool.
the Gamera.
Biollante was, I think that was 90.
That was like directly after 19. The 19 was like
Biollante was
Biollante
89.
89.
Biollante was 89.
Yeah. After
Oh,
like the
shit.
Return of
That's my birth
Godzilla.
year.
Yeah, that was the first. That was the second movie in the Heisei series, actually.
I thought it was the yeah. No,
Because
actually,
you had Return of Godzilla. That was the U.S. title.
yeah, I forgot. Like that's
You had that one where it ended with them trapping Godzilla in a volcano, and it's like, dude, if you lock this guy in a volcano and he's fine, like you're not killing this dude.
Well, I think that was
chilling.
around the time where, because
He's fucking
Heisei
chilling.
is when like Heisei. Well, I mean, Godzilla was already pretty over the top, even in
Even the Showa Godzilla movie
Showa,
was pretty
but
ridiculous.
that
But
one. It
Heisei-
was more like comically ridiculous in the sense that like he's doing drop kicks, he's flying.
I
stuff
just
like
remember
that.
the drop kick he
It
did on
turned into-
Ghidorah.
Not
That
gonna
wasn't
lie,
Ghidorah, that was
They were
I've always
almost
loved-
Gamera goofy.
Yeah,
they
Heisei.
did.
They were
did get
damn near
Gamera
Gamera goofy.
Heisei was just in the sense like, let's make this Heisei is one of those where it's like there's so many feats where it's just he was all like, I mean, at the end of the entire series, no, that's Millennium. I'm getting confused, but like
Millennium
Heisei, it was
the-
like
the- yeah, the-
he
Oh.
goes through so much stuff and defeats so many monsters.
they
It's
move
like it's unstoppable. Like he's unstoppable.
yeah.
It was like the Dragon Ball Z of kaiju.
It really was. Like, hell, even in the last movie, just Godzilla vs. Destroyer, he got powered up, like, throughout that whole movie. And, like, at the end, I remember reading somewhere, like, a wiki or saying that, oh, yeah, every time he fired that beam at the end of that movie, it got more
Oh.
powerful each time.
Careful, I'm
Yeah,
on
guys,
camera.
yeah.
So going back real quick, I want
But-
to say about like the volcano thing. One of my favorite tropes in anything is when like somebody does some like ultimate attack or trap
Yeah,
or
we can add
anything
to it.
to try to like destroy a specific character, and all it does is either piss that character off or make them stronger.
Yeah.
Well, because
I
I
just
remember,
love that trope.
I remember,
I love that trope, too.
so this doesn't fully count because it's the Millennium era Godzilla, and it's also the one Millennium movie that has its own continuity. There's nothing else. Godzilla Final Wars, and he
God, I
has
love Final
easily.
Wars.
Oh, God, that is, like, the most OP Godzilla.
Yes, I remember
In the
having,
live action, because I think
I had a
Godzilla Earth
discussion
is
with
the
somebody.
most-
We were talking about like the most powerful Godzillas, and a lot of people say Godzilla, like they see either Shin Godzilla or Godzilla Earth. Godzilla Earth because he's just a freaking
I mean,
planet.
he's massive.
But one thing a lot of people overlook is like in the Final Wars Godzilla, like not only does he just pretty much one shots every monster in the entire
One shot at a
series.
freaking planet.
he took a meteor that destroyed an entire city, and he came out completely unscathed.
And was
Like,
still
that is-
fighting after that.
Yeah, and was still fighting it, and it's like that's not a small feat. That's like the fact that it didn't destroy the planet is kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
It left that kind of crater and did no
And
damage,
he's
no
just standing in
lasting
the center
damage.
of
And he
it, just like,
all right,
that
and
was annoying.
like no
I
damage,
just remembered,
no issues.
I think there's a comic out there where like some weird space alien has sex with a guy and then I think it turns into Ghidorah. And I think it's in one of the
What
comics.
the fuck?
I'm sorry, what?
There's a lot of weird Godzilla kaiju stuff out there where it's like because a lot of
Yeah.
the only
Especially
times they're
comic and
connected.
novel material.
The only times they're connected is if it's like the same medium. Like movies are connected to movies, comics are connected to comics, but they don't like cross each other. So it's kind of like
They don't
You'll
cross the
really
stream.
weird continuity
Don't
things.
cross the streams.
No
I
cost.
don't know why, but it's bad. Don't do it.
Well, because I know, like in Final Wars, in one of the comic series,
Because you'll
Rulers
get
of
pee on your buddy.
it's
yeah.
like
That's why you
what do
don't
you call
cross
it?
the stream. You'll get pee on your buddy.
What do you call it? Rulers of Earth. It's got like its own continuity plus like a couple of other previous comics, and basically every monster exists in that continuity. Like
Yeah, they
every
do, which
monster,
is
it's almost like
wild.
Final Wars, but it's a bit more like
But
coherent.
it has
about
even
it.
more monsters.
Oh yeah, because there's also like comic exclusive monsters as well.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to
Monster
cut this short, but I
Bird!
gotta get going. So I just want to wish
Oh, you
Sarah
do too?
happy birthday, and everyone. It's cool to see you again. I'm very sorry. I have to drive my girlfriend back to her parents tomorrow, so I just want to make sure I just said hey to everybody real quick.
Oh no, you're good, man. Thank you for the birthday wish, though.
Hey,
Thanks
for
good
stopping by,
good to
dude.
talk to you, Jay. You and Jess be safe.
Thanks. Take care.
All right, man. Later.
Have a safe trip.
You have a lot of fun.
But yeah, like
Oh, man, I miss
the
him.
comic itself has its own continuity, and some of them it's like even like some of the later comic series, like it's kind of loosely kind of connected to each other, at least in the sense that it leaves them kind of open ended. Like Godzilla Goes to Hell, like I'm pretty sure is technically
Oh yeah.
canon to like some of the other comics.
Isn't there one where he fights the Greek gods and like wins?
Yes, I love it. It's so stupid.
He just
It's
fucking
Godzilla.
wins.
It's one of the more late. It's one of the newer ones. It's Godzilla Rage Across Time, and it's like an anthology of like these group of archaeologists, kind of like studying different legends about like these great monsters, and basically they're like, all right, these monsters, they don't say it, but this is probably Godzilla, and like the first one is him, like it's like the end of the Greek god's reign, and Godzilla just shows up. He kind of just shows up. He's wrecking havoc in the ocean. Zeus is like, Poseidon, what the hell is this thing? I don't know where he came from. And so
Poseidon's like, I don't fucking know, dude.
Poseidon tries to fight him. And then Godzilla ends up destroying all of Olympus, killing most of the gods.
Because he trashed Atlantis.
Yeah, Zeus is like, you destroyed Olympus. I'm taking you out. And he like vaporizes Godzilla to the point where like he kills him. But Zeus is now basically a mortal man. That's how much power he expended to kill Godzilla. And in the final days of his life, Godzilla comes back to life.
Oh, that is some bullshit.
Let's be honest though. Anytime you kill Godzilla, you didn't.
Yeah, and there was even one thing where it's like, I remember seeing somewhere it's like,
He lives more than
Godzilla
Jason.
Goes to Hell, like they don't really answer how he got there. So I saw one thing where it's basically like pretty much headcanon, but I can kind of buy it. Is like, yeah, him going through hell, that was him after he got defeated by Zeus, and then he comes back to life at the end of it.
That just reminds me of Godzilla Giant Monsters All Out Attack at the end, where they managed to kill him, but then the last shot of the movie is Godzilla's heart. Like that's the only thing that survives in the bottom of the ocean, and then it just starts beating, even though it's not connected to anything. And because the movie never explained how he came back, because this is in a continuity where the original Godzilla was, a thing, and then they killed him, and it's like, yeah, he's just back. And the explanation was, oh yeah, he's the embodiment of all the people that got killed in World War II.
Yeah, because
he's like their anger and stuff just come back to take revenge on Japan or something like that, which is horrifying as a concept.
It's really interesting because like I know a lot of people talk about Shin Godzilla and saying like, they really went hard. Well,
Have you ever seen Shin Godzilla yet?
I won't spoil it because it is a good movie.
No,
it's not. It's not really much to spoil, really.
You know what, Soggy?
Well, I know it's got a lot of
figure-
his weird humor in it.
I
There's
wonder
nothing-
if you can share a movie on Amazon, like a watch together thing, because I
don't
have
think
it.
You can.
You can watch it on Discord. Screen share.
Well, yeah, you could do that, but I'm worried that'd be a little laggy.
Oh yeah, I mean that's probably gonna happen no matter what. But
yeah,
but like I know people talk about Shin Godzilla where it's like they kind of go hard in like this eldritch elements to it and make him very kind of like alien almost. But it's like there have been elements of that in past Godzilla movies, maybe not to that extent.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
But there have been elements like that where it's like, yo, man, this is kind of freaky. Like, this is some weird shit.
Apparently, there was another.
Well,
there was going to be a version that was going to be even more just fucking weird.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a.
The human
transformation
tail
where well, not just that, he was supposed to fly.
No, apparently there was an idea where he was going to like expand and basically become like an entire like universe existed inside of him or something.
Yeah,
and it was like that is just so ridiculous. Just no. Oh, what's up, Joker?
That is so Anno.
It's Otto, but it's like, yeah, okay. I'm glad someone reined him in on that because it's like I know
the flying one.
Oh, he's gonna be Ultraman.
I know the flying one was like that concept.
No, it wasn't Ultraman. Kamen Rider. Yeah,
no, it's Ultraman.
It's Ultraman. Doing a new Kamen Rider, and it's Ultraman.
Wait, he was gonna do Ultraman.
Okay. No, he's doing Ultraman. There is an Ultraman. There's supposed to be a Shin Ultraman coming out.
That's gonna get freaky as shit.
Yeah.
Personally, I love seeing this
Shin Godzilla because, like, honestly, I just love the design for him in that one. It's just so grotesque.
It's one of those where it's
I actually kind of didn't like the design at first, and I'm still kind of mixed on it.
I'm one of those people I like it, but I fully understand why people say they don't like it. It's one of those where it's kind of 50-50. It's either you either love it or hate it.
You know what I first thought and this was back when it had the American title was Resurgence, what I thought they were going to do? That he was like a Godzilla come back from the dead, like somehow they killed him and he's like regenerating throughout the movie, which is why his skin looked all fucked up.
Yeah.
His body all fucked up. And it's like, that actually would be a pretty interesting way to do it. To do a Godzilla movie. It's like, he's back, but he's like slowly regenerating throughout the movie.
Oh, that would be a pretty sweet movie where it's like, I don't want to say a meta Godzilla
More
movie,
body
but
horror.
It's like the first Godzilla movie in a series where it's like it's a universe where there's no previous Godzilla movie. Like there's no real movie, but they reference an event where Godzilla came to shore and they killed it. And this is like decades later, and he just comes back. It's like there's like a mystery of like, is this a new Godzilla or is this the same one? And it's
I'm kind of remembering in the English version of the first of the 90s Godzilla movies was like the 80s one, where the guy says, remember they never found his body. And it's like, yeah, that'd be creepy as shit if it was the actual original that you thought you killed. Like that.
Well, I know they
fuck with you.
Again, like I know certain Godzilla continuities have played with that idea in the sense that like, they defeated him, but he didn't really die. Like I know in the Millennium series when they have Mechagodzilla 3, Kiryu, he's literally made from the bones of the original Godzilla.
Yeah.
And his spirit is still technically alive within the bones.
Which is so freaking weird, but
it's metal as fuck.
It's metal as shit, though.
And then, I know people like to shit on the American Godzilla, the Zilla, but like the series is actually pretty good. And
the actual cartoon fixed most of the problems with the movie.
Because the cartoon pays better homage to the original Godzilla, well, at least the Heisei Godzilla than anything else. Like it has him fighting other monsters, and all the monsters are like unique to the series. They're not like some of them aren't as they're not really as memorable. But I appreciate that there's no like, look, he's fighting Discount Gigan. It's like no, it's his own set of monsters, his own rogue.
Yeah, that was what I liked. I appreciate that they didn't just pull a monster from the lineup. It
would have been cool to see at least one, but I get why. And especially like as I got older and I realized every monster has its own copyright.
So they would have had to have licensed it from Toho, and Toho probably was like, nah.
Yeah.
The fee would have been too much.
It's the reason why Godzilla versus Kong and King of the Monsters only has those specific monsters and doesn't really have everyone else.
Yeah, that's why 2014 didn't have any other monster but Godzilla because they couldn't get the rights yet.
Yeah, I think it's a little smarter at that point just to make, hey, maybe we should just make our own giant bee instead of licensing Kamekarek or Kamek.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll just make our own giant insect instead of having it be Mothra.
Well, I'm sure it was like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a case of like, they wouldn't even let him have it.
They probably wouldn't after the shit show that was Zilla. They probably were like, nah,
fam.
Because you remember how much they hated that Godzilla. They made it canon, Just so in
Just to
Final
kill
Wars,
it off
Godzilla
in
can kill it.
Sydney.
Oh my!
It's
And I remember
Sydney.
like there was like an interview, but like a behind the scenes thing. I don't know if no, it wasn't an interview. It was like a behind the scenes thing where it's like Toho. You know, they originally signed off the rights for like the American Godzilla, but it was like decades ago. Like, and they had like
Yes,
the
it was
original
a
concept
different
was like.
script.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was different
completely different.
scripts.
Godzilla
His
versus the
design was
Griffin.
completely different. He
And
was supposed to be
Atlantis.
yeah, he was supposed to be part of Atlantis. He was supposed to fight another monster, and then Toho was like, yes, 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 yes. Then Roland Emmerich
It
comes
was
on.
Sam,
He rewrites it,
guys,
and then right before
it wasn't
they
just Sam Winston Studios was who was going to do the Godzilla suit. They were going
And
to
at
have a
this point,
Sam
it was going to
Winston
be a guy in
Godzilla.
a suit.
yeah,
not
and then
CGI.
like, and then Roland Emmerich comes on, and he was basically like, I don't know anything about this thing. This sounds dumb. I'm doing it my way, and he rewrote pretty much everything. And right before the movie was like kind of finalized, they show Toho all his changes, and I remember a scene on this thing where the Japanese like executives were like, I mean, we what can we say? It's too late to change anything. And I was like, oh damn, you know you fucked up when they say shit like that. It's like,
Yeah, you know, it's
too
like they're not enthusiastic. They're just like, well, we can't fucking change it now.
They just,
Yeah.
they just look at each other. It's too late.
What was it? Totopoulos' Godzilla design. Yeah, the guy who also made those weird Goombas for the Super Mario Brothers movie.
You know what's the only? You know what's the one thing I do kind of somewhat like about the Roland Emmerich Godzilla movie?
what's up?
I like that they tried to make him not just a straight up monster. Actually,
Oh yeah,
like it was kind of like he's just a giant animal, doesn't quite
She
realize
actually-
that it's
dude,
like
he's not just a.
They made
Yeah.
Godzilla a female.
She's a giant iguana.
Well,
Yeah.
he's still a
Created
male.
by the
Canonically,
French.
he's still a male. He's like, he's just
Nah,
what do you
that's
call
been
it?
Godzilla to
asexual.
me.
No, like in the movie, they straight up say he's male. He can just reproduce asexually, which is really stupid.
That was
Oh.
that
Like, you
part
might
of
as
the
well-
movie is when the movie got really stupid because it's like you just went Jurassic Park with this shit.
I'm
Like,
gonna-
you might as well just made
Guys,
him female.
I'm
Like,
gonna
you should have
tell
just made him
you.
female.
I'm gonna. Yeah, that's a real thing with lizards. That
There
all
are
of the
morning
species
geckos can
will be
kind of do
born-
that, I think.
Yeah, certain frogs can
They
do
are
that. Like,
they're born all female, and during certain times of the year, some will turn male. So it's more. So yeah, it's
You
more
still
like
need
the
another
females turn
partner
males.
though.
my
But
thing
you
is,
still need
Yeah.
another partner
Not-
though. You can't.
I've never heard of a lizard born pregnant.
I know there's a
Fish,
geckos that can do
invertebrates.
something like that.
it's one of those where it's like,
Really?
That's
There
what
was-
I've read somewhere that morning geckos can do that, where like you don't like they can like. Hold on, let me look. Actually, I can just look it up.
that's one of those things where it's like you didn't need to have that. Like, you.
Well, it's because
there's
they
other-
wanted I guess they thought they want that Jurassic Park money.
Yeah, they wanted that, like, oh, he's gonna
Yeah.
destroy the world, and they wanted.
They wanted
to
Jurassic
be
Park.
fair, like the Baby Zilla scene it's not that bad. The Baby Zillas look kind of dumb, but
Yeah,
in concept, it's not that bad of a scene.
Does anybody
Dude,
know
I
what
was a
that one
kid. I ate
Godzilla
that shit
was, where he looked like a freaking Muppet?
Was you talking about the Hanna-Barbera cartoon
Oh!
Godzilla?
No, it was a live action, and like I remember
Um,
Questioning Comics posted like a couple pictures of like various Godzillas, and there was one he posted that literally looked like if Weasel from
Okay,
Suicide Squad
there was
like
Okay,
the
Soggy. I found the article I was talking about. I'm posting in the chat, the StreamYards chat.
okay.
But yeah, they actually unironically don't need no man. They just reproduce clones of themselves. Females just make clones of themselves.
Wow.
Basically.
Wow.
I'm kind of reading it because I don't fully remember exactly how it works. Something called parthenogenesis, which means like virgin birth. Okay, being born this way is possible because nature is pretty clever and has produced different methods of parthenogenesis. One process forms pretend that an unformed egg has been fertilized, kicking out development. Another method involves the existence of two sets of chromosomes in an egg.
We
I
learned
love how-
something today on the Sauron birthday
So if-
podcast.
So
Yeah, but I
if
love
that
how we went
Godzilla
from-
was based off of Morning Gecko, it being able to reproduce by itself would actually make a shitload of sense.
But see, that's the other thing. It's like you already have Godzilla. You don't need all this extra bullshit.
I guess they needed a reason why he would go to New York in the first place, and I guess
Yeah,
they
they
thought
had-
that would make sense. But it's like you
Oh!
could have just had two of them.
Okay,
I mean, they already did that. They already solved that
Muppety
problem in the first
Godzillas.
Godzilla.
There's Godzilla Jr. from one of the movies. He's really adorable looking, and they made him like super adorable for women.
Oh yeah,
because
there's like
Yeah,
they
they
noticed
did.
more
Godzilla
women
Jr.
were watching Godzilla, and they're like, "Put in something cute."
there's
Yeah,
Godzilla
and what's so
Jr.
funny-
and there's Manila.
Manila, which I
Manila,
fucking hate
that's
Manila.
Yeah, Manila. He's not.
Ugh.
It's so funny because he's not Godzilla Jr.
Fuck
He's technically
Manila.
not Godzilla Jr. Godzilla
Fuck
Jr. is like
Manila.
it's another. He's another character.
Yeah,
technically speaking.
Godzilla Jr.
Didn't
Yeah,
Godzilla
and it's an
Jr.
egg
get
that they
killed
find,
by,
so it's more so.
Destroyer?
No,
he did, and then he got revived, and then he basically
No.
became like the new Godzilla. Even though they
Yeah.
never made a
Became-
sequel
he
to that,
became
but
Godzilla at the end.
for the longest time, I thought the Godzilla from the Millennial series was supposed
yeah,
to
because
be
like
Junior, but then they said no, that's not. They're completely different continuity.
yeah, because it
Even though it
make
would have been
sense.
cool.
It would make sense if they did that, because the Millennium series, every film is its own continuity. None of them have any shared connection.
With the exception of the Mecha Godzilla
Um,
ones, those are in the same continuity.
Yeah, Tokyo SOS and
And
against Mechagodzilla.
That one has had the weirdest title. It's like, why didn't you just call it
And-
Versus? I guess you didn't want to use Versus Mechagodzilla again because
Yeah.
there was
Yeah.
already one of those.
Well, there's two
Yeah.
of them technically.
Well, two of them. Yeah, you're right. There's the original from the Showa and then the
Um,
Heisei one.
another really bad Godzilla suit. So I heard there was a broadcast of Godzilla in the 70s, and it was like a really cut down version of the Godzilla movie with Jet Jaguar, and
Oh
it
god,
was
that
hosted
monster!
by
Hey.
yeah, and it was hosted by John Belushi dressed as Godzilla making
John
jokes the whole fucking
Belushi.
time.
Listen.
Yeah,
Jet
And it's a
Jaguar
bad
is
suit.
probably one of the best. I say this with
So-
all my heart. Jet Jaguar is probably one of the
Jaguar,
coolest
for a long
kaiju
time,
in Godzilla.
was
I mean, he's basically a Power
he,
Ranger.
he inspired the best he inspired the best Evangelion Jet alone.
I mean, he's such like a in a series that's already kind of cheesy in the very premise
no
alone.
one loves him.
It's like he's
Jet Jaguar.
I don't even know how to describe it properly. In a
I remember
series
they
that's-
wanted him to
Even
be like
his
his own
mom loves
series, and then the
him.
movie did so bad they just like nah. Well, it was originally supposed to be his own movie,
It was
but then they
originally
threw
supposed to
Godzilla
be
in it.
only Jet Jaguar. Yeah,
Then they realized the
That's why
movie probably would
Godzilla
sell, so
just
they threw
shows up.
Godzilla in.
Yeah, because isn't he like
I
from
love
the
how
future or
Godzilla
some
just
shit?
shows up. He's like, "Hey, Jet Jaguar, you're doing kind of shitty. Let me come in here."
Yeah, he just shows up.
He
Like it's
taps
not
him on
even.
the shoulder and does that.
He's like, yeah, you're getting your ass kicked, so I'm gonna just come in and steal the movie.
And what's funny to me is
Yeah.
that Jet Jaguar, he's like, he can technically change his size, so technically he can just walk around like a normal
Oh
person
yeah.
and
Yeah,
then turn into a giant kaiju.
Wait,
Like to
Which
me,
is
that was
actually
always
kinda
kind of cool.
doesn't that make him? Doesn't that technically make him like a metal hero?
That's what I'm
Isn't he
saying. He's more like a
technically a
Power
metal hero
Rangers
then?
character.
he's like an
than he is-
Ultraman, pretty much.
Yeah, he's more like a Power Ranger,
Well,
like
there's three.
kind of Super
There's
Sentai.
Yeah,
I found out there's three classifications. There's the tokusatsu, which is there's three classifications of tokusatsu. The Super Sentai, which is your Power Ranger teams, your Kamen Rider, and then something called Metal Heroes, where I think Big Bad Beetleborgs was in Metal Heroes.
Oh,
And
Lord.
fuck.
AR Trooper or
VR Troopers.
VR Troopers.
VR Troopers
Yeah.
was Metal Heroes also.
I'm gonna be honest. I never
Yeah,
never got into a lot of the tokusatsu or like live action stuff. Mostly
I
because
watched-
I never could. It was because it was never on.
I remember watching Beetleborgs.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't tell you what the plot was. I remember it.
Actually, no, that's a lie. I've seen like one episode of. I think I don't know if it's the original Kamen Rider show, but it was like one of them, and it was like an episode where he's fighting this gold dude, and the gold dude's only reason for fighting him is because he was promised money. If he beat Kamen Rider, Kamen Rider's like, why are we fighting?
Gold
Because I get $1 million if I beat you.
Yo, man, that would motivate me to fight a superhero.
It's like top 10
Was it
villain
the
motivations, just I get paid.
Because I know.
No lie,
I
that's
know
some of the
in
coolest
America-
villains out there. Where they
Yeah,
just
no,
like,
it works. I mean, it works.
why do you think what's his name, Deathstroke, is so popular?
Yeah, he's like, I just get paid to do this
Bitch.
shit. I have
Oh,
no
yeah.
attachment to you.
Deathstroke, I got
So,
a job for you. I need you to kill
part of the
Superman.
reason-
I'm not doing that. I'll pay you. All right. All right, fine. I'll
Alright.
kill Superman. I'll,
It's like,
I'll
oh yeah,
slay
you
a
got that
god.
I think
paycheck. Yeah, I'll kill him.
Part of
Slay
the
a god.
reason why Kamen Rider, aka Masked Rider, did so bad in America was it turns out as a genre, Kamen Rider has a lot more scenes of people without costumes on fighting. So they decided to fill up that time with a fucking Alf lookalike named Furbus.
What the
So
hell?
and also, yeah, and it turns out the closest made Kamen Rider show was over 6 years ago, so they couldn't even borrow any costumes. All the costumes were already thrown out. So they had to like sort of make their own trooper outfits, which were really weird looking.
Well, because what's funny
So,
about like
yep, instead of a Sentai show, you got a Furbus action and comedy hijinks. And our Kamen Rider hero is a rude, cool teen who lands in the yard of a family who just loves to adopt foster children.
well, because I mean, like in the '90s and early 2000s, that was like the era of like that you had original ideas to a degree. Like, yeah, it's basically a rehash of a Japanese property, but it's original in the sense that like in the West there isn't really anything like that, and so there was a lot of stuff where it's like they kind of just took the risk, and it's like, all right, let's see if this sticks, and that's why in the '90s you'll have a lot of like when you look at like the plethora of stuff that came out in the '90s, you'll see certain like trends, but for the most part, it's like these are pretty unique from each other. Like these are some pretty like when you think consider what you have today, it's like this is some pretty crazy ideas that people took a risk on, and it's kind of impressive. Even in the sense, even if they didn't do so well, it's kind of impressive that anyone even attempted this shit.
Well, I
Just look at games like Shout Dogs. There's no fucking way this game would be made today. There's just no fucking way anyone would do this. Would take this cartoony avatar from a kid's game and have him have a mission where he gets to try to kill the president. Like you get to blow up Air Force One pretty much, and it's like, yo, this game is pretty. I was like a kid. I was like, yo, this is awesome. And then I'm like, now I'm like, wow, I'm surprised you were allowed to do that. I'm surprised you were allowed to do this. Like Sega didn't go like, guys, we really don't know. Keep on, this came out like way after 9/11 too. Like this is like 2004.
They made Shadow specifically to do that shit. They specifically in interviews were like, we can't give Sonic a gun. We can't have Sonic cuss. We can't have him do this.
No, he does cuss in that game, which is funny.
Where's that damn fourth chaos?
There's a mission where he says, "Damn, they got away." And I was like, "Wait, Sonic is?" Yeah. There's a mission where if you fail the one of the hero missions, if you fail, Sonic goes, "Damn, they got away."
I remember that.
The aliens, and I was like, "Wait, did you just swear?"
I remember that.
Hearing him swear, like, did he just say "damn"?
Because I used to play the hell out of Shadow.
I did too.
I'm not gonna lie, I played the hell out of that game.
That game was my shit.
I beat the whole game, got all the endings.
Edgy for a kids brand.
Yeah, that game soundtrack, like the main theme,
ridiculous that it even came out.
Listen. 90s, early 2000s was a lawless wasteland.
They did not give a fuck.
No one gave a shit. It was the closest humanity has ever gotten to world peace because no one gave a shit. They just did what they wanted, and you just dealt with
it, or you just didn't watch it.
We had DM
What was that?
There was no internet. Well, there was an internet, but there was no social media for people to really bitch about.
There was
stuff.
no virtue signaling bullshit. It was just pure creative libertarianism.
I mean, look at freaking.
I found out that there was an early, like around 95. I found out around 95 and 97 Sailor Moon fans online constructed something called a Procot, where to show enthusiasm that they wanted more Sailor Moon, they specifically went out and bought an item that was advertised during the time slots. And this was like 95 or 97 internet. So there was already like being like some pretty interesting like group efforts like to do things, or to try to unite.
I know I talked to someone about this before, but like basically like back in those days, like with you used to have the internet, but you weren't as connected to other people. So when you wanted something, you had to literally go out of your way to say, hey, I want this. I need to get my hands on it. That's why you had like fan translations of stuff, because companies weren't doing that. They weren't investing their time and money into this weird Japanese cartoon from across the pond. People had to do it themselves. That's what the
Pro-Cop was for.
Yeah, so it's like
it was like, give us more. We'll buy your pop. It was Pop-Tarts. It was actually specifically strawberry Pop-Tarts too.
Yeah, like
that they bought to show their support.
A 90s fan, not to like hype up the 90s, but 90s fans, it's like they were the most dedicated fans because they literally had to work to be a fan of something.
Oh, hell yeah.
You had to go find it. Like, you
fucking yeah.
You could just it wasn't just as easy now. I was like, I can just go on Netflix and binge this whole thing in like 3 days. Even if
you know what's
stuff you can just binge in a day. Like I totally have done that before.
You know it can be a really hard ass hobby. Doll collecting can be pretty fucking hard. Doll collecting.
If you're trying to collect like old dolls, I imagine.
No, even today, because like I only have access to like a Walmart, and some of them are exclusive to Target, and the closest Target to me is like 2 hours away.
Oh damn.
See, that's why I'm so glad I never got into because I collect stuff, but I don't think I have anything that's like specific. Not like stuff that I'm like tracking down halfway across the globe to get my hands on.
I've done that.
Comic books, but even those, it's like
I've actually got some old Zoid toys.
Oh, Zoids! Yeah. I remember that shit. Oh, it was my jam. I had a Liger play thing.
Yeah,
I kind of want one of the Liger model kits, but I hear that like a pain in the ass to make.
What was it? Liger Zero.
Liger Zero was awesome.
Here.
Oh man.
I have the blue one. I have a toy of
that's
the blue
Blade.
Liger
That's Blade Liger. I think it's the blue one.
No. Because so like, that's like one of. Okay, so I remember this. This is so stupid. I remember like in the world of Zoids, there was like different Ligers with different modifications, but like there were like official ones, and then there was the Liger Zero, which was like it like presented it's like an off-brand knockoff Liger. But it turned out to be the best Liger because it had no attachments. It could have anything as an attachment.
Yeah, I remember I had the Zoids Legacy game for Game Boy, and it was a turn-based RPG.
Here we go.
The main character, one of the characters who you got to recruit had a Liger Zero, and there was a point where it got all of its upgrades. Oh, that is cool.
Because in the show, I don't know. I know it's an anime, but I say show because I used to see it on like
Cartoon Network.
Yeah, it's like
same.
Well, an anime is technically a show.
I bought this around that era.
But yeah, like in the anime,
I also have
like,
a Scorpion around here, but the sorry.
I was saying, the Liger Zero in the anime was
Scorpion, but
it was like they do the same thing they do in a lot of animes where it's like they introduce a very they introduce a pretty simple concept of like, here's this sport people do. You know, people get robots and battle each other for people's entertainment. And then halfway through, they introduce, all right, these machines are more than what we claim them to be. Some of them have the powers of gods. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah. Then again, it's not a JRPG if a bunch of teenagers aren't trying to kill God by the end.
Like,
true.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is probably the best example.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is...
Like, here's this card game that people all over the world play, which, you know, it's pretty crazy that businesses corporations conduct business with these card games. That's already crazy enough.
I'm waiting for there to be a Yu-Gi-Oh! Thing where, like, world leaders settle like a serious like geopolitical issue. Like we're gonna duel for it.
I know that's happened in the show.
This probably happened.
It's happened. There's no way it hasn't
that's
happened.
definitely happened.
I'm not caught up on the entire like series, movie, whatever, show, anime, manga, but I know for a fact it happened. Even from not seeing it, it's just like the way the world presents it. It happened.
Yeah. Then again, you remember there's that one thing in Beyblade where they say Moses parted the fucking Red Sea with a damn Beyblade,
Oh,
and
yeah,
it's like
like
drawn in
Moses.
everything.
Yeah,
I'm like, dude, for real.
There we go.
I mean,
Old
Were you there?
ass card captor stickers that I found. Old ass card captor stickers I found.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm
were you
actually-
there back in those days?
When we
Edgy?
moved,
Did
Yes.
you see him?
Nah, I ain't that
Yes.
damn old.
when we moved. Oh, I thought you were talking about. I was
Nah,
gonna say the only
just-
reason why I
Just the
have
fucking
those toys
Beyblade.
was because I bought them. I bought them and somehow I actually kept a hold of them this whole fucking time.
No, I
It's the
remember.
only reason why I have them.
I remember. It's one of those things where it's like you don't think about it in the moment. You're just buying the stuff because you like them. But like, if you could like in hindsight
know.
realize how crazy some of that stuff would have blown up, it's like even from the sheer like memento side of things, in the sense that this thing's gonna be hard to find in the future. Not even just from like you could sell this for like
The toys are hard
$1,000.
to find.
The
Yeah, they're
old
expensive.
new ones,
I have no
new
more-
ones.
The model
There's a few
kits
new
are pretty
ones, model
expensive.
kits.
These are old ones.
Well-
these
well, no, I'm
these
saying,
are
like-
old models. These are old models from 2002.
No, I'm saying they still sell model kits,
They're
which
from
are
when they tried
expensive,
'em.
but they're like expensive in the sense that like model kits are expensive. But if you try to find those original ones,
Oh,
like
yeah.
Oh,
Liger
yeah.
Zeros and stuff like that, it's like you're out of luck.
Yeah.
Pretty much, I have a.
Oh,
I have
that's why I
a
keep
mobile
trying to
suit I need
remember,
build at some point.
I had a third Zoid, and I swear it was one of the Raptors. I swear it was a Raptor. And
Well, yeah, 'cause
I'm
one of the
kicking
Raptors-
myself because I lost a lot of things.
Yeah, because
I
isn't
lost a
one
lot
of
of
the
things
Raptors
because
like
I had to escape.
isn't one of the Raptors like Liger Zero is like this like
Yeah,
it's this
modified.
legendary one, and the Raptor is another one. It's like its counterpart or something. What's up, Salem?
There was a different Raptor, but I'm talking about
Hi,
the gun
Salem.
Raptors, not the.
Hey.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about the sniper rapper. There were these raptors that had like snipers on the back of their tails, and I
I remember
Okay, yeah.
that because I
Right.
had one of those at the Zoid's Legacy game, and I remember fighting them things. They would kick your ass if you did not have good enough Zoids in that game. They would kick your ass with that sniper cannon, like it was built into their tail, right? Right, the tail
Yeah.
was like the
Yes.
cannon. Yeah,
They
they
you
were
imagine?
they were so
Yes.
bullshit if they managed to hit you.
You
with
remember
it.
how we were talking about Armor Core?
Oh, hi Salem.
Yeah,
Yo, imagine Armor Core
No.
but with Zoids.
I would buy that shit
Oh,
so
I'd
that
buy
fucking
the hell
fast.
out of that.
Like FromSoft, I
Actually,
doubt anyone
I got
from
an
FromSoft is
idea.
watching this. Can y'all make another Armor Core, please? Like Elden Ring looks fucking cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna play that shit, and I'm probably gonna suffer, but enjoy it. But can we get a goddamn?
Armor Core.
Can we get another goddamn Armor Core, please?
Honestly, I think Armor Core is harder than Dark Souls.
The first, like the third one, yes, that's the first one I played. That one
I
was
think-
brutal.
I think what I think is what makes it harder is that in Dark Souls, I don't want to say like it's easy to figure out what you're supposed to do. I think it's easier to figure out what you're supposed to do as opposed to Armor Core. Because I remember playing Armor Core, and for like the longest time, I had no idea what the fuck I was doing in that game. I was like, "What do I do?" I was pulling buttons, pressing triggers. I would somehow win a mission. I would die. To me, it's more clear what you're supposed to do in Dark Souls than you're supposed to do in Armor Core.
Have you ever played Silent Line Armor Core? It's like a spinoff of the third game.
No, I'm pretty sure the first Armor Core I played was like 4.
4 is actually a lot easier than. Here's the thing with Silent Line Armor Core 3. So it's a sequel to 3, and what you're supposed to do, and I did not know this, is you're supposed to play 3, beat 3, get this one item called OP Intensify that makes so your mech is better, and then play Silent Line Armor Core 3 because you can import your save file. And the problem is, if you play Silent Light Armor Core 3 without an Armor Core 3 save file, you're going to get to a mission where you have to go into this facility that's like on fire. And the fire overheats your mech. And this game, heat actually, if you overheat, your mech will take thousands of points of damage over like a course of a few seconds because until it cools off. And these rooms set off that heat mechanism. So you have to go into these rooms to turn on the fire extinguishers, which makes no goddamn sense why it works like this. But you leave and like you think the mission's done, and then you go back to the starting area, and there's this big ass robot with this like massive triple barreled laser cannon, and you have to fight this thing. Keep in mind, you've probably lost half your health because of the heat thing, and this guy's cannon can kill you like in 3 or 4 hits.
I love how From Software makes a game, and they just like, fuck you, get good.
It is the ultimate fuck you, get good kind of thing. And the funny part is, I recently emulated the game, and I finally beat it because I never could beat it when I had the game as a kid.
Oh, I've done that before, where it's like a game you played as a child and you play it again as an adult, and you finally beat it, and it's like, yes.
I actually started trash talking when I beat it. I'm not even ashamed to admit. I was like, yes, fuck you, you piece of shit. And then it turns out they become regular enemies later, so that's gonna be fun. So that's gonna be fun. The game's just like, yeah, you know that thing that slaughtered you for years? Yeah, you got to fight them as regular enemies.
We can't really hear you.
Yeah, but I say Salem, I just
Salem's
heard
trying to talk, but we
briefly.
can't hear him.
Yeah, I did too.
Your volume's way low.
Here,
It was a rookie number. Now I can hear you.
Hold on a second.
Here, 1 second. I put you on speakerphone. 1 second.
Like we stopped talking for a second, and I just heard voice.
Yeah, me too. I noticed he was here, and I was like, is he setting up his mic or is he talking? Because I don't want to actually.
Even his icon didn't flash.
Yeah, it didn't.
I mean, I'm sure my icon barely flashes.
I saw it.
But you see, even your slight flash, I can see it. His just didn't move at all.
Yeah, it really didn't.
Oh man.
But man, Armor Core 4 though, I will say, I like 3 is harder because the controls are worse. Like, you know how in Armor Core 3 you had the quick boost like from the sides and stuff, so you could dodge very easily.
Yeah.
Armor Core 3 you had to strafe, but the way you strafe was very weird. It's like you had to hold down the bumper, like left bumper would make you strafe left and stuff like that. And instead of like the way the lock-on work was, you had this field of vision. It was like a square, and enemies had to be within that square, or else you wouldn't be able to lock onto them. So what you had to learn how to do was strafe, but also keep the enemy in the square, so you could still hit them.
Yeah, because I remember. What was it? Yeah, I remember playing like for Armor, and it's like, or Armor Core, and it's like, I get what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to give me the experience that I'm piloting this mech, but don't make it so realistic where I'm literally inside a mech and I have no idea how to pilot it. Like,
yeah.
Like come on, guys.
Honestly, really did streamline that shit. Like,
one thing I think is funny
Don't
is
make me feel like Shinji Ikari. Please don't.
I just think it's funny, like,
so you were
power fantasy.
Considering, like,
I mean, it could be once you knew what you were doing.
I mean, yeah, it's still in a giant robot. It's a giant robot, still a giant.
Yeah, it's still awesome.
But one thing I was thinking is funny is, like, given how like the discourse of like game journalists talking about like games being too hard, that's probably the reason why Armor Core hasn't come back.
Yeah, because it would get, the game journalists would be like, this game's too hard.
We couldn't get past the first level. You mean the tutorial? We couldn't get past it.
I'm just remembering the guy who couldn't get past the Cuphead tutorial. And it's like, I haven't beaten Cuphead. Good God, man.
Oh my God.
I remember people
that was so bad.
Do y'all remember how when DMC5 was like getting ready to come out, and they were like, yeah, so the music, it gets better like the better you play.
Yeah,
and somebody was like, oh God, the game journalists are going to complain about how the music sucks now. And then like 5 days later, a game journalist reviewed the game. It was like, yeah, it lacks the musical, like the outstanding musical numbers that it's.
Well, the way it works is like you get like the instrumental, and then like as you rank up, well, while playing like more of the
You
songs.
get to
they're
S
playing,
tier and
the
it just
lyrics.
plays the entire song.
Yeah, Virgil's is like I kept getting an S
Virgil-
range because I wanted to hear that fucking chorus.
Oh my god! Like,
I
dude,
wanted
I
to
will.
hear him scream "Bury the light" because it's so
I
fucking
will
good.
basically every week, at least once a week, I get in moods where I just play Bury the Bury the Light, Crimson
Bury the
Cloud,
Yeah,
Bury the Loud,
Bury the
Crimson
Loud.
Cloud, Devil Trigger, and
I don't
Subhuman,
like
all four of
Subhuman
them
very
on-
much. Like I'm very mixed on that one.
Subhumans to me sounds very.
It feels like it was written for like the for
Subhuman.
Dante, the DMC, Devil May Cry Dante.
It feels like the other two. It's like I can see someone like not liking this music and then liking this music with like Bury the Light and like Devil Trigger. For me, Subhuman sounds like it's made specifically for people who already like that music. It's not bad, but unless you already have that taste, I don't think this is going to be the thing that pushes
Compared
you
to
over
the
edge.
metal music in
As
like 3 and
someone
4, it's
that I
really a
actually
downgrade.
as someone that
Okay.
really likes Subhuman, I 100% agree with you. It's definitely not something. It's the most niche taste, I guess, of the 4 songs. Like, because the other 3 are just. I'd say
Honestly,
at
and the
very
lyrics
least,
to me just don't fit Dante very well.
Bury the
I mean-
Light is a freaking banger. Like, if
Bury
you
the
don't like
Light
Bury the
is
Light,
like-
what's wrong with you?
Bury the Light. It's like that song where it's like if you don't know Devil May Cry 5, you've probably heard Bury the Light in some degree, and you're like, oh, this is pretty good. Where does this come from? Like you don't know where it comes from. You just keep hearing it.
Basically, if it's like if you
Whereas,
don't understand
like,
Virgil as a
Devil
character,
Trigger-
listen to that song and you can probably figure it out.
Oh yeah, Devil Trigger is like one that you listen to and you're like, wow, this is awesome, and then like it just becomes slightly less awesome as you keep listening to it, but you still enjoy it.
It's that
Crimson
like
Cloud, you listen to
It's-
that, you're like, what the hell is this? And then you start to really enjoy it the more you listen to it.
Yeah,
Devil
I know.
Trigger's
I
like-
initially
is
was
either
like,
you
"What the
like it
fuck
or you
is
don't.
this?" And then it's like, "Oh no, I kind of like it now."
Devil Trigger's
Right.
like it's the song you associate with the game because it was in all the promotional material. At least
I
from
mean,
what
it's
I
the
remember.
opening song in the game, and the credits are all they have.
And then when
edit
you,
of it
get,
played.
when you get deep into the DMC5 gameplay, lore, and story, and all that stuff, it's like the Virgin Devil Trigger versus the Chad Bury the Light.
Yeah, basically, Virgil looks at Nero's like, "Hold my beer, son." It's like, "Oh my beer, son."
Man, it's honestly though, the music is just outstanding.
It
That's one
is, but there's some bits of music where it's like, man, 3 really did this better. Like, I got pissed when Cerberus showed up. It's like, oh, you didn't remix the Cerberus theme from Devil May Cry 3. Like, come on. Like, our remix that shit.
I will say, like, I mean,
If you
I
have
never
not played Devil May
really-
Cry 3, Cerberus is brutal in that game. He's like the first serious boss in
Yeah.
that game.
he's something.
Yeah, he
I
could
never-
be. He was
so-
rage inducing for me because I'd never played a Devil May
never
Cry
really
game before. And
got
it's like,
into Devil May Cry, and like eventually, and this was years ago now, but like my uncle, he gave me like a bunch of old PS3 games that he didn't play anymore. Among those was the Devil May Cry HD collection, so 1, 2, and 3.
yeah.
On PS3, which I later ended up buying the HD collection on PS4 as well.
I have it on PC now too.
But so I played through the first 2 because I didn't know not to play the second one.
Oh,
And,
I have never
you know,
finished the second one actually. So
I'd say it's worth playing because it is technically canon.
oh no, it is
um,
canon. Like they've said it's canon, but it's just like
It
the
doesn't
gameplay
line
is
up with
so
anything.
bad.
The gameplay, like for
Well, because
me,
like
2, the gameplay was basically identical to the first one.
the story
Alright,
behind
let's,
2 is literally like
It wasn't meant
Hello,
to be like a
hello.
Devil May Cry game at
Well,
first. If I
because at first it wasn't supposed to be a Devil May Cry
Hello,
game,
hello.
and then
Hello.
hey, what's up, Sam?
God
We can
damn
hear
it,
you now.
Slim.
And it's like
Okay. Okay. So,
Well,
yeah,
so-
can you guys hear me?
yeah, we
Yes.
can hear you now. But if
Yeah,
I
we can
remember
hear you.
correctly, like
Cool.
DMC2 wasn't supposed to be DMC2. It was supposed to be another game, but DMC1 did so well that Capcom was like, "Oh, we need a sequel now. Turn this into DMC2." It's like, but
You know the
then- but it's
meta
not-
behind Devil May
2.
Cry?
It was supposed
What
to be Resident
Resident
Evil
Evil
4.
4. Yeah.
yeah,
It was originally supposed to be Resident Evil 4.
Like,
And
Which
I think
don't
even
understand
Onimusha
how
was
that
supposed to
would've
be
worked.
Resident Evil at one point, and it's like, what the fuck?
can I make a controversial hot take?
What?
I'm not a big fan of RE4.
That is a
I'm
pretty
not-
controversial take.
I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm not saying I hate it. I'm saying is that like it's not my favorite. And it's because it's more action based. And that's only because like I'm used to the more horror ish Resident Evils.
I will
I
say,
probably
as
have
I
a hotter
understand
take
it,
than you do on
4
that.
is where it's really started to kind of go off the rails and become more action oriented.
I think that was 5 where it went off the
6.
rails.
Well,
Oh,
4 was
I
where
remember
it
I had
kind of
this talk with-
started, but 5 is where it really went off the rails, and then 6 was 6, and then 7.
I have a
both
pretty
are,
big
I
Resident
want a
hot
girl
take.
to pull my.
I liked 4, 5, and 6.
I mean,
Like, I actually unironically like 6, even though I get why people don't like it.
it's a like 4
And I
5
think it's because I played 4 first, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't find the original game scary, and I find them a little bit like, I mean, the remakes I like. Don't get me, I'm not talking about the remakes, I'm talking about the originals. I don't find them scary, and I don't particularly. I don't hate them, but I respect them. But it's like I don't.
Well, have you tried playing them in the dark and after a couple of drinks?
I've never played them drunk, but I
I-
have played the remake of one in the dark, like at midnight.
honestly like
And it didn't
not
scare me at all.
drunk, not drunk, just enough just to get you a little loose. That's all.
honestly
So
I
like
have
I
done
played
that.
the first
I have done
one
that.
on stream, and I had a lot of fun with it.
the original Resident Evil.
Well,
It's
2002 remake.
I was about to say like if you're gonna play Resident Evil like for the first time ever, play the remake. Like the
Yeah.
original one, that's like
It didn't.
That's
age well.
rough.
like it's that one of those where it's like it's kind of like remember when we talked about earlier how like there's things that you admit are trash but you still like them but you don't sit here and argue that it's not like some secret masterpiece. Like gameplay wise it's fun but like acting wise and
Oh,
like
speaking
all
of the
that
Jill's
stuff.
sandwich.
Yeah, it's like
Stop.
it's one of those
Don't
where
open that door.
yeah
I
it's
think I
an
even said it
acquired
better
taste.
than the voice actor shit.
It's an acquired
Come on,
taste.
it's a masterpiece
So-
just for the wrong reasons.
One thing I will actually never forgive
What
myself for is
The original
Resident
Resident Evil.
Evil, the original one,
I
not
was
the remake,
playing-
the original.
I was playing it, and it was like the stream had just started, and I was like, I went into this room. I was like, oh hey, I got this new key. I can enter this room, and I get into this room, and I hear Rebecca scream from upstairs, and I'm like, yeah, that's probably fine. Like I'll get to it.
That's
And
fine.
I figure out what to do with the room. It takes me forever, and then I actually completely forget about the scream, and I go and I do a bunch of other stuff, saving multiple times because like for some reason my dumbass didn't do multiple
Oh
saves.
my
It just
God.
did like I
Ooh, I did that with
because
I
I'm
did that with
dumb.
Resident Evil
That's-
7 on Madhouse, and I got myself locked in a unwinnable situation because of that.
Mm.
So, and then like close to the end of the stream, I just remembered. I'm like, oh shit, Rebecca. And so
Dominic Powell, I would
Oh,
start with
she
the
did.
remake, honestly.
stairs, and she did. Like,
Oh, she
there is
did.
no.
She did.
I can't even go back and make her undead.
It's
And so
like-
I looked it up. I'm like, wait, is there actually a way? Is there actually
you
a way
must
to
make
save
her
her?
a
And-
zombie.
yeah,
Well, she would be
well,
a zombie
here.
if, you know,
Yeah.
just
Mom,
you waited
So-
long enough.
And I looked it up, and apparently, like, you have to go upstairs within like a couple minutes after she screams in order to save her, or like within like 2 minutes, I think. It's really slim, like window of opportunity, but you can save her, and apparently, canonically, she does survive. So I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
at least I can
Yeah.
be happy in the fact that Chris Redfield isn't actually as incompetent as I am.
Well, because like
And-
even in like the canon of like the, because I know it's really weird how like a lot of people ask like, well, how did these guys go through all this and not get infected when they show like other people?
Yeah,
get
in the
bitten?
canon, they never get bit.
Yeah, in the canon you don't take damage, which
Yeah, so the no damage runs that people do are canon.
Yeah, the no damage knife only run. That's the canon way to beat Resident Evil. It's confirmed. But one thing I always think is funny is that, like, even though, like, and this is where my controversial take on RE4 probably gets really controversial. It's not my favorite Resident Evil game, but my favorite horror game of all time is probably Dead Space, which is in a lot of ways it's just a more action focused RE4.
You mean a more horror focused RE4?
So,
well, I say
as far as Village, I actually personally I haven't played it yet. I'm actually trying to avoid as much as possible.
I
enjoyed it.
I'm going to stream it eventually once I get to it.
It's fun, but it's the. I didn't feel a need to replay it.
I'm actually replaying it casually right now because I
replayed it casually a couple of times. Okay, so let me put it this way: RE7, RE2 remake, and even RE3 remake. Once I beat the game, I went back in and I pretty much tried my best to 100% it. The only exception was RE7 because of fucking Ethan Must Die, which I refuse. I refuse to try to beat.
Oh, Sauron, did you see the VOD? I streamed that and I got like halfway through it and I just had to stop.
Yeah, that happened to me.
I died like 60 times. I actually had a time counter.
Yes.
It's a permadeath mode where like the game is way harder and it's basically like you have to get to the garden and kill Marguerite, and it's like they put a bunch of death traps everywhere. Enemies kill you like in 2 hits, and items are randomized everywhere. So it's like a roguelike.
Yeah, and so like what ended up happening was like I 100% those games, even RE3 remake, which I absolutely despise. I 100% it just because it was kind of easy to do.
I mean, that game is like 3 hours long.
It's less than that.
Yeah, that.
So what you're saying is when I get to RE3, because I don't have RE3, I only have the remake. You're saying I could probably do the entire thing in like one stream.
You could. You honestly could.
All right, that's the plan then.
But for
like,
Village,
it wouldn't be hard.
Clear my skit. Say what?
For Village though, like it's better than RE3 remake, but I didn't feel a need to replay it. Like it was like I don't know how the best way to describe it. I just didn't feel the need to 100% it, and I still haven't.
I haven't 100% it either. Then again, the only Resident Evil game I actually 100%ed was 4.
Are you saying that ass does not have enough polygons for you to replay it?
Oh no, I don't like Lady D. I never thought she was hot. I never thought she was hot, and I never understood.
I'm kidding.
I don't get it.
It's dominant woman. It's big dominant woman.
You're just too weak. You fear the tall vampire lady.
It's not fear. I'm just literally like, what's the appeal? Fear would be like, oh, that's disgusting. I'm just like, I don't get it.
Yeah, no.
She has massive dub on Honkaros.
What are you saying, Salem?
Oh, I was saying, it's not. It's definitely not her that I was intrigued by. I think her daughters are really cute.
Yeah, the daughters were way hotter than she was. Yes. No, you know, okay,
the daughters were pretty.
Oh, yeah.
Until you know the lore behind them.
Yeah, I will spoil.
Here's the thing. Okay, 10-foot vampire lady who just has an older wardrobe. Okay,
she's not even 10 foot.
That's not that interesting. And however, goth, undead, Wiccan witch, whatever aesthetic,
with
sorceress, girls. I'm sorry, that is much far more interesting.
No, so I'm gonna say it right here. You know who was hotter than all of them? Mother Miranda.
Yeah, no, that's true. Miranda was.
She was hotter than all of them. I'm gonna say it right there now.
She looks like.
This ain't a spoiler. When you finally meet her, like, it's not really a spoiler. If you consider this a spoiler, just kind of cover your ears just for a brief second. But when you finally meet her and she literally like appears in front of you, I was thinking like, oh my god, what the fuck's happening? And then she materializes and you see her face. I literally just went like, oh hello. Who is
Yeah,
this
that was
lady?
me. I was like, damn, why is she hot?
I was like, this is Mother Miranda. Hold up, wait a minute.
It's like, okay, I'll call you mom.
Nancy, this is where the games journalists and Sauron changed their scores, but for different reasons.
Oh man, I still like the game. I'm just like,
Oh no,
it
the game
wasn't-
is.
It's a competently made, fun game. I wouldn't. It's not as scary as 7. And
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't find 7 scary, and 8, yeah, I agree, is less scary to me.
Yeah, 7's
Well,
scary.
here's-
The
here's-
opening's pretty scary.
Well, it gets here's the
Speaking
problem though. It's there's a reason why it's less scary, and this is very concerning going forward. We're having the Japanese. You're starting to see a concerning amount of Japanese developers starting to say, "Well, the West does not like certain things, and they are changing things to appease to our standards." And one of those things is, for some reason, we in the West we want horror less and less, and we want more action. And unfortunately, it was even confirmed in a bunch of interviews. They intentionally made this game way less scary because they said they had too many complaints that the Resident Evil 7 was.
I actually hear
scary.
that was kind of bullshit, and that what they were saying was they wanted the horror to be more spaced out, because they said that what they thought was that if it's like, at a 10 always, that you become numb to it. So that's why there's like parts where it's like really scary and parts where it isn't.
Yeah, but,
Mostly the dollhouse.
I'm not sure if that applies because because it felt, I don't know, because it didn't feel like it was horror all the time in 7. I actually thought that it was pretty reasonably spaced out.
7 to me wasn't. I agree. 7 to me wasn't. I wouldn't even say 7 was scary, honestly. Like the only time it got mildly scary was when Jack was chasing you. Like the first time that happened is like that was kind of scary.
But it is something. I don't know, and maybe we can share stuff sometime in the future to compare and contrast what we've seen and heard. But no, that's the thing. I was hearing a lot of stuff, and I was reading a bunch of stuff that seems like, behind closed doors, they were like, yeah, we just want we want a more general audience to be buying this game, and well, the hardcore horror fans are just niche, so in order to expand, to a broader market, we're gonna have to cut down on the scares. And I don't know, I hear that, and it's like,
the one thing you do have to watch out for, and I'm not saying that I haven't fallen this either, is sometimes things get mistranslated too.
Yeah, that is very true.
And from what I heard, and I have to find like people who actually like, I guess like retranslated the interview. That was more so what it was with Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 8, I mean. It wasn't just like, oh, we made the game less scary because people said it was too scary. Which, I'm sorry, if you thought Resident Evil 7 was too scary, it's like, there's a word I would use, but I'm worried Susan wouldn't like if I said it. And since it's not my channel, I'm not going to say it.
Well,
but it starts with a P.
It is interesting. It is interesting that
Sorry, Soggy. I know that's like that's not those PC thing to say. Sorry.
It is interesting though that
that's fine.
It is interesting though that regardless of the reason, I think us hardcore fans of horror, but not just horror, but specifically Resident Evil. It's interesting how we'll even say, oh yeah, this one definitely was not as scary as previous installments. Yet when you hear from the normies, they're like, oh my god, I was shaking in my boots the entire time.
Yeah, I don't understand how people are honestly that scared of Resident Evil 7.
That's why I can't
or Resident Evil in general that much.
I will say 7 is a little, like, in terms of like some of the later REs, I do think it handles its horror better.
7 does make it a better attempt, I'll say
especially up until like post Marguerite. Like after that, it kind of goes less
more action, more
action, less scary. But everything before that, it's pretty solid. Which is why I can't wait to see how the Dead Space remake is handled. Like,
honestly,
don't get me wrong, I have little hope for it. I actually have slightly more hope because there was something they did, like
like a dev stream thing, and
Yeah, I
the
saw
one
it.
article that was circulating that everyone was like, "Oh, they're gonna ruin this game." It turns out they basically were like, "Yeah, we're not doing that."
Yeah, I have a little more hope
Are
in
they
it
going to
now.
make that one woman's boob smaller?
I
Oh, I
hope
see.
they don't. I hope they don't fuck with
Just
Kendra.
just remember, guys, and I'm not trying to compare. This comparison is a little apples and oranges, but I'm still going to mention it. Just remember when certain things were leaked about a certain a golfing simulator, that it all turned out to be true.
Well, no, this wasn't a leak. This was just an article that This
Yeah.
was just an article that some site wrote that was just absolute clickbait.
okay.
Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, it was.
So let me put it this way: like, Dead Space is by far my favorite game. Like, in terms of like everything it does, it's I cannot bring myself to pull out faults of it. Like, it's just one of those where it's like I love it.
Oh, I
So-
can point out a couple, but
I can point out others, but they don't bother me.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
it's like kind of like just pointing out faults for the sake of it.
Like
Kind of.
I don't even hate the railgun scene. I don't.
Oh, I hated that. That's the one
don't
part of the
hate
game
it.
I dislike.
I think it's overhated to a degree. I think the criticism is legit, but I think a lot of people kind of overhate it in the sense that like this is the worst part of the game, and it's like, yeah, but it's still not that bad.
I mean, it's not god awful, but it's just like, yeah, this is the one part I dislike every time I replay this game.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the lowest points. But one thing I'll say though is that it's like I want it to be good. I really, really do. However, because of like how some other remakes are handled, how other games are handled, it's like I can also easily see how it gets butchered.
Yeah.
Like I could see them taking the unitology angle. Yeah, that's true. But I can see them taking the unitology angle and make it like over the top.
Apparently, they said that there's not going to be that. So in the dev stream thing, I don't know. Again, they could turn out and be lying, but
Now,
EA could force it later.
Is EA the dev or is EA still just producing?
Well, this is a
It's still the
studio
publisher.
that's owned by EA, basically.
Oh, yeah.
It's doing it. Called like
Like-
Motive or
Okay.
something.
Almost every
So,
time
I
when
mean-
when there's a
EA
game
owns
with
Dead
like
Space.
when there's an EA game that has like microtransactions, it's pretty much EA told them to put it in there.
Yeah,
Almost
it's never
every
like the
dev we've
devs
worked
doing
with
it on
says that.
purpose.
It's like we didn't want it, we had to.
Yeah, it was mandated
now
by the
with,
studio.
Now with this remake, Sauron, what is probably the most likely direction that they will go in? That is most likely to be implemented. I mean, that
All right.
is going to severely threaten the quality of the game.
All right, so there's a couple of things they could do. The worst case scenario is that they go deep into the and I'm saying this in the sense of a generalized thing. They go deeper into the anti-corporate, government, and religious angles because elements are there in the original Dead Space, but it's very much a story thing, not like a meta thing.
Yeah.
Because even I always forget this, the unitologists in the first game aren't necessarily the villains. One particular guy's a villain, but
Mercer.
you wouldn't say the entire organization is a villain. At least you would call them blinded by their
There's
fate.
there's a sinister vibe to them, but it's not like
They're in over their head kind of thing. It would be like if you found the Holy Grail. Of course, Christians are going to be all over that, but in their blind faith, they don't stop and ask questions about it, and
they
thus
don't realize what they're actually holding.
Yeah, but you get where they're
And
coming
Elder
from. It's
Tor starts spewing out of it. Tentacles
Literally,
start coming
yeah.
out of the grail and ripping off faces.
literally, yeah, that's what
Oh, yeah,
happens.
I've seen Fate Zero.
They move the
Yeah,
marker.
exactly. The
tentacles
ending
start
of Fate
coming out.
Zero happens. Except there's no gender swap King Arthur. There's no waifu King Arthur to save your ass.
Damn it!
Damn it!
No, I said like.
Oh,
Dead Space, your
yeah.
life is dead.
Can I just
The
say though,
worst
like
Shinji of them all.
as a Christian, I really love Fate Zero.
Fate's awesome. Like I
Like, I have never seen anything out of Fate outside of Fate Zero. I
would watch
Stay Night,
at least because
and
it's a direct sequel. Well,
Isn't
no,
the main,
Fate Zero is a
isn't
prequel
one
to
of the
Stay
main
Night, but I watched Stay
characters a
Night.
priest in that?
One of the main. Well,
Is it
he's the
main
villain.
character?
Yeah, the villain is a priest. Yeah.
The villain is a priest.
Oh.
Yeah, the villain is the priest, and the hero
Which
is an assassin. It's
I will say
like-
this: he's back in Stay Night, but that's all I'm gonna say. He is back
honestly,
in that.
I haven't watched Zero in a really long time. I really need to. I want to rewatch Zero, and then I want to watch Stay Night, and that's probably where I'm just gonna let it go because
That's
at
what
that point,
I ended
there's,
up
like-
watching it in that order by accident. I watched Zero and then Stay Night, and it was like, oh, that's
Where's
cool.
Wait, I thought
Well,
Zero was first
when
and
you
then
get
Stay
to-
Night.
when you-
Well, Zero, I think Stay Night came out first, and then they went back and did Zero.
Wait, is Stay Night
Yeah,
Unlimited Blade
Zero
Works something
came out
different?
second.
So
Yes.
okay, this is where things get a little weird. So
It's a different
Fate
retelling.
is based
There's
off of
multiple retellings.
well, it says a visual novel,
It's
and Stay Night and Unlimited Blade Works like different routes, I think. And there's one called Heaven's Feel, which recently got like
Yes.
a got a whole trilogy of
Yes.
movies made out of it
Movie.
that I still haven't seen because I can't find them anywhere legit without like ordering
Yeah, that's
a
the one
Blu-ray
where,
from
like-
Japan. And it's I don't know what the difference is between Stay Night and Unlimited Blade, but I know Unlimited Blade Works is when Shiro ends up with Tozuka, who's aka Thigh
That's the
Queen.
ring rat.
Yeah, that's
the ring rat.
Unlimited Blade Works. And then Heaven's Feels when he ends up with this other girl named, I think her name's Sakura, I think, purple hair.
Sakura. Yeah.
There's another
Yeah,
route
Sakura
where
and
you
her
end
asshole
up
brother.
there's another route where you end up romancing Artoria, which I think that got adapted to an anime long before everything else, but I hear it isn't very good.
Huh.
But I've
Yeah,
never
it's a
seen
different
it.
Studio, like
God, I
Studio
need to
Dean.
find somebody who
I think
knows
it was Studio
and
Dean.
just have them tell me what to watch.
And then Apocrypha is like in a completely separate timeline and is not related to Stay Night or Zero at all. And I hear some people say
Oh,
it's
yeah,
not
and
good,
there's
but I kind of
another
liked
one.
it. Then there's Grand Order,
And
which
there's
is like
another
based off a
one.
mobile game,
Yep.
which is set in like
Yeah.
another timeline in the future or some shit. Where there's like a supercomputer. It gets fucking weird.
This is starting to sound as convoluted as Kingdom Hearts.
It kind of is, except
Like-
at least they're different series with completely different continuities.
The way
Guys,
I see it,
It
the way I see
actually
it,
started out as pornography.
It did,
It
yes,
also
it did.
originally
I
had
see it.
hardcore rape in it.
when a
Oh.
lore
Okay, that
is,
part I didn't know.
when a
I'm
lore is confusing as
less-
Oh
hell,
yeah.
No.
that's how you know it's good.
Sometimes.
I say I'm less excited about this, but I have Berserk sitting on my bookshelf across from me.
You have what on your bookshelf?
Berserk.
If it makes
mean, I
you
have
feel
the-
good,
At least the
Okay.
first volume. I'm
if it
gonna
makes
let
you
me-
feel better,
get into the rest.
I hope
but-
you.
if it
I
makes
hope
you
you're,
feel better, Fate Stay Night kind of ignores its porn. It kind of is forgot its porn roots, and there's even a game that literally makes fun of it. It's like I hear there are people and their partners that sometimes do things.
Yeah,
Well-
the Estate Night doesn't. You wouldn't know it was based off of a porn thing.
Let me
The
rephrase what I was
monastery.
saying though about the
Yeah, the
lore. Is that
monastery.
like, to me, a good story is when there's extra lore, but you don't need it.
Yeah.
Like, damn it, what was one game series? They had some crazy ass lore, but if you played the games, you didn't need it. It just,
I mean, you could say Armored Core for that because it's like the lore for that gets fucking ridiculous if you
I
really
don't
look
know,
into
Armored
it, but
Core
you
is
don't actually need
Armored
it.
Core is a little iffy for me because it's like, without the lore, it's like. This might be because I was a kid when I played those games, but I barely
Yeah,
knew
same.
anything of going on.
I didn't
so-
know what the fuck was going on in 4, and I
know,
even watched the cutscenes, and I was like, what the fuck is
Halo
going on?
was a good one back.
Oh
back
yeah,
before.
Halo.
Yes.
Halo was a
Kingdom
really good.
Hearts, Kingdom Hearts kind of did that because they would, even though the game would have quite a bit of lore in it, you uncovered a lot of the really interesting and crazy stuff from the manga spin-offs.
Right.
So
and
one thing I did want to say,
excuse me.
we've kind of moved on from the horror game discussion, but I did want to ask: is anybody interested in the Outlast trials?
No.
I'm not because
I'm
I got
not a
burned
fan
on
of
the second
Outlast.
game.
I know.
I'm
I
not
love
a
the
fan of
first
Outlast.
one. I streamed the second one and I did not appreciate that one. I thought that was terrible.
I can
I
respect the
streamed
first
the
one.
second one.
The
I can
first one
respect
was I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I respect the first one, even though it's not my style of like horror game where it's like you just run from everything and hide. To me, I don't like that kind of slow pace kind of stuff too much. I can respect it though. The second one was just edgy.
The second one
Like,
was ass.
It was just edgy.
Not
Yeah,
even
so-
that. It was
yeah,
just
that
like
first-
even the gameplay just was. And then
Yeah,
the
the
story,
first-
it does the thing I fucking hate in games where it's like, oh, the story's hidden in these notes that you can actually just straight up miss.
And
And
then
you don't
like
even have to go out of your way to miss either.
Yeah. I remember specifically like they even mentioned like I can't remember where I looked this. I'm pretty sure it was on YouTube. I can't remember who, but it was like they were explaining the story of Outlast 2, and they were like, if you want to find this information at the final point of the game where you cross like the lake in the
Yeah,
water,
exactly.
you have to go all the way to like the left, a spot that you would not think to go to. Like there's no reason for you to go over here, and you would find like a random shore, tiny little patch of land. You get off, you get up, you grab a note. That note explains the entire fucking story. And I'm like, what? What?
That checks out.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes,
So-
that is exactly what you have
Like,
to
it
do. And
tells
I
you-
missed it on stream, and I had no fucking idea.
And what's so funny is that it's not even like subtle. It's like the longest note in the damn game, and it literally tells you everything. And I was like, the devs figured.
Your devs fucked up.
I
And
think
then
they
there was a
lost
lot of
Sauron.
noob traps, what I'm going to call them, where it's like, there's no way you wouldn't get killed the first time you got through this section. You got to this section,
Sauron,
and it's just like,
I
what
think
the
you
fuck?
cut.
Yeah, my internet cut for a second. I saw
Shit.
that.
so
Oh,
my
wow.
perspective,
So
I loved the first game. I love
Same.
asylum settings. Asylums are fantastic. I hate the gameplay. And that is 100% just because I play on console. Because I just have a crappy laptop that it's not crappy. It's a good laptop. It's just really old. And so like, I mean, I can't really do a lot of gaming on it, but so I have the Outlast games on console. And so I played through, I think I got the second one for free. And so I played through that entire thing. I streamed it. I love the gameplay of the second one. The story and setting are not as good as the first one, in my opinion. And it's, like you said, it's just because it's edgy, which I think that's kind of what Outlast tries to be.
I could
Which
tolerate
does
the
have
edgy
a
shit in
problem
it if
with
it just, the story was properly told.
And
Yeah,
that's
like-
another thing. I don't
Shit.
necessarily mind that
Yeah,
the story, because I mean, if you think about it, you're going in there from the perspective of somebody that doesn't really understand what's going on. Things are just kind of happening to him, which I don't mind that. I think like going in and not knowing is, you know, part of the experience a little bit. And of course, you know, you go in and you find the notes and it explains stuff. I do think the whole thing about like that random shore and the note that explains everything, that is dumb. I actually had no idea about that.
Yeah, I didn't know about it till the next day when I looked
I kinda
up
wanna look that
Outlast
up.
2 explained. And
You know
so
what I think helps?
I think we
You know
saw
what I
the
think
same
helps?
video.
What's
You
up,
know what I
Simon?
think really helps when it comes to certain horror games? It's like you can do one or two routes. You either make a really solid character that you're playing as, and I'm talking like they got to be solid enough for them for you as a
Heather.
player to get invested in,
From Silent
or
Hill
make
3.
them silent. Because I
Yeah,
think that
the,
was one of my problems with Outlast 2, where I don't even remember the motherfucker's name, but the
I
guy
don't
you
remember
were
his
playing-
name either.
that was the biggest problem with Outlast 2
was
was
like-
the protagonist, because the thing is too, do you guys remember how many freaking mood swings the guy would go through? Like, remember like his outlook on his freaking, what was it, his girlfriend or his wife or whatever?
His
Yeah,
wife.
Liz.
Like-
Yeah, I just remember he kept
Like,
screaming,
it was
Liz.
like it would
Yeah,
go between
Liz.
like him like not giving a rat's
Lynn.
ass about her, or
Lynn,
being
yeah.
completely
Oh, Lynn,
you know,
yeah.
or being completely like devastated with the thought of losing her. It just
Yeah,
Honestly,
it
if he
just-
only talked and he was around other characters that, like, you know, he knew, I think it
Mhm.
would have been better. Like, he only talked when he was around Len,
Like
or
Far Cry 4.
yeah, like that. But like for the rest of the game, he's completely silent. I think
Which
it
I
would have been
didn't
fine.
even. I don't even like that. Like, I mean, if a first-person game, unless you have like a very strong, it's like you said, unless you have like a very strong protagonist, like,
they don't need to speak really.
yeah. What's a
Yeah.
good example? Like, freaking
Doom.
Like Isaac in Dead Space 1 doesn't speak.
like
at all.
Oh, what's the first Wolfenstein: The New Order?
I hated how they did Blazkowicz in that
Say
game.
what you want about the rest of the games, but I
hate how
actually really
they handled
enjoyed
him.
I
Well,
actually
'cause,
really
like,
enjoyed.
The thing about I always point to Doom as being one of the best in the terms of like a silent protagonist, because even though he doesn't say a goddamn word, you
Doesn't
completely
he
understand.
speak in Eternal?
He does.
Yeah, but
He speaks
I
once in Eternal, and it's
I
only
think-
when you kill the final boss in the DLC.
DLC.
Ancient Gods,
Okay.
but I think
That's
2016 Doom does it a little bit better in the sense that he doesn't say a word.
But you can
But-
tell what he's thinking.
You fully
Oh, yeah.
you fully understand what he's thinking, what
Usually,
he's
most of what
believing.
he's thinking is just
And-
fuck you.
Yeah.
To me, Doom 2016 is probably I don't like saying
Hey guys,
there's nothing's perfect. Yeah.
What's up?
I'm damn near falling asleep here, and it's almost it's 10 minutes to 8. I'm gonna get going, okay?
All right then. Thank you for
Sorry I
coming.
wasn't able to bust out the tablet. Oh, and happy
you're good.
birthday! I'm sorry I didn't say that to you earlier.
Oh no, it's all good. Thank you.
Okay, I'm like, all right, bye guys.
See you,
Alright, night.
Soggy.
See you, Soggy.
Yeah, but for Doom 2016, I think I'll stand by this. I think it has one of the best stories in games, and I think it's solely
so
because of the
simple.
I don't know
fact-
if I would say it has the best story, but it does have a good one.
Let me put it this way: it
I'm
executes
gonna side
its
with
story.
Sauron.
It executes its story.
Yeah, I
Better
will
than
say
most.
that it executes it
Because
better than a lot.
You're right, because there are stories that are far more. I won't say depth makes them better, but I do think there are stories that you could definitely say are objectively better than Doom 2016. But I think the way it presents its story is near perfect in the sense that, like, your goal here as a player is to kill demons. You don't really care about anything else, not really. And then it translates perfectly to the Doomslayer or Doom guy, whatever you want to call him. He doesn't really
he does
care
not
about
give a shit.
why. He doesn't care about why they're here. He just wants to put a stop to them. And then, like, in the subtle times, you get to see his character do stuff.
Well, like, I think even if you collect like the certain notes and whatnot in Doom 2016, it does explain. It doesn't
if you
directly
want
say,
the sto-
but like,
if you want
it
the story,
reveals
it's there.
who the Doomslayer is and why he hates the demons so much. And like, honestly, it's one of my favorite stories. It's just like, and for those of you who don't know, it's basically he was the leader of this like group of knights on this alternate Earth that Hell was waging war against, and they were winning, and Hell was losing. And so what Hell did is they kidnapped his son. And
That's
said,
actually
No.
not from Doomslayer.
That's not-
actually,
Yeah, so that part confused me too when I played it. And you
that
kind of get the
character is not
clarity.
Doomslayer.
You get the clarity in Doom Eternal to a degree in that so technically their stories are kind of similar. However, like, there's the Slayer and then there's the Betrayer. The Betrayer is the one who they took his son, and his son ended up becoming the icon of sin.
the icon of sin.
Yeah,
Doomslayer, he's just Doom guy from the first two
Doom games that crossed over into
Yeah.
the other dimensions.
He ended up
I
finding
guess.
his way into that alternate realm. I think he
So
fought
he
alongside
is
the
canonically-
Betrayer.
Yeah, he did. He
So
did.
he's canonically the same guy as in the original games.
Yes, because at the end of
So it's not a
Doom-
reboot; it's a sequel.
It is
Yeah,
at the
it's a
end
sequel.
of Doom, because Doom 64 is canon.
Now it is,
and
especially.
now it is. They actually added an episode to make it more canon. But at the end of that, he stays in hell, and it's like meant to be like, okay, he stays in hell, and then eventually he ends up on the Sentinels world, and then he becomes
Doomslayer.
he gets like the armor and becomes a Doomslayer.
Prayer
pretty much.
well,
suit,
at first he becomes a Night Sentinel.
Yeah, he
It's
does.
not until
and then the Praetor
sixth-
suit is forged for him by like a demon that betrayed the demons, right?
Yes.
I don't know if it was forged by them, because now it's like you got the Seraphim that did it.
So the Seraphim
They
made
gave
him
him
stronger.
powers, like made
the
him like
Seraphim made him
superhuman.
stronger. However, it's either the suit or the sword that was given to him by a demon. Because I do know at some point certain demons started worshiping him. And they were like, it was either the suit or the sword they gave to him. And
Imagine
it's supposed to be why the sword resembles like the hell weapons as opposed to anything else.
And it's also the reason why
if we got
they're actually, if I actually think this is kind of clever with the whole twist with who like the Dark Lord is and what the demons actually are. Because in the lore, it turns out that Davoth, who is actually
I haven't
like
played it
was
yet,
God.
So, spoiler alert for Doom
Sorry,
Eternal.
I shouldn't spoil this yet.
I mean, do you care if we spoil it?
Kind of, because I've actually been
All
really
right, so
excited
we'll
about
go
it.
ahead and
I
drop
won't
it.
say
But
anything
like,
else.
let me just put it this way: the lore gets crazy in Eternal.
It gets
I
fucking
have
weird.
I do understand that.
It's like I can understand because I know one of the criticisms for Eternal was that the story was a lot more confusing than it's 2016, and they're absolutely right. 2016, you didn't need the story to understand what was happening. Eternal, you kind of do. Like
You
there is
kinda
a
do
bit
in
more
some
context
areas.
that is needed to be there.
The one thing I
Especially-
don't like is how Eternal's DLC ends
God.
because like they drop such a big ass twist in the middle of the final boss fight, and then it's like nothing comes out of that.
What I didn't like about the DLC, and this isn't a story spoiler, this is more of a gameplay spoiler, is that I like the Eternal loop, like the gameplay loop of Eternal.
Yeah, it was fun.
But my God, they drag it out so long in certain fights. Like,
yeah,
there are
and I
some
fucking
fights-
hated how they handled the final boss because he was just annoying.
Oh my God, I hated that fight. I was like, when is this over? Like, you in a boss fight, you should never make your player ask when is it over.
Yeah.
And I don't mean in the
Gumby,
sense
I will say one thing. This isn't much of a spoiler, but the final boss, the way he works is if he has a very specific window where you can damage him. If you fail to damage him within that window, or you get hit by the attack that comes after that, he gets health back, and he can potentially get his full health segment back for that
you can
phase
do
of the
that boss
fight
fight. You literally can do that fight multiple times
without
in-
even getting a game over because of that.
It's one of
and
the
it's
longest
beyond
boss
annoying.
fights I've ever. It's one of the longest boss fights I've ever had.
I'm glad that I suck and I just play on the easiest difficulty every time. So
If you play on easy, it'll probably have a better time.
I hate saying that because like
I hate to say that because normally I'm like, no, play it on hard.
I like
Or
ragging
global,
on
at least.
game journalists about playing on easy mode all the time, but yeah, that's definitely a game. It's like if you really want to just beat it.
Well, joke's on you. I'm not a game journalist. I just suck.
No. There's a difference, but Sauron, there's a difference between easy mode and game and winning the game mode.
Man, I really want to develop a game and just make the easiest difficulty called
Game
like
journalist
game journalist
difficulty.
mode.
Yeah, I want to do it too. Just
No,
for shits and giggles.
there is a I can't remember the name of the game, but there is a game in which they made a mode in which it said journalist mode, and you literally so the game gets brought up, you click a red button, and it immediately goes to credits.
Oh, that's funny. No, you know what I would do if I programmed a game journalist difficulty? You would only play like half the game. You get to like the halfway point, and I'd make it so like enemies die in one hit.
No, you know what I would
and
do?
everything just to fuck with you, and the game would constantly be mocking you for picking this difficulty.
I would do like a
just to be an ass.
No, I would do it. It's like you pick the journalist mode, and it looks like you're playing, but for a brief moment, like at any point, you kind of realize that it's not actually gameplay; it's a recording of someone else playing.
That'd be funny.
It's like
journalist mode. Just watch somebody.
It's got
better.
like button prompts to make you think you're playing, and so they press the button. But then, like, I want there to be a moment where it's like it tells you to put down the controller or whatever, or like something happens and it's very clearly you didn't do it, and then that's when you realize it's a recording of someone playing.
Well, here's the problem with that situation, Sauron. The game journalists probably wouldn't realize that that they're not playing.
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't.
They'd be like, "This game is too easy." But no, I mean, it's insane what games journalism has done to the industry, because like I remember back in the day, this was like this was getting
G4.
This was getting to the point. Once Gamergate had gotten kind of into the swing of things.
Oh Lord!
It was at the release of this was after it was getting in the swing of things. So it's like this was when Sekiro came out.
Oh
And
my
there
god!
was
God, I got so
there
pissed
was
off.
there was a
I'm not even touching it.
there was an article that had come out around that game, because and it was from it was shared by somebody who thankfully is no longer a friend. But I remembered reading that article because one of the things that everybody was, ranting and raving, and not in a bad way, but like, was, going, losing their minds over was how beautiful the game looked. Like, it looked
I mean, it is a
stunning.
beautiful looking game.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't get to see it unless you play it. So what was this article that games journalists were sharing everywhere? Well, when you think about it, you're being ableist and you are hating people who can't play the game because you're depriving them of the thing that everyone loves.
I fucking hate. I made a video about this actually because they were trying to use the accessibility argument, and the thing is, like, no, accessibility means things like, you a colorblind mode or supporting a controller of people who maybe don't have 10 fingers or maybe only have one hand, or in the case of someone like Rolly Legs can't move at all and have to play with like a special control for their mouth. Not making the game easy.
Yeah, but the other thing that I was getting to is that this is the unfortunate shift in the game journalism that we've gotten to, is that it's not about the game. It's about it's so bizarre. We've gotten to the point where games journalists are actually advocating for people to not play games.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like because it is one thing that always gets me. It's like when game journalists and like mainstream people talk about like the entitled gamers, like, oh, you just want.
But they're not entitled at all for demanding a game have an easy mode.
You're the one literally asking From Software to make an easy mode when they straight up said no, we don't want to make an easy mode, and you keep bringing this argument up every like few months, and it's like you're the entitled one. You're the one who's mad that the game is not catering to your lack of skill.
About FromSoft, they have a difficulty setting in there. It's called the leveling system. Like, you can dead ass over levels to the point where enemies, some enemies in areas are just a complete joke. I know because I've accidentally done it.
You know what I would do if I was Miyazaki with my FromSoft games. I would go ahead and indulge them. I would put in an easy mode, and then when this game starts up, because all the FromSoft games, they all start with their little cinematic openings. I would kind of open it up Bloodborne style, and except when the game begins, it starts coming to light, and you realize, oh, that's Miyazaki. And just he just looks up, and he walks on over. Maybe your character's laying down in a bed or whatever, and it's just one hand gesture, and then the game just ends. just a big fucking bird.
I remember.
What would be funny too, if it's like how in Bloodborne, when like you first wake up, you go downstairs and there's that fucking werewolf right there, and it kills you. Are you supposed to die to it, or you can't actually kill it?
Yeah.
Have it be like a high level enemy. Have it be that when it kills you, it just sends you back to the title screen. Just be like, don't play on easy mode. It punishes you for the game just tells you instead of you died, it says there is no easy mode.
Oh no! You know what? Now that I think about it, what would be even better for Miyazaki to do for his next game, whichever one it'll be, after Elden Ring. He should make an NPC who was a journalist and make them just the most annoying or batshit character imaginable.
That would be funny.
Like imagine Patches, but he's a journalist.
That isn't even that much of a stretch, to be honest.
Especially considering Patches is basically almost like a meme character within Souls games.
Like, he's in every game, pretty much.
Yeah, it's like him.
There you go. Confirmation that it's canon.
Moonlit Greatsword.
The Moonlight Greatsword shows up. I'm kind of, if they do an Armor Core 6, they need to have a Moonlight Greatsword weapon. Like, I wouldn't even question it.
Speaking of the Moonlit Greatsword, can I just say, talking about Souls game, the Bloodborne DLC, which, oh my god,
oh, I love it so much.
Oh, that fucking shit, man.
That Ludwig boss fight.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I actually recently got the DLC for it because I never had it, and I started a new game, and I got to the point where you unlock the DLC, and it's like, I am not prepare for this because the first enemy like one shot me. It's like I triggered the
Yeah,
DLC way too early.
I remember what happened to me is that so when Bloodborne came out, I played the hell out of it.
That's the first FromSoft. Well, no, that's
Like-
the first Soulsborne gameplay because I played Armored Core.
Like I
3
played so much of it that when
before
the
that.
DLC came out, I was on New Game Plus 4.
Oh shit!
And so when I get the DLC, I'm thinking, all right, let's do this. I'm pretty experienced at this game. And, you know, I don't know why. I forgot that the game scales to you. So someone was like, yeah, the DLC's hard. Like, even the base game is hard. And I was like, all right, I'm 4 places in, but I didn't think to myself, yeah, so are all my enemies. So and there's a lot of like hunter enemies, like human
they
hunter,
do a shitload of damage,
and it's like they just kick your ass, and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
No, and it's even worse because in the DLC, yes, you do have some genuine hunter NPCs, but you also have just normal enemies that have hunter attacks.
yeah.
So the taller looking old hunters, and oh my god, do they hit you like a freight train?
I can't. I'm still trying to figure out how you dodge the ones that have like the chain sword club thing because it's if you're too close to them, you can't dodge it. But if you're too far away, it's really hard to dodge it.
So the way that you parry them, it depends on the type of attack because there is one swing in which you can't parry. However, for the most part, you don't swing once they begin their swing. You swing after when they're recovering. And then, but the one in which you can parry once they before they attack is the one where they whip the chain forward towards you. If you shoot that before that happens, you can parry them that way. But it takes some practice. But however, here's the even crazy. Here's the part that's even nuttier, is the fact that the parry times for that weapon is different in their hands compared to if like you were playing online and a hunter had that same weapon.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah.
You know what was the most annoying part about that DLC?
What?
The bosses. I will like all the side enemies were one thing, but I will say the bosses were even worse. And I don't honestly like.
I know Orphan of Cause is considered like the hardest boss in the game.
That okay, I'm gonna tell you guys this in confidence. That motherfucker spanked my ass so many times. I almost broke the game. I was like, I'm done playing this shit. Like I remember specifically, I remember getting mad. I remember getting mad and just saying like, I think I remember my roommate was even like, "You okay, man?" Because I remember I was fighting him. I got him to like a sliver of health.
Oh,
and
that's
like,
the worst.
It may have been my 3rd attempt or something. He killed me, and I literally just lost my mind. I was just like, I was just livid. And I remember the rage, and because I was like, it's one of those things in hindsight. I was like, I was greedy. I was getting greedy. I wanted to end the fight so badly. And I remember he killed me, and for a split second, I thought it was like a mistake. I thought like it didn't just happen. And oh god, like I had to stop playing that game for I think it's like a month. I think I stopped playing that game for a month, and I just refused to touch it again. My buddy offered to help me, and I was like, no, I you don't understand. Like, you can get me 1,000 people to help me. I'm not touching that thing again. I need to decompress.
Well, you know what's funny about Bloodborne? This sometimes works for me. If I struggled with a boss relentlessly, I will put the game down for a week or two, and when I return to it, I will kill that boss my first time.
That was me with Marta Ligarius.
Yeah,
the first time he kicked my ass so much.
You come back with a clear head. I remember specifically Dark Souls 3, Dark Eater Madrir. Oh my god, that fight. Madrir. Oh my god. I remember. So what ended up happening was it was me, my buddy, his friend, and an NPC. Like, we all got together. I don't use magic, but I specifically learned a single spell because it was like really effective on him. And so we were fighting him, and I remember like everyone died, and it was just me for like the final few moments, and we were on mics, and my buddy was like talking to me, and like I remember at the end of the fight, I finally beat him. He's like, "Dude, I thought your mic cut out. You didn't say a word. I was talking to you, and you just didn't say anything. It was dead silence."
That's
funny. You just get hyper focused on it. It's like, I'm killing this fucking dragon. I'm killing it.
Yeah.
No. So here, before we leave Bloodborne completely, I just have to say, I find it interesting that everybody has got different bosses that they think is harder or easy. Because to me, Orphan of Cause in the DLC was probably one of the easiest of them, to me. And Lady Maria, even though I love her lore, I think that she's a fun boss fight, but she's not.
I just love her
difficult.
animations, to be
I
honest
think-
with you.
yeah.
When she
Honestly-
does the blood slash and then it catches on fire after the battle, it's like, oh, that is so cool.
I think what it is is like.
But now you see the one that killed me, that had me at the same levels of rage that you were describing, Sauron, was Ludwig. Oh my god!
Ludwig, I haven't gotten to Ludwig yet. He looks like an asshole
He's
to deal with.
So when it
I
comes
don't
to like, when it comes to the bosses in any From Software game, I'm like, you can tell. Like, to me, the biggest difference is not so much as like the boss's moveset; it's the player's play style. Like,
okay, yeah.
to me, it's like when someone says, "Oh, this boss was easy for me. This boss was hard," and you have another person who's like the reverse. To me, it's more like play style. Like, it's basically you're saying like this boss was easy, and it's probably because like your play style is more akin to that boss. Like your play style is a better match for that boss versus say like another boss. Because I know Lady Maria, like she wasn't easy, but I do think she was probably my easier boss fight in compared to the rest of them. Ludwig was my favorite, and I love the lore behind his boss fight. And honestly, I'm being biased. I kind of like his lore better than Lady Maria, and I like it only because I love like because he's like this crazed beast when you first start fighting him. Like he's just a mad beast. Then halfway through the fight, he kind of gains his sanity back and he draws his sword. And the lore behind it is that like, yeah, he lost his mind, but because like you're putting up such a good fight, the Moonlit Greatsword is like, all right, this is the person who can finally put him out of his misery. So before that happens, I'm going to make sure he at least has one last good fight before he's finally put down. And that's basically what it is. It goes from a fight between you and a mad beast versus you versus a noble warrior. And I love that shit.
Oh god, yeah. It gives you chills too, because I made a post about Mines just the other day. I said this music gives me chills every time. And yeah, the music is phenomenal. But it's, you know, it went from as soon as he draws that sword, that's when the chorus begins, and that's when the choir swells. And it's, you know, it feels like, you know, it's like, because before the DLC, you're playing that game the entire time, and you keep hearing about all these tales of Ludwig the first hunter, Ludwig, the one who founded, you know, the hunters and everything. And it's like, it's just this larger than life character. And then as soon as he draws that sword and the music starts, and it's like you finally get to see face to face what this guy, this hunter was. And so it gives me chills every time.
What was funny about it to me
when he puts the blade up to his that was a very smart choice. He covers the beastly side of his face, and you see the half the face that's revealed is his humanoid one.
Yeah, because I remember, what was it? Because I used to, like, at that point in time, I think I was using the Ludwig sword, like, not the Moonlit Greatsword, but the, like...
Yeah, the normal sword.
The sword that's, like, based on his sword, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that was, like, my primary weapon, so it felt very, like, poetic. Yeah, that I was fighting him with, the imitation of his sword. And then afterwards, I pretty much used his sword.
I know what I loved about that was before the DLC came out, all the videos and all the the speculation videos on YouTube were like, you know, where's the Moonlit Greatsword? Where's the Moonlit Greatsword? And they're like, well, actually, it's the Ludwig's blade is. You know, they're not going to put that in the actual game. And then the DLC comes out, and it's like, you were all wrong.
No, I just remember there were people who thought the Cleric Beast was Ludwig.
So
They made
at one point, and then it's like, then it was like, then people started thinking it was Lawrence, and it's like, no.
Yeah, Lawrence is his own guy. Like, that's why he's Lawrence.
But then I remember people thought, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't they thought the Cleric Beast was Lawrence. They thought
Lawrence was
that
cleric.
one headless beast thing that you can find in the dungeons. They thought that was Lawrence,
Oh, okay.
and it turns out no, it isn't.
But honestly, like my one of my favorite boss fights in that entire game, like what was it? Fucking Gehrman, the first hunter.
Yeah, Gehrman was cool.
Like this entire time, you're saying, "Oh, it's just an old man in a wheelchair." You're saying, "Oh no, I don't sit in this wheelchair because I have to. I sit here because it's comfortable." let me show you, young man, how this hunt really goes.
He's like, "Listen here, you little shit."
He literally grows an extra foot when he stands.
You knew you were fucked when he stands up and he says, "Tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt."
I was like, "Ah, shit." What's funny to me is that like
you were screwed. You knew you were screwed even more when you're like, "Hey, I wonder where that scythe was in the trailer because I really wanted to use that."
What's funny to me though is that like, and I don't know if this is a knock against FromSoft and Bloodborne, but like, his fight was better than the Moon Presence fight.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, yeah.
And I kind of hated that when I got to the Moon Presence. Like, don't get me wrong, the Moon Presence wasn't exactly easy, but I didn't feel as like. It might have been because I was very confused as to what the hell just happened when it came down from the freaking moon. And so I was like, what the fuck is going on? Wait, why am I fighting this thing? And so, like, contextually, it wasn't quite the same, but, like, it did feel like a bit of a downgrade from freaking Gehrman.
The only thing the Moon Presence had that was dangerous is the one attack where he drops you down to 1 health.
Yeah, but even
because
then,
he sits there, you can just wail on him.
Yeah, and even then,
get
it's
it all
like,
back.
It's mostly just flash because all you have to do is back away from him, let the move happen if you really wanted to, and just heal yourself immediately after because he's so far away. Well, it's more or less a means to scare you.
The only time it's dangerous is if he does the ability that blocks you from healing because he has that too.
Oh yeah,
blocks him using blood vials. But then you just remember when he does the health drain attack, he sits there wide open because I guess it's like draining for him to do it. Like he sits there and gives you ample time to just wail on him. To get it back.
At the same time, though, you do get a pretty rad gift at the end of it.
Well, you become a god.
No, you just you become calamari.
Yeah, you become a god.
Yeah, and the doll takes care of you.
You're a baby god. You got some time to go.
Yeah, because the endings to Bloodborne was so funny to me because, like, ending 1, the bad ending, you become Gehrman, essentially. You become a slave to the Moon Presence.
Yeah.
No, let me first that.
No, you die and then you wake up and forget everything.
Yeah, ending 1, Gehrman just kills you and the hunt continues. Ending 2, you become the new Gehrman. Ending 3, you become the new Great One, which is funny because the entire game is essentially the other Great Ones trying to prevent the birth of a new Great One, and then you become it.
Well, it's kind of like the same. It's kind of like that one of those endings to Dark Souls 3. I forgot where it's like you become the Hallowed, or I forgot.
Yeah, you become the Dark Lord. Yeah, you absorb the fire into yourself, and basically you become fully undead.
Oh my god! Okay, speaking of Dark Souls,
I love that ending.
My favorite ending to Dark Souls 3, and it's okay. So there's like
3, I think.
No, there's 4.
If you don't include the DLC.
There's 4 endings. Even before the DLC, there's the Rekindle the Flame, which is like the standard
dumb ending.
This dumb ending where it's like
dumb.
You idiot! You're just repeating the cycle. Literally.
Like, do you see how fucked the world is? Do you honestly think Link in the Fire is going to do anything?
The second ending, and the other 3 endings are kind of similar to each other. Like you basically have to do, like contextually, they are very similar. Like I know there's the Firekeeper secret ending where you and the Firekeeper conspire to let the flame die, and like you literally like she takes the flame and you both sit there and just let it shroud in darkness. Then there's the Lothric ending or whatever where you become the Dark Lord and basically usher in a new world of darkness. But then there's another ending, and to me it's the darkest ending of them all. It's basically this Firekeeper ending. And what happens is, like, when she takes the flame for herself to let it, like, die out, right before it cuts to complete darkness, you attack her. Like, just swing the attack button. Hit her, and the ending ends with you stomping on her head and taking the flame for yourself. And it's, like, it's so out of fucking nowhere. and it's like the Lothric ending, but like there is no kingdom. It's just you taking the flame for yourself. And I was like, this is probably my favorite ending because of how dark it is.
It's probably
My favorite ending
of all
is
the
either
endings,
letting
it's
it
probably- it's
die
probably the best.
or become the Dark Lord, because I think I picked the Dark Lord the first time I played it.
And well, of all the endings, in terms of like fitting the theme with Dark Souls 3, the one that you just described, Sauron, it's kind of interesting. That one's probably the most congruent with all the other things going on thematically with Dark Souls 3.
Well, because I remember we talked about it. It's like earlier is that like there's like a loose connection between them, and like I know the theory is that like the painted world in the DLC is the Bloodborne world. So technically speaking, any of the endings could be canon.
Yeah.
To Dark Souls 3, because technically speaking, Yharnam and Bloodborne is the painted world, the new one that was created from the Dark Soul.
And then two's kind of the weird one where it basically kind of just says, yeah, your choice is kind of pointless. Because like if you didn't like the fire, someone else will just come along and take it from you.
Yeah, but there's also the it's like I know some people don't consider it canon, but there are references to Dark Souls 2 within 3, so
yeah. I remember I was reading through like a thread and somebody was trying to argue that Dark Souls 2 is that the order is 1, 3, 2, and I was like, that doesn't make much sense to me considering how fucked up the world is in 3. That it seems like that 3 takes place way after 2. Like after, because I always interpret it as like, okay, you've prolonged this Age of Fire so much, the world is just fucked. Regardless,
forget that when you return to a bunch of the locations from Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3, it's very, very clear that a lot of time has passed.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you get to Anor Londo and it's literally just been conquered by what's his name, Sullivan.
Aldrich.
Sullivan conquered it, and he fed Gwendolyn to Aldrich.
Yeah.
Which is pretty fucked up. And like when you get to fight Aldrich, Gwendolyn on top of him, that's literally him in the middle of consuming him.
Yeah.
Like he hadn't
like
finished
puppeting
yet.
his body pretty much.
Yeah, and I was like, that is disturbing.
Yeah.
Although I do
that's Miyazaki for you.
Yeah, that's
I do
Miyazaki.
like there's a YouTube channel he does like bosses versus each other kind of thing.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, and I love the one where it's the Nameless King versus Aldrich. And it's like time for some revenge, bitch.
He did one where it was like the Pot of Sullivan's, like the Boreal Valley people versus Anor Londo, and it's just like Sullivan just starts slaughtering everyone at one point. He just goes full beast mode.
Now, if I'm thinking of the same YouTuber, he also did one in Bloodborne, and this one ripped my fucking heart out. And the actual fight itself was not too interesting, but it was just the idea he put these two against each other just broke my heart. It was he put up Maria against Gehrman.
Ooh.
Who won? Because I feel like Maria would win that.
I mean,
I actually think Gehrman won that fight.
Oh.
I think Gehrman is technically the harder. Like, I think in terms of like stat wise, he is the tougher boss.
But I just, oh god, it's like, why would you do that to me? Why would you? Especially when you know the lore between the two of them. It's like, God, that would suck if like in the game that would like be their eventual fates, you know.
Also, DJ asked a pretty interesting question. Which games have the best multiple choice endings?
I'm gonna have.
When
to
you say
go,
multiple choice, do you mean like?
I assume like A, B, or C kind of endings.
Oh,
because there's some games where it's like they have multiple.
Are we talking about all games, or are we talking just the Souls games?
I think you meant like all games in general.
Okay.
That's tough.
It's kind of hard because a lot of games, their multiple choice endings aren't really that different from each other. They're usually just like you killed everybody.
I like how Drakengard and Nier does it, where the alternate endings are like basically alternate timelines, and especially in Drakengard 1, they basically was like, oh yeah, all of these endings are kind of canon. like they're just different timelines, but they're all like, because what they were originally going to do was each game was going to be like a different, each ending was going to be like a different like canon stuff was going to lead to a different series or something like that, which is why like the final ending of 1 is basically sets up the whole world of Nier, even though apparently that ending was supposed to be a joke. And the funny thing about that is the final boss was originally supposed to be like a giant naked version of this like famous pop singer, J-pop singer or something, but Square Enix was like, no, you cannot. So I was like, okay, we'll just make a generic bald demon thing that you fight in Tokyo, and then like that leads to Nier's storyline. And the thing that I liked about Dragon Guard was there was no good ending. Like every ending was varying shades of fucked up. Like the main ending is like, yeah, the dragon sacrificed herself so the world doesn't fall apart, but your main character's a psychopath. The dragon was the only thing he cared about at that point. So it's like he's kind of just left alone, and it doesn't end well for him because the sequel happens.
That's it almost sounds like the ending of that that gorilla documentary that Bill Burr brought up in one of his stand-ups, where it's just there's like this huge incredible story going on, and it's like the ending is just, oh yeah, and then his best friend died.
It's kind of like that. It's like, oh yeah, that one character, the one character this dude cared about that's still alive, yeah, she's now kind of sort of dead, sort of.
Yeah.
She basically becomes a seal that helps keep the world in balance, so she's basically like immobilized and not conscious anymore. And the thing that makes it like really sad is, so they're like psychically linked because he's bonded with her in order to gain her powers, because they both like, hey, we're about to die, and I don't want to die. And she's like, I hate humans, but you know what? I'd rather live. And you seem competent, so you know what? We're gonna be a team, reluctantly. But she's like, I still hate your kind, you know? And he's just like, I don't care. I just want to kill the Empire. And then, okay, this is what's funny. She hates humans but the main character is so driven on revenge to the point where even she's like, dude, stop. Like even she's telling you fuck off. Like,
thinking about when it comes to multiple ending games.
You'd have to watch the endings. The endings get progressively more fucked up as you go.
I was thinking about like multiple ending games, multiple choice endings. You know what probably is the best one?
What?
Fighting games.
Yeah, no, that's no.
Okay, that's almost kind of a cop out though.
It's kind of cheating, I feel like.
Yeah, I know, but it was just a funny thought I just had. I was like, what's the best one? I was like, fighting games, because it's literally whatever character you pick.
Yeah. Unless it's one of the fighting games where they have an actual canon story.
No, I do. I do have to go get going pretty soon, so I'll give my answer. And I might be a little biased here because it's one of my favorite games, but I still have to say it. I really do like the ending of Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah.
When you just I mean, yes, it's portrayed in the slideshow, but the thing is, it's like, unlike a lot of multiple choice games and such, it actually feels like the stuff you do in New Vegas actually has weight, because once you're seeing like what the fallout, no pun intended, is of all your decisions made in the game, it's like, it's very interesting because what you do with certain factions depending on what you do with one faction and the other, it can create a whole different situation. Like, if you're friendly or if you're not friendly with the kings, but then, depending on which side you decided to go with in the Battle of Hoover Dam, it'll determine what the outcome of the kings are, whether you were whether you were on the good side or bad side, and which faction you decided to support. So it's like, they really branched out and gave you an outcome for every little minute thing that had a presence in New Vegas. So I would have to say New Vegas is probably one of my favorite games with the multiple different endings.
Yeah,
one that I like, that now that I think about it, I liked Witcher 3 because it wasn't clear, like there is actually a straight up bad ending, but it's like where Ciri dies and everything and all that, but the other endings I like because it's like I didn't realize what you had to do to trigger them. Because some games it's like really obvious what you have to do to get like certain endings.
Mm-hmm.
And Witcher 3, there's like points where it's like I didn't know that would lead to a bad ending for this particular quest, or even like this choice leads to this particular result.
Yeah, it gives you
Like the Baron quest is a good example because it's like I got like the worst outcome with that, and it's like I didn't feel like I was making the bad choices in this, and I liked that.
Yeah, it's like that's the best way to do a choice in game is when it feels like your choices aren't necessarily going to have the obvious outcome. Like when it's like, okay, this is very obviously the good ending. This is very obviously the bad ending.
That's the
like,
one thing I don't like about Mass Effect is it's like, oh yeah, this is obviously the douche choice.
Yeah,
like,
especially like
there's literally no reason to make this choice unless you just want to be a dick.
Yeah, because like especially in Mass Effect 2 and 3, where it's like in 1, it's like your renegade choices were morally gray. It was like, like this is not necessarily the best way to handle this.
Punching a journalist is pretty morally white.
I mean, that's pretty morally white. That's objectively the best thing to do.
I mean, here's the
she's worse than the Reapers.
She really is.
Are you guys noticing that we're seeing a lot more and more memes saying, "Well, journalists aren't people"?
I mean, they aren't.
Fun fact: journalism is actually one of like the.
But things have gotten so bad that it's like now you've even got me who went to school to become a journalist going. Yeah.
Fun fact: journalism is like one of those fields that has like a very high amount of sociopaths in it compared to other fields. I'm really excited about that.
I've seen Nightcrawler.
Yeah, that's right. Nightcrawler is a movie about a journalist that basically is a fucking sociopath.
Basically, he is a sociopath.
No, he's a straight up sociopath. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about it. That motherfucker's a straight up sociopath.
Literally, coworker dying. Literally dying on the ground. He's just like, recording.
Yeah, no, make sure the camera's rolling.
Hey, can you die a little slower?
More moans of dying.
Can you cry in agony a bit more? Can you get like a single Denzel Washington tear?
Here's a bit of trivia for you guys, just to show that how long this is. Journalists have been shit. Then I do have to get going. Okay, so yeah, you ever open up a history book? When you're going to school, and you're learning about all the wars America was in, and you finally get to the Civil War.
Yeah.
Okay, do you remember some of those pictures of all those, those battlefields with all those dead bodies in them?
Yeah.
Okay. It was partially for propaganda, but it was also because the journalists were like, lots of dead bodies makes for a good attention grabber. What journalists would do in the Civil War is after a big battle, they would grab the bodies and throw them onto the battlefield and position them to look dramatic and to create their own scenarios.
That's fucked.
Yeah, so a bunch of those pictures that you see of Civil War battlefields, there's quite a few of those pictures are actually of the journalists just throwing the bodies back out there.
That's fucked.
I mean, that really doesn't surprise me at all.
It doesn't, though. That's the sad part. It really doesn't.
And here's the last little bit I'll just say, which might get me in a little bit of trouble, but sorry, this is history. This is what happened. A few of those pictures may have been requested by Abraham Lincoln for propaganda purposes, but you didn't hear that from me.
Hey man, Lincoln.
It wouldn't surprise me if you did.
Listen, Lincoln freed me, so I can't tell you too. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I just like pointing that out where it's like,
Sauron, how old are you? So Sauron, he freed you just so you could enslave the rest of us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, Lincoln was a true monster.
I'm gonna have to get going. But hey, Sauron, happy birthday! And the Dark Lord, you've got to be like what 1 billion, 1 trillion, million, 1.6 billion years old?
And just a little less, give or take a couple of years.
Well, Well, if in any case, Mr. Sauron, you're too old for me to snip your hair. So
Oh Jesus!
Oh God!
Joe Biden?
that was a whole
Wait, does Sauron
billion
even
thing.
have hair?
I mean,
Yeah.
It was a dumb Biden joke. That's all.
I'm just trying. I'm actually wondering, does
Good
Sauron
Biden
even
joke.
have hair at this point?
He does.
I
Like
mean,
underneath the
I mean,
armor,
that-
he basically looks like Legolas.
I mean,
no,
that's
that's oh man, that's
That's Shadow of Mordor lore.
yeah.
Is that not canon?
I don't know
if
not
that is
Shadow of
canon.
Mordor. Like I know
Hell
that's not
no.
canon, but like
Hell no,
is Sauron like not canonically like just kind of an elf?
no. Oh,
I'm
hell
pretty
no.
sure he's not. From what I've read of
no.
the Silmarillion,
no,
a little bit I've read.
You see,
He's
we
basically
don't know. We don't know what he canonically is because the Amazon series is going to be the new canon, and Sauron is going to be a
He's gonna be a straight cis
gay-
white
he's-
man.
He's gonna no. Sauron's gonna be a gay trans orc girl who is just trying to fight the patriarchy, and
Okay,
and we just
so
the thing is
Salem.
unfortunately we just judged her and we did not understand what Sauron really stood for,
Salem,
and
if this
Yep.
comes true, I am going to come to your house and remove your kneecaps.
I mean, don't shoot the messenger. It's
I like my kneecaps.
Even better, you'll miss them.
Okay, well,
I won't.
okay, I gotta get going. I'm sorry that I reminded you guys that the Amazon Lord of the Rings exists, but
yeah. I'm gonna need to drown my sorrows in a huge bottle of mead right now that I don't have.
Honestly, my mom, she had never seen the Hobbit movies, and she hasn't seen like the Lord of the Rings movies in a really long time. So we just finished watching. Like I had to watch all 3 Hobbit movies, and now I'm gonna have her watch the extended editions of Lord of the Rings.
I was about to ask you. Please tell me you're gonna have her watch the extended editions.
Oh, of course. It's not like the theatrical versions are like barely even worth watching because like if you have access to the extended editions, you might as
At this
well
point
just
they're
clear
obsolete.
your schedule. Yeah, exactly.
You might as well get the extended editions.
just
Alright.
just do it.
okay, well,
Anyway,
anyways, happy
Salem.
birthday, Sauron, and like I said, I'm sorry to remind you guys that Amazon did Lord of the Rings.
It's okay.
I mean-
You have a great night. You enjoy your kneecaps while you have them, and we'll talk to you later, man.
All right, man. Later.
All right, see ya.
See,
I just
I'm
thought of something when he was
I'm
talking.
the person. I'm
Sorry.
the person. Like, I just want to say this one thing. I'm the person. Like, I can easily just be like, "That's not canon. I don't give a shit what you say." Like,
Yeah,
Jesus himself could come down and say, "This is canon." It's like, Jesus, you're perfect, but you're wrong. Like, you don't understand. Like, I'm adamant like about stuff like that, where it's like I will pick and choose what is canon and what isn't canon. But
yeah. Like
doing
to
it
me,
for years-
the Disney Star Wars movies are not canon.
Oh no, they're not.
Can you guys like
Pure fan fiction.
when I finally get around to like doing my own version of Star Wars? Can you guys just spread the word that that's the official canon?
I'll do it.
I'll fucking do it. I'll do it for the meme.
mean,
Shit.
What was that one? Was it Disney or Lucasfilm employee who basically said that? Like, you pick and choose your own canon. I was like, all right, bet.
Yeah.
You know, I've actually dead ass
I've
watched
actually-
a reviewer of a game saying that arguing that something is or isn't canon, or like saying that something definitively is canon is gatekeeping. It's like, no, the fuck it isn't. If it actually is, it's like if it actually is canon, it's canon.
They say that people say that when the canon is what they don't like.
Yeah,
Exactly.
If it was canon that they liked, they would not say that, because it's like, why would you say that? Because then it's like, it's basically telling people, oh, you
It's
like
kind of
that?
like
It's
what's
irrelevant.
going on now with like the She-Ra reboot, and like all the fans are like throwing fits.
Oh yeah, because now they're doing a reboot, and it's like, now remember
Yeah.
what they called all the '80s fans entitled? It's like,
Exactly.
y'all motherfuckers are now actually having petitions to stop the live action one that's more based off the '80s shit.
Like,
And
my
so
personal
you know
favorite
what
is like,
what I'm enjoying is the fact that the new He-Man and the Masters of the Universe thing is apparently decent.
Yeah, I hear
I-
people say it's He-Man in name only, but it's actually decent.
it's funny because like it kind of shows that, like, because I'm gonna put this out there. I'm not a He-Man or She-Ra fan.
Me
I
neither.
don't hate.
Me
I don't,
neither.
unlike Kevin Smith, I'm not gonna sit here and lie about it. Like,
Yeah, me neither.
I don't really care for them. I don't hate them. I've seen episodes and I respect it, but I'm not gonna sit here and call myself a fan like some other people may. Because
I like the idea. I'm just I
Kevin.
never
they know
watched
more
anything
than I
of it,
do,
so
like
I
far
don't know.
more. However, to me, it is hilarious to see people like. I'm a stark believer in like if you're rebooting something. First of all, I'm against reboots at this point. At this point, I absolutely hate reboots.
I'm not against
however,
reboots.
I'm not a
in,
wholesale
like,
against
the
them, but it depends
idea
on what you're
of
doing.
what they are.
I'm against
the
Hollywood
problem is
reboots.
almost every reboot now is
I'm against Hollywood reboots. Let me
it's
put it that way.
spiteful.
Yeah, it's like it's reboot in the sense that like they know this is a popular IP, they can make money off it, but they want to do their own thing because they probably have to pay royalties.
Like if
But when it comes to the She-Ra thing, it's like I have no dog in this, but I can clearly see which side is toxic.
yeah,
And it's
side
not
is
the
it?
people who dislike the She-Ra and the Kevin Smith Masters of the Universe shit show.
Right. It's like you, and it also one thing that's funny is like when it comes to like the new He-Man show, the 3D one, that's proof that like at least from the He-Man fans who are saying like this isn't He-Man really, but I still like it. That's proof that like you could still change something about established IP, and the fans will still enjoy it as long as it's good.
Yeah,
and
Which is
it's
why-
like
Which is why I hate that whole argument. It's like, well, no one likes new stuff. It's like, first of all, every IP started off as new at
it's a
some
new
point.
thing, so
Exactly.
shut the hell up.
and so here's the thing. Here's my view. The reason Revelation failed as compared to In Name Only. In Name Only, they went into it not exactly trying to adhere to the original. They were really just doing an in name only. They were like creating new characters and like merging those new ideas for what
They
the
were
characters
upfront that it
could
was
be.
a reimagining.
Exactly.
Not like
They were
not trying
upfront
to.
about it, and they were like, "Hey, this is a new thing. This is our version of what He-Man could be." But it's not spiteful. This is like, yeah, we respect what came before, but this is something different. Whereas Revelation was like, oh yeah, no, they advertised it as this is going to be what you all know and love, and then when it actually came out, it was spiteful and it spat upon what came before. They
Yeah.
Because
had
one thing I
He-Man in
always say,
2
like-
episodes, and they killed him off in both.
one thing I always say is like, I know it's not quite the same because I'm talking about these deconstruction here, but some reboots, or I'll say a lot of reboots, kind of take that route. To me, it's like deconstruction. As much as I don't like it, I will say it can be good. However, what needs to happen is like when you deconstruct something, you need to understand the source material.
You need to respect the source material too.
Yeah, you need to understand the source material. You need to understand why people like it. You need to have, even if you don't particularly aren't a fan of it, you have to at least respect what it is and what it has done. And from there, once you deconstruct it, you have to rebuild it into something new. And I feel like a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people, they just deconstruct stuff and kind of just leave it broken.
Yeah.
Or they deconstruct it and rebuild into something that it never was before. Which is what my issue with like The Last Jedi. Because The Last Jedi is a deconstruction of like the Jedi and like Star Wars itself. But what it reconstructs it into is like
a mess.
It's just an absolute mess because it's like
most deconstructions that we see now is they do it for the purpose of deconstructing,
not for the purpose of telling an interesting story.
Because they don't like or respect the source.
It's easier to
it's like what Sauron said. It's like if you're going to do a deconstruction, you have to do it with respect and understanding of what the source is. And nobody does that anymore because the only type of people that want to do deconstructions, they're doing it for the sole purpose of breaking it apart, to the point where anybody who's an actual fan of the source at this point doesn't want to do a deconstruction because deconstruction has been tainted. I mean, you have some good deconstruction, and I've seen like some people talking about it over the past few days. The Incredibles, that was a fantastic deconstruction of the traditional superhero format, and I never even thought of it that way until somebody brought it up because it's so far removed from what I think of a deconstruction as being.
Yeah, because because when it comes to Incredibles, because I'm pretty sure I saw the same Discord thing that you were talking about. It's like it deconstructs superheroes and then rebuilds it. It doesn't just leave it broken. And I feel like a lot of deconstructions, because it's easy to tear down something.
Yeah, it is.
You don't have
to really easy.
You don't have to understand something to tear it down. You really don't. like I could like He-Man, for example. Like if I really wanted to, I could, as someone who doesn't really know the series or anything like that, I could easily tear that shit down. Like, because tearing something down doesn't really take knowledge of it. It just takes like surface level knowledge, because that's usually what deconstructions are. They take the surface level of something, break it down, and then dive deeper into it. Like Watchmen, for example. Like surface level, it's superhero bullshit. But as you like deconstructs it, you know, you kind of get more into it. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it, but you get what I'm saying though. Like surface level wise, it's easy to say like superheroes are dumb. There's no way this would actually happen in real life. Like anyone who did this in real life, they would probably die very horrible, brutal deaths.
Yeah, you would.
It's
Honestly,
easy to do that. It's easy to do that. The hard part is the reconstructing of that, and that's where the respect and understanding comes from. Like, not necessarily you have to like it, but the very least you need to understand and respect it. Because from there, that's when you can rebuild something new. Like,
kind of like building up a muscle.
I
Like, you
wouldn't
know,
even
like
consider it deconstructions. I'm just doing my own stuff, and I'm like, yeah, fun.
well, okay, so here's a good example I can give. The Boys versus Invincible.
I was actually just thinking about those.
Because both of them are deconstructions of superheroes. However, they each handle their deconstruction in a very different way. The Boys handles it very cynically. Like, superheroes are dumb.
and they're kind of evil.
And they're
Well, not kind of. Some of them are just straight up evil.
There's no way a superhero would ever be a wholly good person. Like,
Well,
that's
there's
not
like
real.
two actually good superheroes in that franchise.
Yeah, and even they're like Starlight and what's their name?
Maeve.
Maeve sort of becomes a better
kind
one.
of changing. Like, and as I understand it, like you might as well not even consider the show and the comic the same thing, because
They're not. The
Well, yeah,
show
because
is
they changed
more-
Stormfront to a girl
Honestly-
when she was a guy in the original.
Hell,
honestly,
even
like,
Homelander
I
is
think-
more human in the show than he is in the comic.
Honestly, like, I've not seen anybody complain about it, because
Well, I'm gonna
like,
be honest with you. The comic is not that good.
it's not. I like it, but it's like that's one of those things you can like something and recognize that it's not good.
It's not bad, but to me, it's too cynical in the sense that like
It reminds me of Outlast 2 in that it's
almost
edgy
almost
for
a
the sake of
parody.
edge.
It's almost a parody of superheroes.
Mhm.
In the sense that like there are moments where I'm legitimately like, am I supposed to take this seriously? Like, am I supposed to sit here and look at like, is this serious? Like, is this really what it's trying to tell me? I'm not saying it's objectively bad, but personally, it sometimes feels like a parody. However,
Yeah.
Invincible, on the other hand, it too is a deconstruction of superheroes. However,
I was wondering about that because, like, honestly, it barely feels like a deconstruction because
it deconstructs
so
superheroes,
good.
but it pays homage to it at the same time. Like,
And I've only recently started reading Invincible. I picked up
Like-
the first compendium or whatever, like the first 47 issues.
yeah, I have some of those too. I have the hardcovers,
and
and it's like the best way I can describe it is that
I
like
just love it.
So the best way I can describe it is like The Boys is written by Garth Ennis, who
Yeah.
notoriously does not like superheroes, and it's very evident. This is a story of somebody who understands superheroes but ultimately doesn't like them. Invincible, on the other hand, by
Wait,
Kirk,
who wrote The Boys again? I'm sorry.
Garth
Kind
Ennis.
Garth Ennis,
of,
Preacher.
Preacher, Punisher.
Did he do Punisher?
He did a run. I don't know which run off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm
know
not
he-
gonna lie. I think he probably would do decent as a Punisher.
Oh yeah, he did.
Sorry.
If I remember correctly, like he did a good Punisher run, which is good because Punisher is not really a superhero thing. It's more
yeah,
of a
he's a straight up like
anti-hero.
anti-hero.
But like when it comes to Invincible, with Kirkman and his crew, it's like it's very clear that they both understand superheroes and ultimately like them. Because it's like, yeah, there are some cynical heroes, but at the same time, it's like Omni-Man, for example, is probably like the prime example of like, oh, you have the Superman character, but what if he wasn't wholly good? And it's like, yeah, it plays with that, but at the same time, he's not like Homelander, where he's just a
Irredeemable.
irredeemable asshole. And that Omni-Man, he's like, he does horrible stuff.
So
but you get
I'm-
where he's coming from in the sense that like he's
I'm not
conflicted
gonna
with his
lie.
emotions.
I actually expected the whole Omni-Man thing to last a lot longer because, again, I read the first 47 issues. I wasn't expecting like the whole Omni-Man revealed as a Viltrumite agent. I was not expecting that to happen until like maybe the end of like the 47 issues. But no, that happened so quickly.
Oh yeah.
And by the time I'm finished with what I have, he's back to legitimately just being a hero.
The only
And
thing I
also-
know about Omni-Man is from a and this guy does legit like really good like rap songs themed around characters. There's this YouTuber named Daddy Fat Snaps. Funny name, I know, but he does pretty good shit. He had a song that was like Omni-Man themed, and
fantastic.
it's like it's a pretty good song. Like, at first I didn't like it initially, but then I was like, oh, I actually kind of like this now.
It grew on you.
It grew on, it grew on me. I was like, you know what? He's like, he sounds like a freaking psychopath.
Like when you so the thing about Invincible, like especially the comic side of things, not the show side of things.
I haven't watched the show yet.
I heard the show was good, but I have no idea. I haven't watched.
Let me put it this way: the show is, I would say, it's good, but the low points are really fucking low. Like, it's still an 8. Like, I'll give it an 8. But like
Dominic was saying, Amber.
I was gonna get to that because like, Amber is like so terrible. Like I
even reading the comics, I
like
didn't love her, but I understood.
Like, I'm just gonna put this, and I don't care what anybody says. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a partner, I don't care if they're whoever they are, if they don't see anything wrong, even like on a very kind of like basic, well, I get she was kind of iffy. If you have a partner who they don't understand why people don't like Amber and think she did absolutely nothing wrong, you need to get out of that relationship.
Can you tell me exactly what Amber did? Because I think wasn't there like a.
Okay, so this is spoilers for Invincible.
In the show, she blamed Mark.
I know there's a rape thing involved.
No.
That
comes later. That
comes later. Okay, I thought.
But
I'm not even there in the comics yet.
Basically, this is spoilers for Invincible, the show, and the show, because the comic doesn't go into this.
Comic does not go into it.
In the show, there is a big subplot of Mark dating Amber, and him trying to balance his superhero life with his relationship, and he's not really doing a good job of it. He's like flaking on Amber. He's like kind of leaving her without any real explanations.
Which this point,
as a reader, as an audience member, you get like what he's going to do is justified, but at the same time,
so it's like Spider-Man, Sam Raimi Spider-Man 2, where Peter's flaking on people, but it's like we know why, but they don't. So to them, he just looks like a dick.
So it kind of comes to a head where like she wants to break up with him, but him, he's trying to do right. He's like, hey, let's go to like this college campus thing together, and kind of treat it as like a date. You, me, my buddy William, we're all gonna treat it as like a date. That way we can kind of reconnect and show you that I'm serious about this relationship. And it's all right, fine. They go there and they get attacked by these like zombie cyborg things. And Mark, being who he is, he's like, all right, I gotta do something. So he sneaks off, changes to Invincible, fights the cyborgs, and then he comes back as Mark later. Amber, she's like, you left us here, like you abandoned us for these things, and it's one of those things where it's like, oh man, like he can't explain this to her, right? You know what I mean? Like this looks bad
because she doesn't know who he is, right?
Right. She doesn't. She at this point, you're in the context. She doesn't know who he is. So then, like the trip ends, they go back home. Mark is trying to talk to her. She's not listening. So he finally decides that, like, all right, enough is enough. I'm going to reveal my secret identity to her. And so he does. He's explaining to her, like, I'm invincible. Whatever, I'm not with you. I'm off saving the world. Yada, 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 yada.
Understandable.
And she doesn't care. And it's revealed that she knew I think she said, like, for a few weeks.
Oh, what the fuck?
And it's
she
like,
still didn't care.
And it's like, all right, so let me get it straight. You knew he was invincible for weeks, which means you knew he was invincible when he showed up to fight the cyborgs, which means you berated him for abandoning you
when you know that's not what he
truth.
did.
When you knew the truth. And then it's like
that's a bitch move. I'm sorry.
That is a bitch move. Like
that
I don't care what anybody
move.
says.
Yeah,
like her feelings towards him in terms of like him flaking on her were justified until that very moment. And I don't care what anybody says. Until that revelation.
Like, because I was understanding both sides until you told me, oh, she already knew.
Yeah. So like
whereas
it gets worse, which is the problem here. So,
it gets worse than that. Holy shit.
It gets worse than that. So he reveals that. She tells her she already knew, and like he goes off. They properly break up. Then the Omni-Man reveal happens, and like in the comic, the fight, quote unquote, between them is very.
They didn't even break up until after the Omni-Man thing.
Yeah, in the comic they fight, and it's not like the fight between Omni-Man and Invincible.
She doesn't find out until after the Omni-Man thing.
Right, like the fight between Omni-Man and Invincible happens kind of in a very different way. It's not
the little
even
clips I've seen of that fight is like there's just the part where he's like shoving Invincible through the fucking subway.
Handles it a lot. The show handles it a lot better. The show it's very much more climactic. So that fight happens.
It was so quick.
In the show, the fight happens. He gets his ass kicked, so much damage. Omni-Man leaves Earth. He's recovering in the hospital for like a month, maybe. He's in the hospital for a while. He finally goes home, and while he's at home, Amber shows up at his door, and she's basically like checking to see if he's okay. She hugs him, kisses him, and he's like,
confused.
Yeah, and she has the audacity to sit here and be like, I guess I wasn't the only person being lied to. As if the lie Mark was telling was anywhere near the same level as Omni-Man literally lying to his son, his wife, and the entire planet for their entire lives. Like, are you fucking kidding?
I would also like to point out that not only is that not comparable, that's not even a
one is lying for a malicious reason. One is saying like just information.
That is her saying, now you know how it feels. Like that is like again, I haven't seen the show yet. Most of what I know about the show is that like it's fairly accurate to the comics, except for the Amber thing.
Yeah, the Amber thing is probably it's
there's
funny.
Some differences.
There's actually a lot of differences. There's actually quite a bit of differences.
I understand this. Like
DJ is right though. Right? There is a difference in that Nolan. You get the sense that like, despite his evil actions and his lying, you get the sense that he wasn't necessarily doing it. Well, yeah, there's malicious intent, but you get the sense he was conflicted about it because there is the sense that like, I know the comic goes.
He allowed himself to forget and like. Basically what happened, because I just read this, so like it's pretty fresh in my mind. He kind of like almost forgot his purpose. Like he married Deb, he had Mark, and eventually like he knew that Mark would probably develop powers, and that's when the illusion would kind of end.
Well, because I remember
he didn't really think about it too much, and then once Mark's powers developed, Omni-Man was like, "Well, oh shit."
Well, if I remember correctly, like. It's like Viltrumites lived for so long. He was legitimately going to be like, well, if Mark doesn't develop powers, he was literally just going to wait until they both died of old age, and then do it. Like, no one would be alive around long enough for him to like really remember him like that.
Exactly.
That's kind of dark to just be like, yeah, I'm gonna wait till you all die of old age.
I mean,
but again, that's the beauty of it. Is that like that's the beauty of it is that like. You can get the sense that he's trying to like work. You get the sense that he's conflicted about this. He's trying to find ways around it.
Because if he really didn't care, he would just do it regardless instead of trying to wait.
And even in the comic, this is kind of a comic thing because the show kind of hints at it better. I know the comic kind of explicitly says it later, but like when he kills the Guardians, like he is like. And again, this is kind of later in the comic where he reveals like when he did it, he was like, I had to kill him as quickly as possible because I knew if I stopped to think about it, I wouldn't be able to go through with it. Like you get the sense that he was conflicted about what he had to do, and but yeah, there's quite a few changes to the show and the comic. Mainly, there's a lot of storylines the show kind of either drops, combines, or kind of rushes through. Like the robot storyline, that happens a lot quicker. No. Robot, the character. Yeah,
really?
that story happens a lot quicker in the show than it does in the comic.
Now,
what else?
Again, like only having read like to issue 47, does the show go beyond that with the robot story? Because as I understand, there's a lot. I don't want to spoil it.
Is the comic still going on, or has it like ended?
Comics
are over.
The comic is over. I don't want to spoil the comic, but let me just say, Robot is like he's probably one of the most important characters in the series.
Mm-hmm.
Like
that doesn't surprise me.
Honestly, I love the trope of like one of the like unassuming characters is like revealed later on to be like one of the most important characters.
And I wouldn't even think he's unassuming because even in the
know if he is.
He kind of takes a central stage, like because I think one thing for
he's the leader of their team for a while, both
like
team and the Guardians.
Honestly though, like with the comic, for it being named Invincible, they do a really, really good job of balancing all the characters.
Sorry, I just got distracted by I teleported to the hub area in 2014, and there's a tall bunny girl in a bikini, and it's like nice.
Hell yeah! Man.
And I ended up like clipping through her by accident on the.
Is that what the kids are calling it these days?
Yeah, but I remember some of the characters in Invincible, like the comic wise at least, get far more screen time and development. Like, what's her name?
That's not specific.
That's really not specific.
But here's why.
Eve?
So there's a couple of change. No. Eve gets plenty of development in the comic. Shrinking Ray.
Shrinking Ray.
Okay, so this is
what I was
talking.
Gender swap.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about.
That's one of two gender swaps that I know of.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them in the show.
Didn't they also race swap?
They race swap
the Invincible like a little bit, like he's like hat.
Okay,
so
like in the comic,
in something.
In the comic, he's half Viltrumite, half whatever. They don't really go into specifics.
Yeah, they don't go into it. They just made him Korean in the show because
in the show,
the actors
him and his mom are Korean because they're both Korean in real life. Which I get why they did that. I still think that's kind of dumb.
If his race was like ambiguous in the thing, I can kind of.
You sure as shit would not do that if it was like reversed. If they like say the characters were Korean but the actors were white, you sure as shit would not do that.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't.
Honestly, though, like thinking about it, like because again, like I heard about the show, I heard about them like changing them to be Korean, and I was expecting reading the comic for them to like show them as like being specifically white, but honestly, like looking at them, I'm like, okay, I can see them being Korean in the comics. Like they don't talk about it at all.
Yeah, DJ pointed out a good thing. There's a storyline about the students, like the high school.
They dropped that?
This bomb. Yeah, it's dropped.
Dude, honestly, they could have done that in just one episode. They could have done that entire thing.
Well,
in one episode, like.
I think they're trying to streamline it.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily mind streamlining it, but honestly, like with how good Invincible was,
they're probably gonna. If I had to take a guess, they're probably gonna focus on the Viltrumite story
and Robot.
Like all the other stuff is probably either gonna be like episodes or mini arcs. They're not gonna be full season arcs. That's probably going to be like their main focus. They probably won't even do the Invincible War storyline.
I don't know what that is yet.
So it's like this, it's a big crossover event where this villain who's like essentially Mark's arch nemesis, he gets like a bunch of alternate universe versions of Mark and builds like an army with them to conquer it.
Wait. Are you telling me that guy survived?
Sort of. It's a long
or is it like an
story.
alternate universe version of him?
It's a long story, basically. Like, I mean, if you've read the comic at this point, you already know they haven't even introduced him in the show. So, so I doubt he's ever going to show up in the show at all.
Huh. That's interesting. Like, so this is the guy that can, obviously, he's the guy that can hop through realities.
He's basically Mark's arch nemesis, and he's nowhere in the show. And I doubt they would ever introduce him.
I'm surprised that
that's weird that the arch nemesis character from the comics is in the show.
Well, like,
because again, like the show is more focused on the comic is almost more its own universe than it is its own story.
I mean, like, it really doesn't focus on any one person. Like, so
Mark is the main character.
Mark is the main character.
Not always the main focus
of both, and the show just focuses on Mark entirely. Whereas there's
an entire arc that focuses on Robot. There is an entire arc with him and Monster Girl, and that's like the entire arc. Like, Mark has nothing to do with it. He's not even there. Like, they're literally on a whole nother world. And it's just like, he's nowhere to be found. His story is still happening, technically speaking, but he's not the main focus. It's literally a whole nother comic universe, as opposed to just another story. But I don't think the show is going to go that deep into it. It'll probably do it in, montages at the most.
So I think one good way to say it is, when you think about Invincible, you don't think about it like you would think about it as Spider-Man. You would think about it as you would think about Marvel.
Well, you can think of it as Spider-Man, but it would be as if, say, Marvel's first character was Spider-Man, and then they built a universe around that.
Mm-hmm. Which, honestly, that doesn't even feel right, because it's mostly like they have that universe already, and then they just decided to do a story about Spider-Man's.
Yeah, that's true, because it's like the universe doesn't start with Mark. The universe was already there. Mark is just now the new player.
Which, honestly, that's kind of what I'm going to try to do with my own superhero story. Is that, I'm honestly like the basic premise of it. I don't feel like that's too much of a spoiler, and I'm not super worried about it, but it's essentially about, it's almost an isekai. It's about like a guy from a universe much like ours, where there's no superpowers, no magic, nothing special. He's just a guy. He's a college student. He's a senior, about to graduate. He's solid C student. Nothing special about him.
Say C student?
Yeah.
Shameful. I'm kidding.
Dude doesn't even really have any friends. Like, he had one friend and he had a girlfriend, and he just caught them sleeping together. So he's like walking home. He's just like, I don't care. I'm done.
Oh man.
And
murder.
Right? Yeah. And boom. Like, I'm not entirely certain how I'm going to have this happen. I'm thinking I may just have it just like he blinks and he's there. But he's in another world, and this is a world filled with superheroes. And like the so the portal, I guess, that brought him to the world basically altered his biology and like his everything, and basically gave him superpowers. So he ends up adopting the persona of like his favorite comic book hero from his world, that being a kind of golden age style kind of Superman and Shazam inspired hero named Alpha Man. Because I honestly, I wanted to go like as cheesy as possible, because like, I'm like, why not? Like, having something cheesy, but like it's
honestly,
I mean, some of my favorite comic book superhero characters are like the super cheesy ones, like Spawn.
Exactly. I wanted to have.
Bro, one of the main characters in my book's name, or at least the name that, because he has amnesia. Yes, I know it's super original. He gets the name he goes by is Ronin, and the main reason is because you carry a sword that looks like a samurai sword. that's like the justification.
So
why
honestly,
one of the characters decides to call him that, and it's like, and you don't remember anything, so your name is Ronin, and he's just like, all right, I'll run with it.
So I created Alpha Man. I actually originally created him in the character creator in Lego Marvel Superheroes 2. And I literally just wanted to create like my own, like, oh, what if I was dropped into this world and had superpowers? Like, what would I want to be? And I basically just made him a Superman. And like I ended up thinking about it. I'm like, I've always kind of wanted to do like an actual superhero story, like my own superhero universe. And so I ended up using that. I'm like, okay, so I can use Alpha Man as my protagonist. And so that's where the idea of like him being isekai'd in. And I decided to be like, okay, so I'm not going to start the universe there. Like the universe exists. He's just living in it. But he is my protagonist. And so like, that's where everything spread out. And then I remembered like an old idea I had where I would turn like my Twitter mutuals into superheroes. And I was like, oh yeah, I retired that, but I can actually do that now. And so that's where I actually
that actually is kind of funny, turning your Twitter mutuals.
Well, I don't have all of them.
Funny.
There's only a few that I actually have. There's Sauron is one of them. The Ebony Maw, the Struggler, Chaos Anima, Poe's Law.
Oh god, Poe! If he was he'd probably be a super villain who just.
I'm about to say, if Poe was a superhero, he'd be a villain. Like,
so honestly, like,
sense,
and again, like,
he'd basically be Joker.
No, he would be like
these characters are not based off of.
He'd be more like Green Goblin.
Yeah, they're not based off of who you guys actually are. They're more based off of the persona than anything else. And that's usually just kind of like a generic platform, and then I just built the character up from there as like, oh, this is I can create something out of this. So like Sauron's persona is the Dark King Mordor, who is. He doesn't get introduced until later, so I don't want to spoil a whole bunch about him. But he's essentially going to be like my final big bad villain. So Scribe, his character, he is a hero, but like he's one of the sort of like John Constantine-esque heroes where he's like morally gray, and he's like part of this like long line of individuals who have that power, and it's just passed down through generations, and he basically constantly sees horrors from another universe.
I see
and
them.
Like that's what powers his magic, and that's literally just because Poe posts cringe all the time. I decided to make that a character trait.
Honestly, that's not bad. He just sees horrible shit all the time.
He sees horrible shit, and that trauma is like what causes like him to have that power. Like his power and his curse is to bear witness to the horrors of an alternate universe that is essentially just hell.
It'd be funny if his power is that he sees it, but when he sees it, he's compelled to like make other people see it.
Kind of. That's actually part of it. Like, I mean, he can choose who he's showing it to. He's not just like showing it to everybody, but it's kind of like a penance stare sort of thing. And it's funny though, like I tied all of the characters that I've made based off of my mutuals. They're all tied to that alternate hell universe.
One thing, one thing that's funny though. What the hell was I about to say? I just lost it. God damn it! I lost it now. I was reading something and I just lost it. God damn it! I lost it.
Let me actually. I'm gonna post in the server like the art for Alpha Man.
One thing I was okay. I remember. I think I remember now. Like, I was reading what DJ was saying in the comments, talk about like some of like the changes to the Invincible characters.
Yeah.
And like, it's so weird. It's one of the reasons why I'm not a big fan of like race swaps and like gender swaps. And I don't care. Like even whitewashing.
Yeah, I really don't like them.
I'm not like I don't care what anybody says. I'm not a fan of like whitewashing either. Like don't try to sit here and like, oh, but you excuse whitewashing. No, I don't.
Yeah, I don't like either one.
Is that like usually nothing comes of it? Like because like Darkwing was race swapped, Green Ghost was gender swapped, and it's like, why though? Like, what was the point of that? Was that to give the Guardians more diversity before they fucking died? Like, what was the point of that? Like, it doesn't really serve a purpose. And like, it's to me, it's like even if so, I'm more forgiving of a race gender swap kind of thing if it serves a purpose to the story, but usually I'm like that rarely happens because if it does serve a purpose to the story, it's probably like a racist fucking thing. Where
Yeah,
it's like,
which it's like they beat you over the head with it, or it's just like, oh, we're gonna make a character black, and their whole thing is just about oppression. It's like you do realize you can tell a normal story with a black person, right? It doesn't have to be.
And I mean,
about
I've done a
racism
few
and stuff.
race
it reminds me of a
with,
time where like
my own versions of stuff, like, and I think I was talking about this on one of the threads between, I think it was Sauron and Slim, but my version of DC had Slade Wilson is black.
yeah,
And that was entirely just because somebody brought, when I was thinking about like who could play him, somebody brought up Jimon Hanso, and I was like, okay, I need to see this now.
See, my thing is like, because I remember one of my favorite superheroes is Spawn, like Al Simmons' Spawn.
Yeah, Spawn is
one of my
awesome.
favorite superheroes. And I remember I got into someone with this on Twitter a while back. You know, Twitter's a fucking cesspool. I don't care what anybody says. So take this with a grain of salt.
I love the
I
people I
remember-
met there, but it is.
I was arguing against like the idea of race swapping anyone in general. I was like, if you're gonna adapt something, just keep it the same race. Like that, of all the changes you can make, that's one that doesn't need to happen. There's very little justification for it. And so they were talking about like, I can't remember how we got to the topic, but they were talking about like Spawn, because at some point in the comics he doesn't get race swapped, but he does get replaced by a new Spawn. What the fuck was that motherfucker's name? Jim. Fuck, it's some white dude. He gets
A white guy named Jim.
He gets quote unquote replaced. He doesn't really get replaced. It's just the new Spawn. And they were like, "Oh, I bet you were glad when Spawn got replaced by a white guy." I said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Like that's literally the moment I stopped reading Spawn, is when they replaced him with a white guy. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, but at least that's like a different character, though.
Yeah,
It's not
and, like,
the same Spawn.
Like to
So
me,
that's not really a
characters,
race
like,
swap. Then it's like it's just okay. You have a new character that has the same powers or whatever.
Yeah, because it's like, to me, one of the best like
Miles Morales, I'd argue, isn't a race swap since he's not Peter Parker.
Yeah, fuck Miles.
And he's
I don't care what
actually-
anybody says.
Well-
Fuck Miles.
Like, I'm not even the biggest fan of Miles, but it's like, yeah, I actually would say he's not a race swap.
I'm
He's not
I'm
Peter Parker.
literally the
legacy
okay,
characters that
I'm not gonna
actually ended up being done somewhat good.
I'm not gonna reveal too much about my personal life, but I'm literally the target demographic of Miles, and I hate him. And I hate him because he's my target, because it's so obvious that I'm the target demographic of him. I hate that. But back to what I was saying with the Spawn thing, it's like when it comes to certain characters, to me, there are certain characters, positions where it's established from the get-go that other people can occupy this role, and it doesn't necessarily negate the one you had before you. Green Lantern is probably like the best in that regard, where you can have a new Green Lantern and it doesn't necessarily even replace the old Green Lantern. That's just the nature of the role. To me, those kind of like, because even at that point, it's not really a gender swap. That's just literally the occupation that they have. But to me, those are the kind of characters that if you're gonna sit here and try to, be quote unquote more diverse, that's how you handle it. Take the characters who literally have like that kind of position in their power description, and then go from there. Like Green Lanterns, Spawns, what's another set of characters that kind of has that?
Like
Nova.
the other Lantern Corps and stuff, I guess.
Yeah, the other Lantern Corps. I would love to read a Lantern Corps book that was strictly about an alien, like just an alien character.
That could be cool.
I'm
Like,
so sick.
honestly, you could do like an anthology
Seriously,
comic.
like, why does
with,
every
like, different
Green
lanterns.
Lantern of 2814 have to come from Earth?
Well, because
There's
ever
a
since
lot
then,
of
it's
planets in that sector.
yeah. Because ever since then, it's like ever since Hal Jordan, they're all been human. It's like, all
I'm just
right,
saying, like, I mean, Hal Jordan must have done a really bad job if Earth is the only planet that was protected enough to still be producing Green Lantern material.
well, when you think about it, when it comes to all the threats that come to Earth, I mean, there's only so much one Green Lantern could do.
That's
Yeah.
fair. That's why there's like 10 from Earth right now.
One Green Lantern versus Darkseid. Why do you think that's gonna go?
Yeah, that's not going to end well.
I mean, I saw that in Justice League War. Green Lantern's got this, and then just immediately
God,
just pounds by. I know
made
Justice
Green
League War is
Lantern
not
such
good,
a-
but
I was about to say, I don't know if this is a
I
hot
hate
take,
it.
but
I hated how
almost-
he was in that.
Jim
Jim
Downey. Oh God, I remember that motherfucker. Like, he's not bad, but I just remember reading, what was it, Spawn Endgame or something like that, where it's like, oh God, it's been so long. I think it's like post Spawn resetting the. God, I can't even fucking remember, but basically he's the new Spawn, and it's like I don't even think I gave him a chance. I think I immediately just said, like, all right, I'm done here.
That bad, huh?
No, it's not even bad. It was just one of those where it's like you get so invested in a character when you see the new one who kind of like. I don't think Jim came out of nowhere, but it's like when you see them promoted to prominence like that, it's kind of like, all right, like they weren't my favorite character beforehand. I'm not really interested in giving them a chance. I know that doesn't sound good because, you know, that isn't necessarily good, but that is kind of just how human nature goes. It's like, oh, the new thing? Okay, well, I like the old thing.
Yeah, I can.
Especially how long Al Simmons was Spawn for that point in time, too.
Yeah, because he was Spawn for a long ass time, if I remember correctly.
He was literally Spawn. Like, there was no, like, all the other Spawns that you read were either, like, flashbacks or side story kind of stuff. Like, it was very clear that this isn't the new Spawn. This is just a Spawn of the past.
Okay, Dominic, so you said that you have one too many. Which one would you get rid of?
What's that one with the stupid hair and the stupid glasses?
Oh, I forgot she existed. Yeah, get rid of her.
Yeah, Far Sector or whatever.
I don't know. Dude, I don't even keep up with it anymore. Who's, like, the last one I knew about was, like,
Jessica Cruz and the other dude.
That's
Simon
the Hispanic
Baz.
one, right?
Jessica Cruz is Hispanic. Simon Baz is, like, Middle Eastern, I think.
Why do you look like a luchador?
Oh,
like,
wait, yeah, that dude does
like,
straight up look like...
His whole
I will say,
getup.
like, I actually like his design. Like,
it's not a bad design, but it was funny to me when someone told me he wasn't Hispanic, and I was like, I know that probably says more about me, but god damn it, why'd they make him look like Bane?
Honestly, though, like, I think
yes, Darkseid, we will bring
he suffered
justice
from
to the
being
galaxy.
introduced. Not only that, because, like, I think a lot of people just assumed he was, like, Hispanic because brown
In Blackest Day, in Brightest Night.
Oh God. But I think he suffered from being introduced at the same time as Jessica Cruz, and so a lot of, like, you know, the Tumblrites latched on to, female Green Lantern, and, like, just said screw Simon Baz. And I think he probably could have been a good character if written correctly, but honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, I got nothing.
As far as I'm aware,
like, I know you have technically you have what's his name? The first
Alan Scott.
You have Alan Scott, who's technically the first Green Lantern. I know it's kind of because I know he's sort of a Green Lantern. He's sort of not a Green Lantern. It's really kind of weird, but he's technically the first.
So Alan Scott,
then Hal
Jordan, John Stewart, Guy Gardner, Kyle Rayner.
Guy Gardner is kind of funny because I don't think he was like a main character Green Lantern, but he was there.
Yeah,
he didn't become like a main character Green Lantern until like much later. Kyle Rayner. Then you had like
Simon Baz.
Just Simon Baz and Jessica Cruz. I think they came up together. Like,
yeah, they were introduced at the same time.
Yeah, and
which
then
is why
you
I
have
think Simon Baz faded into obscurity is because he was overshadowed.
Yeah, and I honestly, like, after Kyle, it should have just been like
Sauron. Looking at the Simon guy, honestly, I thought he was Hispanic too.
Yeah,
like, I don't think it's just you. I thought he was Hispanic too.
I will say, like, I had a Green Lantern story concept at one point where I basically just straight up turned Green Lantern into Star-Lord, like, until he got the ring, and eventually, like, once he got the ring, he started, like, learning how to use it, and
Brightest Day.
traditional Green Lantern.
I just remember in the Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe game, Lex Luthor roasts the shit out of Hal Jordan. He's like, you have a ring that creates anything you imagine, and you imagine toy guns and fists. And he's like, I'm taking that ring. It's like, Lex, you were a bastard, but I agree with you on this.
Yeah.
That's like, he is kind of shit with it when you think about it.
Well, because it's one of those things where it's like, it's very clearly a writer's imagination at play here because it's
And to be
like
fair, that ring is a writer's worst nightmare if you have a character who has a good imagination.
because it's like it's literally the person's imagination plus their will, which I think they kind of play handily into the will side of things. However, it's like if you're a Green Lantern, your will should already be far exceeding anyone else's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, one thing that always kind of annoys me is it's kind of like Mjolnir in Marvel, where it's like there's so many characters who, when you really think about it, are worthy of that item. Like there are so many characters within DC alone who are worthy of a Green Lantern ring, especially when you consider the criteria is just willpower, not necessarily being a good person.
Well, all I'm gonna say is, you give an anime fan a fucking Green Lantern ring, they'll come up with some batshit crazy shit. Like you might not have any problems for a while. Or actually, they might become the problem.
Here's the thing, though.
What was I reading recently?
They might have a bunch of imagination, but how much willpower do they have?
That's what I was about to say.
It depends.
I've been reading Bleach recently, rereading it. Yeah, Ichigo's got plenty of willpower.
Yeah, Ichigo
for some reason I thought you
dominate.
said anime fan.
Anime fans. It depends on the anime fan, because some of them do have some straight. You have to have some willpower for some of these shows.
That's fair.
To sit through some of the filler, especially if you like shonen stuff. Like, I'm sorry, so much goddamn filler in some shows.
I do think Guy Gardner did come before Hal Jordan, but I think Hal Jordan was like the main character. I don't think Guy Gardner was a main character till later. I could be wrong about that.
Oh, there was also Jade, which was Kyle Rayner's girl. She was Kyle Rayner's girlfriend. She's Alan Scott's daughter? Question mark.
And she's a Green Lantern, or was a Green Lantern?
She was a Green Lantern.
Is she
I
the one
can't
who got
remember if she was a
fridged?
Green. I cannot remember if she was a Green Lantern or if she was just had like Green Lantern adjacent abilities.
You said Kyle Rayner's girlfriend. Is that the whole fridge girl?
I don't know a whole lot about her.
God, I hate that whole argument behind that shit. That was so dumb.
I don't know what you're referring to.
It's when he finds his dead girlfriend in the fridge.
Yeah, he finds his dead girlfriend in the fridge. I think she was murdered by Dr. Light.
I don't think that was Jade. I think that was a human.
Oh, well, I remember like back in like 2016 maybe, there was like a whole thing about online where people were talking about like women in comics only exist to be fridged, and it's basically like they were referring to that moment. And it's like, first of all, that wasn't done for laughs. Like that wasn't a joke thing. That was like a very serious.
That wasn't like it's a woman, let's kill her.
Yeah, and second of all, like
it was a dramatic, serious moment.
Trauma.
Yeah, and second of all, it's like, are you really gonna ignore all the other female superhero characters and villains in this entire universe just to play this narrative? Like, see, women only are in these comics to get fridged, and it's like, are you joking? Are you joking? Like, if you can talk about like characters getting killed, that happens all the time to characters in comics. And I love how people like, I think this is around the same time, or at least it's somewhat similar. People are talking about like Barbara Gordon / Batgirl in like The Killing Joke, where she's like supposedly like sexually assaulted. I only say supposedly because it is kind of left ambiguous.
It's like potentially.
Yeah,
like they didn't say it happens, but it happens.
But no one brings up how like, what's his name? Dick Grayson. I can't remember.
Like sexually objectified all the time.
No, he gets raped.
He gets raped?
Oh shit!
I gotta see if I can find it. There is a moment where he straight up gets raped.
Are you talking about the Harley Quinn one where he's like, I know there's a movie where she ties him up and
no, that's like borderline consensual.
Yeah, that one's a little.
That wasn't really fighting it though.
No, let me see. There's like a moment where he's like straight up like drugged, and like this chick is like, he's drugged. He's like, "What are you doing?" And she's just like, "Hush now." And it's like, what the fuck? Let me see if I can find the actual like.
You ever play Fear 2?
Oh,
I have
Lord.
Still not actually finished the first one. I haven't.
Oh Lord, Fear 2. That is.
I was watching someone
review it, and I
realized that game could not. The ending of that game could not exist if the roles were reversed.
All right.
No.
I'm going to send this to you
I know what you're
guys
talking about, though.
in DMs because I'm not putting this on the stream.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
It's just it's not it's not that graphic, but it's one of those like just in case.
Yeah,
no,
you never know with
definitely-
YouTube.
Especially
It
like
can be
we're,
really
we're
cool.
what on YouTube, right? Yeah.
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 So I'm sending to Edgy first, real quick, and then like let me see.
You'll get to.
Oh, I've seen this before. Oh,
Yeah, like he.
Oh, I
it-
forgot
is it?
about this.
Is it just like some random female or?
No, it's like what's her name? Let me see if I can find her name.
Oh
real
yeah,
quick.
he's freaking paralyzed because of poison.
I can't think of her name, but like
is-
she's like another hero. I think. I don't think she's like a villain either.
Yeah, that's straight up rape.
That looks almost like Katana, but not.
I don't think it's Katana.
No,
It's
because she's
definitely
speaking
not
Spanish.
Katana.
Katana's like Asian.
Japanese.
Yeah, Japanese. But yeah, no, that is straight up
I don't
rape.
know who that is, but yeah, no, he definitely got raped. Holy crap!
He's
Let me see.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Tarantula.
Tarantula.
Catalina Flores.
The only tarantula I knew of was Marvel, which
Yeah.
technically there was two of them. There was like the Hispanic dude, and then eventually like Kane became tarantula during
Like she's
Spider
taking
Island.
up like the tarantula mantle.
Huh.
But yeah, like I remember like hearing about this, and it's like because basically people talking about like, oh, well, like women in comics get this stuff done to them all the time. You don't see the males doing it, and it was literally this panel. Someone just replied with like, "You're wrong, but all right, whatever. If that's the hill you want to die on."
Honestly,
Yeah,
at
it's
this
like you
point,
were
there's
dead
really
freaking wrong on that.
no point in trying to argue about these types of things because they avoid accountability and they just don't.
yeah, they're not gonna listen. So it's just like
It's one of those where it's like it's storytelling. Like just because the writer put it in there doesn't mean they're condoning it. It's just telling
No.
the story.
that's
Dude,
one
like,
thing
I
I
mean,
really hate now is like you got these people that think that just because it's in the story, the writer somehow is okay with it, it's even if they go out of the way to show that yeah, no, this is not okay.
Dude, like I mean, one of the favorite OCs I've created, she was
I'll be right back.
raped in her backstory, and like I said, she's one of my favorites, but like that was a part of making her who she is by the time she's introduced, and I know, like I mean, I don't because I'm not going to be super graphic with it. But I don't know. I kind of thinking I'm probably gonna have to do like a warning ahead of time with that. But I don't know. Like I'm not condoning that. Like I'm showing it as like an absolute atrocity that shattered her, and like I don't know. It's going to be shown as something that's bad, and like I know there's going to be some people. Well, I don't know because that would involve my work becoming popular enough to attract the attention of people like that. But
The book I published ever gets popular, some people are probably gonna say some shit because the main villain's whole motivation is pretty fucked up.
Dude, I'm excited to read it. I still need to order it, but I promise you I will.
Yeah, I saw someone had pre-ordered it, and I wanted to ask you, like, please. I was like, I hope that wasn't Gumby because I had the whole fiasco earlier, and I'm not sure if Amazon is actually gonna issue the update to people who already bought it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna get it digitally.
But and this isn't much of a spoiler. The main villain's whole thing is he hates like one of the groups that's on the planet and wants to kill them all. Like it's even in the description on Amazon. And it's like, yeah, somebody's gonna get mad at me for this.
Oh, so it's just genocide. This is that's fine.
Like he's just like humans. Like this planet belongs to humans. All of you must die. It's just there's more going on to it than that. I'm really simplifying it, but
yeah. No, I mean that's similar to like my Sauron foil Mordor. He's his whole thing is honestly he's very like personality wise he's very much a mixture of like Darkseid and Shao Kahn,
Of that combination. Even though we had that in Mortal Kombat DC Universe, you had Darkon.
No, like
I actually liked his design, but it's like, this
my
game.
God, Darkon was great.
Like his design looks awesome, but it's
that was back when
Midway
people took risk with their stories.
Yeah.
But
like
one thing I will say
physically, and honestly, I think that's going to be according to the poll that I put out, I'm fairly certain Mordor is going to be the next piece of art I get. That being from Bagtoons.
Oh, is this poll on your Twitter? Or?
It is. Yeah, I put up. I have 2.
That must be an older post because I haven't seen it.
I just retweeted it like about 30 minutes ago.
Oh, that's weird because I'm following you and I don't see. Let me scroll back further.
Are you set to see latest tweets or are you top tweets?
How do you change that?
I said that's.
Are you on mobile?
I'm looking at on my computer. It's on top. It's on top. That's why.
Yeah,
okay.
that
see latest. I didn't even know it was on. I thought I had turned that off.
Yeah, it was weird. Like top tweets, it basically just shows like what gets the most interactions.
It's so, like top chat on YouTube.
Nobody will ever see anything from me. Because honestly, I usually get like 3 or 4 likes.
Bro, same. Like honestly, like anytime I've like posted anything about the book, the only time it gets attention if someone retweets it.
Yeah,
it's like Slamma, someone retweets it, which is why I posted a thank you on went live on midnight.
I mean, like,
on that because I was like, thanks.
Whenever
retweeted this shit,
any of like my friends will like create something, whether that's Point Man, whether that's you, whether that's Sauron with his 4 swordsman stuff, I will always try to retweet and get some attention. Like even if I have a very small audience,
same.
I have like 200 followers, and like I guarantee like maybe 10 of them will actually see anything I post.
Oh,
maybe
trust me, like,
that's me with YouTube. Like I have 100 something subs, and it's like I barely get like 20 views.
Yeah, I got like 800 followers, but like I think I got like 20 subscribers, which I'm cool with. But it's like sometimes you just wish that sometimes when you're trying to promote certain things, you kind of wish like the numbers matched up perfectly.
And ultimately, I mean, I was talking to a friend today, and I was like saying something to him, and I really, it's the advice I've had to give myself, and it's like when you create something, you always have to make sure that you're creating for yourself first and foremost. Because honestly, if I was going to be creating the stories and that I want to create, and if I was creating those with the goal of it becoming like widespread and like I'm becoming successful and making a living out of that, I don't think I'd ever get anywhere, because I would probably get so like bogged down by not only just the unlikelihood of that happening, but when I actually go forward and like release my stuff, and it doesn't get a whole lot of traction, I would probably get pretty depressed over that. And I want to make sure that first and foremost, I am making it for myself, because I want to create something and I want to be able to be proud of what I have made.
Honestly, that's
one thing I always tell people is like, even if you're like making something for the first time, and like even if like I'm not saying it will be, but this is kind of like a general thing. Even if it's like not good, put your best effort into it.
Mm-hmm.
That way, if nothing else, it still leaves a somewhat positive impression, in the sense that like someone reading this can say, all right, this is not the best thing I've read, but I at least like the concept. I at least like the direction they're going with. I can tell that an effort is put into this. It's not just
like you can tell the person tried, and like you can respect that they tried.
Honestly, like I'm happy that I have made friends that create stuff like this, and I mean, I've actually bought some stuff that has been created by friends of mine, and I've read it. I'm like, I've really enjoyed it. It's like I legitimately like it, and so I mean, like I'm proud to be able to support it, and I hope that when the time comes and when I create my stuff. Whichever story I decide to actually do first, I hope that my friends and even some like beyond that are able to take a look at that. And I mean, I'm not looking to make a living out of it. If that happens to happen, then cool, that's great. But I just want to be able to create something and have some people be able to enjoy it.
It's one of those things where it's like, I remember talking to someone about this a while back.
Oh, fuck. Duolingo, why the hell did you act? I didn't even touch. Okay.
What do you call it? Like one of the things you kind of have to accept if you're gonna crowdfund or even like release something in general is that you have to accept the fact that there is a possibility that it just simply won't be successful. It's just a factor that you need to like consider, that it's just not going to work out the way you expect to. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but it's one of those things, possibilities that you kind of have to anticipate just in case. And for me, I'm one of those firm believers, like what you do in failure says more about you than anything else. Like,
well, yeah, it's like the what's that phrase? You learn more from losing than you do winning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Something along those lines.
Every failure that you have is like a step. It's a failure that you're not going to have again.
Most people don't make the same.
Well, I mean, even if you do, the same things, like, it's rare that in real life you can ever get the exact same thing over.
Yeah,
and
you
over
usually
again.
do. Even if you end up kind of doing the same thing over, you'll end up doing like it slightly better.
Hold up. Wait a minute. I gotta ask this question.
Okay.
DJ, I'm putting this on the screen. At what point? I'm genuinely asking.
Oh, it's my internet. Okay, never mind. It sorted itself out.
I barely know who she is, so I'm asking this question.
When has Gail Simone written something good? I'm not trying to be a dick here. I'm legitimately asking this question.
I don't even know, dude.
Like, I'm legitimately asking. Like, what has she written that was good? Like, all I've read is like her. I guess you could say her more recent stuff. Like, what was that shit? Domino? Oh God, no. Like,
speaking of race swap, remember when they race swapped Domino in Deadpool 2?
Lord.
Like, and it ruined the whole effect of her whole color scheme too, because of course.
Yeah, I really didn't.
I didn't like that. I didn't hate the actress. I thought she did the role well. It was just
nailed the role, but
it just didn't look like the character.
The design was not great.
Here's my thing. Like, the actress who played her did a good job portraying her. The issue is that she doesn't look like her.
Yeah.
And I know people try to like. One of my things is, like, if you're gonna make an adaptation,
I don't think that's the fault of like the actress. I think that's just the.
Oh, it's not. That's absolutely not her fault.
They needed to do like a face paint.
Here's my logic: they didn't want to paint a white. They didn't want to paint a black woman white,
or like gray or something,
and then try to defend themselves as to why they completely painted a black woman. And then because I could see how weirdos
you whitewashed her. I don't know if whitewash would be the most accurate term, but I could see the Twitter outrage circus just going ape shit about it.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's like, I can get why they did it. Personally, I would have just done it. If I was an actor in that role, I'd have been like, paint me white.
Yeah, I'd have been like, "Oh, you need me to look like the character? Yeah, paint me white, and you need me to perm my hair too, so because Domino's not.
I'm about to make that white people money. You might as well give me the color of the match.
Yeah, it's about to make me look like a white bitch. I'm gonna make that white money anyway.
See, I can say that because I'm black.
Yeah, I can say it too. Fuck it. I can say some other things that most people can't.
Wait, am I the only white guy in the stream now?
You are the token white guy in the stream.
Yay! What slurs can I say? Oh wait.
I mean, you could say them, but Susan will probably flag this down.
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. And this is something I say to everybody. If you like on Twitter, if me and you are mutuals, you have an impasse as far as I'm concerned.
Honestly, I'm just like, you can say it. I don't care as long as you're not
going to do that.
Yeah, but I say, like, I can't necessarily say no. You won't ever get in trouble for it. But if you're in like one-on-one with me, I ain't gonna fault you for it.
I've actually
It
told one of my
reminds
friends he
me-
legit has an N-word pass around me, and he was uncomfortable by it. I was like, I'm not. I was like, it's not a gotcha. I'm serious.
I remember
So,
when
I do
I
not
lived in
care.
Washington. When I lived in Washington, right before I left, I remember telling certain people, like, I have a list. This list are people who I want to hear them say the N-word because it's like they either have like a demeanor where it's like they would never say
Patrick
it,
Warburton.
That's funny.
or they have like an accent or something that it's just like that doesn't fit. Like I had this one dude, one of my best friends. I won't say his name for the sake of privacy, but like he had a very not country, but he had a very southern
Yeah,
accent.
that southern drawl.
Yeah, and I was like, if you say it, like I'm gonna be perfectly real with you, I'll pay you to say it.
Boy.
Because I remember we didn't get in trouble, but it was like a joke where a group of us went out like to have dinner, and like we were all in the car riding back home, and like I was telling him like, listen, man, I'll give you $40 to say it, and you let me record it. And he was like, I ain't saying that because he'll use it against me. It's like, well, yeah, but that's the risk. And then I remember someone was like, are we talking NA or hard R? And I was like, oh man, I'll give you $100 flat if you said hard R.
Oh, that is hilarious.
But he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Like,
to be fair, I don't think if I was in position, I don't think I'd do it either.
no, I wouldn't do it. Like if I was in his
down
position, I wouldn't do it.
$100 for 2 syllables.
That's a trap if I've ever heard one. But what was the other
I
person?
trust you.
Oh,
I mean,
Dominic
that's-
has an
hate it,
answer to your question,
But
by
I
the way.
trust you.
That's your mistake. There's only one absolute you have with me, and is that everything I say is a lie.
Well, I mean, you are Sauron, so that checks out.
No, but I'm trying to think. Who's the other person I said that to? Like, I want to hear you say the N word. Is this one white girl from like California? She was like your very stereotypical Cali white girl.
But she
Like,
had the Valley Girl accent, like, oh my
She
god,
didn't have the
Becky.
Valley girl accent, but she had like that attitude, and like she was a vegan.
God,
Oh
you're
god, vegans.
She was like the stereotypical like millennial kind of girl, and I was like,
Ugh.
you don't understand. Like, if you say it, I'm going to like just be ecstatic. It's like, why? Because it's like, because I don't know. It'd just be funny. It'd just be really funny to hear the person who's not supposed to say it say it. It's not fun if I say it because I can get away with it.
The secret ingredients is crime. No, so like it. I can't remember who said that. I want to say it was Contra, but it said, you know, the main argument against white people saying that word is that I think he said that it was cringe, and I started thinking about it. I'm like, you know,
I mean, yeah, it
he's
is
not
kind
wrong.
of.
It is
like, I
cringe,
mean, it's
but, like-
literally, honestly, the main reason I don't even think about saying it because I don't have a reason to. Like, it's just, it has no place in my vocabulary. I don't see where it would be.
To me, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm of the opinion where it's like, either everyone's allowed to say it or no one's allowed to say it. Because
Yeah, I'm that way too.
I'm of the opinion it's like, I don't think it's right to police people's words. And I like, even if you say something that I'm adamantly against, like, like, I will still say, like, you still have the right to say that, even if I don't agree with it. And I'm not a big fan of someone saying like, oh, you're not allowed to say that. It's like, who says who? Like, says who? You? Like, who gives you that authority to say you're not allowed to say blank?
Yeah, I'm
so-
just like, you can say
Because
it.
I
mean,
wouldn't like someone saying that to me. I wouldn't like someone saying, "Oh, you're not allowed to say what's the word?
I don't know, honky.
Dunheim.
You're not allowed to say cracker." And I'm like,
You
"Are
have
you
to say
kidding me?"
cracker.
That is our word.
I mean,
No,
it's not, but
You're not allowed to
It
say
really is.
gamer. You're the most oppressed
Yeah, it's
class.
like-
You're not allowed to say gamer.
As
It's
if
like,
he's
to
not
me,
a gamer.
I wouldn't like someone saying that to me, so I'm not gonna say that to you. I'm not. I'm also not gonna say it whenever, and wherever you want to, whoever you want. I'm just saying, as long as you're around me, I'm not gonna take issue.
So it reminds me of it was Donald Glover who said, like, white people got to start saying it to, like, kind of just get rid of the stigma. And he turns and he says, we will lose some of you in the process.
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
Oh no! You know what he was? Okay, you want to know a really funny moment?
What's up?
What was
Dominic answered your question, by the way.
Yeah, he did.
Samuel L. Jackson. I'm gonna take a look at it in a second. Samuel L. Jackson. He was doing an interview. I think it was for Hateful Eight, and basically they were saying like, the film was getting a lot of kind of scrutiny for Quentin Tarantino's use of the N-word, and basically
It was even. I remember people got pissed at him for doing that with Django Unchained too, and it's like that's a movie set in freaking slavery time. Like it would be inaccurate if someone didn't say the N-word.
But basically, like during that interview, at least the one for
give him a pass both times.
Yeah, basically Samuel Jackson said, I don't care if he says it. Like he can say it. He basically said he can say it. But one thing that was funny about that interview, though, he was saying either like he was telling the interviewers like either you say the word or you drop this question.
Damn.
And it was so funny. He's like, go ahead, say it. Say it. I'll say it with you. I'll say it with you. And it was so funny because it's like, and I'm not saying it's particular to the interviewer because I don't know him. I don't want to say anything particular, but I think it's funny how people are like, you're not allowed to say that word. And it's like, what word? And you won't even say it. It's like, you can't even like accurately describe what I've done wrong. So don't sit here and tell me what I can and cannot say.
I
just remember when people were pissed at him.
Reminds me of stuff a lot, but it reminds me of the John Mulaney thing where he wrote a joke once that had the word midget, and then his producer got mad. It's like, you cannot write a joke that has the word midget in it. The word midget is a slur, and it is as bad as the N-word. And he's like, if we're comparing,
first of all, I don't think midget is as bad as the N-word.
It's not.
Well,
John Mulaney said, he's like, if we're comparing the badness of two words and you're not even going to say what one of them is, that's
I was about to say that. I know what this is, and I was like, the fact that you chose to censor one word and not the other says all I need to hear. It was kind of like when people were trying to say like Karen was a slur. It's like Karen is a slur. It's just as bad as the N-word.
The fact that you won't say the N-word kind of shows.
I noticed there was one of those. I noticed one of those words you decided to censor. Kind of makes it seem like one of those words is worse than the other. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying there isn't a context behind the N-word that makes it bad objectively. I'm not saying that at all. However, I am saying that if you're trying to get to the point where, like, just move past it, like, the only way you're going to get that is just by being like, all right, I don't care if you say it or not. Like, I don't care. And to me, it's one of those where it's like, when someone's saying the N-word to you as an insult versus just being dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know damn well. And to me, that how you handle that is up to you. But for me, it's like, you know damn well when it's an insult and when it's not. And don't sit here and act like there's no context in which it's not an insult.
Okay. So I hate to do this now, but it's like almost 1 a.m. where I'm at.
Yeah.
And I got to start learning how to go to bed earlier because
you got a job now.
I start work on Monday and I'm there at 7 a.m.
Yeah, damn, you got the same
I remember those days.
Shift start that I do.
It is a weird shift system because like I'm on, so it's 6-hour shifts Monday through Thursday. And it's either from like 7 to 1 or 1 to 7. And then every other Friday, it's 7 to 7. So 12-hour shifts. And then like the other Friday, that's not a 12-hour shift. I get off entirely.
Is it like a part-time job that you're?
No, it's like technically full-time.
Because I remember when I did a part-time job when I was younger during the summer, I had like weird, inconsistent hours like that, and I kind of hated it.
Yeah, it was like really weird. I don't dislike it because I need a job. And honestly, like the place that it's at is like everybody seems super friendly, and like helpful. So hopefully I'll do good. Plus, I get to wear scrubs. This is gonna be interesting.
And you get
okay.
paid.
I get paid, yeah, and like after 90 days, they'll like reimburse me for like 5 sets of scrubs. So
Oh, that's sweet.
yeah,
Oh, they make you pay for your
and-
own scrubs though. Damn, that's fucked up.
I thought they provided you with that at like most medical stuff.
It's a dental office, and I'm not technically a medical technician. I'm literally just like reception, but like the dress code is
Okay.
technically scrubs. Like they're not super strict about it, but like they're just like, yeah, everybody wears scrubs, so you might as well. I'm like, all right, cool.
There is one thing I wanted to bring up kind of briefly.
Okay.
How many of you guys keep up with the God of War stuff?
Well, you know I do.
Like, I mean, I like Raf Cressetti, so I follow him on Instagram. I think I still follow him. And I know like I never played the first 3. I watched like playthroughs of it, so I know kind of what's going on. I don't think I ever finished the playthrough of the 3rd one, but I know what happened. And I've played through God of War 4 like a couple times. And so I am actually excited for Ragnarok. However, it's not an accurate series, and I think it's stupid that there's been so much discourse about Thor and what's her face.
Yeah.
Like,
so
I can
yeah,
understand being
what's her
against
name?
like race swaps and stuff.
Ambergosia.
Whatever
Yeah.
her name is, it's stupid. I don't care about it though. Like, it's not something that's going to. It's not like they turned Luke Skywalker Mexican. Like, I'm not gonna be like,
Oh my god, could you imagine that?
I'm trying to think of the Spanish equivalent to Luke.
Lucas? I don't know. Luco?
Lucas.
I don't know.
Lucas.
Luca. Luca's
Imagine-
Italian more than.
No,
Lucas is
imagine
more
imagine
Italian.
his name is changed to Lucas.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Luke Skywalker.
Skywalker.
Skyjuan.
Consuelo.
Skyjuan. Lucas Skyjuan.
But see, my thing was like my issue. So at first, like, don't get me wrong.
Wand.
I think Thor's look is goofy.
I don't
that,
It's
like
goofy.
it.
I think that
It
motherfucker
works.
looks goofy, and I hate people using the strongman contested argument
Well, he
because
doesn't
like
look like a strongman.
I said I wish he looked
like
like
I've seen
that.
strongmen.
Like-
They have the pecs to match.
like
and Thor doesn't.
strongman have more muscles than that. I've worked out with. I've seen guys who do those competitions.
Yeah.
They're not that fat. To me that's an insult.
Honestly,
Like,
yeah, no. I mean,
I'm sure there are some out there who have that kind of like.
Oh,
physique.
Sauron. I actually
I
have
I
this
like the way
fan
he
art I
looks.
found that actually shows like if they were going for the strongman look. I'm gonna DM it to you because I
All
started
right.
on my phone.
But one thing that gets me though is that like me, I love mythology. Like my whole story that I'm writing is based on mythology, and I'm not going to
Same.
sit here and act like you have to be completely accurate to mythology because like
Of course not.
I just
a lot
gave
of
you
myth,
the
it's like-
screen, the image.
Dude, my
A lot of
mythology
myths,
story
it's
has
like
3 different
impossible.
versions of death.
yeah, like sometimes it's impossible to be. Oh yeah, I've seen this this picture of him. Honestly, if he looked like this, I would have no issues.
Is that where we can show that on the stream? I don't.
Oh yeah, I can do that real quick.
Just so people have like context what we're talking
Yeah, I have
about.
no idea what you're saying.
Let me see real quick because I can do a screen share.
Share them with me, you bastards.
My thing is like
I have to. Let me set up a DM with Gumby too. I should.
Yeah,
do that.
that's
like
That's better to me. That's way better.
like he's still chunky.
that looks.
He's got a
good.
lot more muscle mass to him, and he
You know-
looks more. He looks stronger to me.
It's more
Yeah, he
threatening.
reminds me of
Jake Foster.
what was it? Maui. He reminds me of Maui there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Like, yeah, if they had gone for that, then yeah, that would have worked out fantastically. Did we lose Sauron?
I think we might have for a second. Yeah, we did. Oh shit.
Yeah,
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, we lost you for a second.
what the hell? Freaking That's the God of War devs trying to take me out.
Yeah, no.
What I was gonna say though is that like I'm a big fan of mythology. My whole story is based around mythology, and I'm not gonna sit here and say I didn't take certain liberties about those mythologies. However, I do think that there is a certain level of accuracy that should be taken when it comes to depicting mythologies. For example, if I'm going to depict Egyptian mythologies or African mythologies in general, because there's several of them to choose from,
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and try to change their race into something that's not even native to that continent that they were a part of. To me, it's like, I get what they were trying to. Well, actually, no. Let me rephrase that. I get what they were saying because
Nicolas Coster-Waldau makes a perfect looking Egyptian. What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Freaking gods
what,
of Egypt. That fucking
Welsh?
that,
Oh, you had Gerard Butler, a freaking Scottish dude, playing Set.
Mhm. And
Hey,
that, to me,
Chadwick Boseman was a cool toss, though.
to me, that's like the perfect example where it's like you want to talk about accuracy to the myth. So it's like, oh, okay, if you're okay with blank being race swapped, you should have no problem with gods of Egypt because that's literally what that movie was. Like Horus of all, like maybe you could make an argument. Well, actually, no. I'm not even going to give them that devil's advocate. I'm not even giving them that benefit of the doubt.
The only devil's advocate I could give is the fact that they call them by the Greek versions of their names, which is like the ones that everyone knows. But that's like a stretch.
Yeah, even that's a stretch because even that kind of happens later. Like that doesn't even happen like when it comes to like the actual Egyptian myths of them. Like a lot of those stories were written back before the pyramids were built, which is like far beyond.
I actually really liked Gods of Egypt, the movie.
It's a dumb movie. It's a dumb.
I've actually never seen it because I heard it was terrible.
It's worth a watch, I will say.
It's one of those movies
it's got some
that
great actors in it.
It's fun. It's fine if you kind of turn your brain off.
Yeah.
If you're someone who knows like mythology, you're not gonna like it. Like I'm adamant about like mythology and stuff. I'm not gonna say I'm an expert, but like seeing it and
you've done your homework to some degree.
Yeah, and I was just like,
this Gods of Egypt as like Phase 3 MCU for mythology.
Yes, it is actually kind of like they try too hard to make it a superhero kind of movie.
Yeah, I remember looking at their designs. Like these look like superhero designs. Like if you made these characters superheroes, which could be a cool direction. It was
cool, but it was dumb. And
I do like how they were all giants.
Quick random tangent. Yeah. I don't know if any of you guys have seen *Malignant*, but like
have not.
I have not. That's on HBO, right?
It's on HBO Max. So like if you guys have HBO Max, like you have no excuse. Just watch it. It's not great. It's got a very interesting premise that I don't think I've actually seen that before. It's really interesting. And also it's James Wan, and I like James Wan. But there's a scene near the end where like the killer is like fighting a bunch of people. And yeah, there's technically like two fight scenes, but they happen like immediately after each other. So they're all kind of like one, but it almost feels like the choreography almost feels like just an R-rated superhero film, like with how the killer is moving and everything. And like, oh God, it's really interesting. And I feel like I like it more and more, like the more I think about it. It's been a couple days since I've watched it now. It's definitely not something I can call good necessarily. Like, I don't know if it's good. I know I liked it.
Would you say it's like a kind of a mixed bag type of like mixed emotions on it?
Go into it expecting kind of like the level of depth of a late 70s horror movie.
Oh, okay.
So like don't go into it with a ton of expectations, just don't go into it with a ton of expectations and just enjoy it for what it is. It's fun. It's not good necessarily. It's fun, and I liked it. I'm gonna stop talking because like I can tell I'm tired and I'm not even thinking.
Well, one thing I was gonna say though with like the God of War thing is that like So my whole thing with that is like, like on one hand, like God of War as a series, I played the original games. I've never played all of them. I played like 1 through 3. I didn't play any of the spin-offs. But like, it is very clearly mythology inspired, not accurate.
Mhm.
Yeah, they kind of went rule of cool with it.
Yeah, and I respect that. I'm a firm believer in rule of cool. However, in God of War like 4, because that's what it is, God of War 4, it's very clear that they kind of went a different direction, which is kind of all right. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not going to necessarily say it's bad. I can't
say it's bad, but I'm kind of just like, I don't think I like this one.
It's for the new ones. It's for new players, and
that's definitely what it is, because it was my first experience actually playing it, and I really like it.
If you find a game or anything that's like it's a remake or like a sequel to something,
soft reboot,
and it's like got the same name as the original, it's for a new audience.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because I know this is a thing film studios like to do, is that like numbers scare people.
Yeah, they do.
Numbers scare general audiences. If you call something God of War 4, you're going to get less people to play it. But what I was going to say, though, is that like it's very clear what they were trying to do with God of War 4.
Do you think that's why subtitles are so popular now?
Yes. That's exactly what the reason why, because it doesn't seem as like scary as a number. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it kind of gives them like a chance to kind of still piggyback on the nostalgia of the original title, because they'll just advertise it as like what was it, 300 Rise of an Empire?
Yeah, they didn't call
it. It's so much easier.
302.
Yeah, they won't call it 302, even though it's like, yeah, it was a sequel.
That'd be a little bit more confusing though to say 302.
Yeah, but yeah, it's easier to
get away with it if the title is a number anyway.
But one thing that kind of gets me is that like God of War up till 4, it's like, all right, they're not really trying to be myth accurate, and I'm okay with that because that's how they kind of presented it.
Yeah.
Then they kind of debut Thor, and one of the main things is like, oh, he's lore accurate, and it's like, yeah, I get that, but he still looks kind of goofy.
Yeah, just because I mean, if you want to get technical, like if you look at some of like the statues of like Hades with Cerberus does not look anything like how he's portrayed in a lot of media. Like a lot of the images I've seen of Cerberus, like statues that are actually Greek statues, he's like Chihuahua size.
Yeah, he's just a dog.
He's just like a 3-headed small dog.
He really is not anything special.
And like, then, like,
he's not even like Great Pyrenees size with 3 heads or something, because that would actually look scary.
So when it comes to Thor, like, I know a lot of people like to say, like, first of all, they call him like more realistic, more lore accurate. To me, it's like, first of all, stop using realism in stuff that has absolutely nothing to do with it. I don't care what the setting is. We're talking about a mythology setting. Stop using realism. Baldur,
if anything,
God of War 4 was not realistic.
Is the best possible excuse to use rule of cool,
right? Because that's essentially what most mythology is. Even the Norse mythology, where like a lot of the deities there is almost maybe like, I won't say that rule of cool was what their inspiration was for telling those myths, but a lot of them have very like, you read these stories like, all right, this clearly was not a human person.
You ever read Beowulf?
Oh God, yes.
There's a part in Beowulf where he kills the dragon by slicing it in half with a knife. Keep in mind, this is after the dragon has been hitting him with fire for at least a couple minutes. He
severed Grendel's arm with a door. Like,
was it with the door?
Yeah,
it was a door.
He slammed the door on his
arm. I
could have
sworn it was like just his bare hands, but yeah.
No, well, he closed the door with his bare hands. It was the force of him closing the door.
Yeah.
But like, so it's like, so what gets me is that like the excuse for Thor, because to me he looks goofy. I don't care what anybody says. He looks goofy.
Design either.
But they always say,
I don't
like,
hate his design. Like, honestly, I like the design. I just think like if his pecs were bigger, that's literally.
He could have been improved better. Like the image we showed earlier, if he looked like
that,
I
would like that design.
But like people always say, like
a little bit, and they'll like extend the pecs and
like Thor's. Oh, he's more realistic and he's more lore accurate. It's like, all right. So what's your excuse for Ambrosia? Like, what's the excuse?
Nobody knows her name.
I know her name,
Ambrosia too,
because her name is one of those where it's like it's kind of weird to pronounce, but it's like what's your excuse there? Like, how is this lore accurate / realistic? Like, she
Yeah, I don't
literally
think there's too many African people in Scandinavia. Like I'm
she
just
doesn't even
saying,
look African. She literally
looks like
looks
African
like
American. Yeah,
she literally looks African American. Like,
I don't think there's too many African Americans running around Scandinavia back then.
yeah, and it's one of
Or
and
at
the
least if
people
they were
always
there, they weren't brought there willingly. Let's just say
and then
that.
and then some people say like, well, she was a shapeshifter. So you're telling me the Queen of Monsters decided to
Turns into a
shapeshift
little
into
black chick.
a little black chick, and you don't see how that's kind of fucked up to say, but whatever. And then I think he was like one of the lead writers or creative writers. He was talking about how like, they take liberties when it comes to the mythology, and I'm like, I respect that answer. However, one of the persons who was talking to him was like, okay, so if I were to write Egyptian mythology and I decided to change one of the gods to white, would you call that my creative freedom? He never answered that question. And to me, it's like, all right, if you were just honest about it up front, I'm okay with that. If you were just like, all right, God of War's never really been lore accurate, so we just said, let's just design our own Norse gods. I'm like, okay, that's fine, whatever. But the fact that you were presented with a very obvious question and were just like, nah, I'm not going to answer that. To me, that says a lot.
This kind of reminds me when Yoko Taro, when some journalist asked him why is 2B's outfit the way it is, and he just said, I just like beautiful women.
Yeah,
like he didn't try to justify it in any way. He's like, I just like beautiful women, and everyone was like, thank you.
I know next to nothing about him. I've just heard a few things about him, but like I just that man.
Yoko Taro is one of the game that, even though we probably would not barely understand each other, like, I'd have a beer with this dude.
He's the kind of guy like I aspire to be as a creator.
Honestly, like,
did you see the clip where someone
he just creates what he wants? If people question it, he does not give a fuck.
Did you see the clip where someone was cosplayed as 2B and they asked him to sign their leg and he just did it? He just straight up like got on his knees and signed their leg.
I remember that.
And I'm like,
dude,
I would do that too. I'd be laughing the whole time, be like, oh shit.
I was like, this man's living the dream. Beautiful women coming to us like, sign my thigh, and he's like, eh. But yeah, like, to me, it's just
thighs, man.
To me, it's just one of the. I'm not a big fan of clear double standards.
Yeah, that's the thing I hate most is hypocrisy and double standards.
Because I get what they were trying. Like, for example, like Baldur is probably the best example, because in the Norse myth, he is not some scrawny little guy.
He looks like a tweaker.
Yeah, and in the game, he's like a fucking junkie. But I get what they were trying to go for in the sense that, like, here's this random dude showing up to Kratos, slapping him across the face. You're thinking, like, oh, Kratos about to destroy this man. And then he sends Kratos flying, and you're just like, oh, shit.
And to be fair, I mean, he almost was kind of a junkie.
Yeah, like, I get that point. But to me, and this is where I kind of... It's really kind of exacerbated by, like, the way they handled a lot of those questions asking about like the Egyptian mythology and stuff like that is like, to me, I have this feeling that like the reason why they made Thor and Ambrosio, however you say her name, the reason why they went with those designs wasn't necessarily because of, hey, this looks cool, let's make them look like this. I'm a firm believer that they did that to subvert expectations. Because they knew that most people are going to associate Thor with either the MCU Marvel Thor or just in the general sense that it's a God of War game. Most gods are going to look kind of big, tough, and scary. And to me, it's like, that's kind of fine, I guess. But
my thing is, I guess they didn't want them to, they wanted to disassociate from that potentially. And I can understand maybe going for like a fatter version of Thor, but I think they went too far.
I will say in their defense, Mimir in the first game did talk shit about Thor, saying he was fat.
Yeah, but here's my other thing about Thor in the first game. They show him, at least in the suit of armor, and he does not look that fat in that suit.
No, he does not.
He does
that little teaser thing they had,
big.
that little secret.
To be fair, they didn't really show much of him at all. They see he was like under a cloak. And then, like, by the time he like lifted the cloak, you weren't even looking at him. You just saw the camera.
They do kind of show him briefly, and he's not in the cloak. He's in like a suit of armor, or not a suit of armor, but he's in more like,
he's wearing some kind of gear.
Yeah, he's wearing some kind of gear. And again, it might be the gear. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but he does not look that fat. Like,
Yeah, I didn't pick up that he was fat. He was supposed to be fat at all.
to be fair, like if someone showed me like a character model from him from God of War 4, and it was the exact same as him from God of War 5, I would completely change my argument. I'll be all right. You're right. I'm just being obtuse about this. But to me, he just looks
Honestly,
like a
I
normal
think
dude.
what they did,
He just looks like a dude.
because like they had the statue of him in the game that Jormungandr destroyed.
Right.
And I think what they did was probably because like he didn't really move from what we saw in that brief clip in 4.
He was more like just the wind around him, and his hand kind of moved towards his hammer. Like he kind of
I'm
was reaching for his
fairly certain
hammer,
they
like he reached for
basically
a
just
gun.
grabbed the statue.
Yeah,
and
basically like a
basically
teaser
just kind of,
shot,
like,
literally.
reskinned it, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's really the only reason, because like they weren't gonna put a lot of effort into making a Thor design because he wasn't actually in the game. I don't know. Like, I mean, fundamentally, I do agree with you. It looks dumb, and again, like I do think for a franchise that has been based off of the rule of cool for so long, I think it's weird. I am going to hold off my full judgment though, because I'm legitimately excited for God of War Ragnarok, and I want to see how they do Thor there, because honestly, I get the feeling that he's gonna be a little bit unnerving, like because you had freaking psycho tweaker Balder, you had Thor's sons who were like a little bit unnerving, and obviously
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't find any of them unnerving. And
I think
I actually found Thor's nephews kind of stupid.
sons.
Yeah, they
His
seem
sons,
more
yeah,
like
they were stupid.
I don't want to say they were joke characters, but they did seem like I wasn't supposed to take them seriously, as opposed to like say like.
So I think
another
what the
set of gods
one did pretty well is that they built up mostly the ones that you don't see. They built up Thor. They built up Odin. They showed, Balder as like the threat that happened throughout the game. He was powerful, but he was also unstable. And by the time you kill him, it wasn't like every time you fight him, it's not really a fear thing. It's mostly just okay, he's going to be a problem. He's going to be an annoyance. We need to figure out how to put him down for good. It's more of
I actually liked how they handled Balder. Balder was the only one I thought was like, yeah, he handled him good.
Ending, like with Balder, and I don't care about a spoiler at this point. It was 4 years ago. It was a little bit emotional, but like also hinted at Atreus's true identity as well, which was neat.
Oh,
and I know a lot of people were not big on that. I don't
just like the reveal. I just dislike Atreus because honestly, it's his dialogue. He talks like way too modern.
Yeah,
it throws me off.
He reminds me of, and this is kind of off topic, but I'm not trying to change the subject. But he reminds me of I don't know why, Damian Wayne from Batman.
I can see that.
I don't know why. He always, every time I see him, I think of Damian Wayne.
I think of John Connor from T2.
Yeah, John Connor's kind of annoying in the first half of T2.
He is.
Mm-hmm. And I think again, like Atreus is meant to be that. He's meant to be he's meant to be the annoying little kid that
I just think I'd have less of a problem if he didn't talk like someone like a modern kid.
Yeah, his dialogue does feel out of place, like especially next to Kratos.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kratos sounds
it works sometimes, but I do agree that a lot of times it's like he doesn't really talk like somebody of that age. I don't have a huge issue with it. I don't know. Like, I mean, again, with God of War is one of those franchises that, like, I recognize there's a lot wrong with it, but I can't really complain about it because it's...
I think the issue is, for me, and it has kind of come from me thinking on it while you're talking, is that I think my issue is inconsistency. Because 1 minute it's like they're trying to be realistic / lore accurate, and then the next minute they're not. And it's like for me, it's one of those where it's like, all right, pick a lane because these two things don't really coalesce with each other. Because like the characters, the human characters look very realistic. Then you have a giant serpent, and it's like, all right, that's clearly not real, but all right. And then, I'll give them that benefit of the doubt because like you can have your graphics look realistic and it's not necessarily have it on real things. That's fine. But then they'll have stuff like Thor where it's supposed to be lore accurate, and then they'll turn around and have Atreus being the son of Kratos and not, Frost Giant or whatever. And it's like,
Technically, he was.
Yeah, it comes out. I guess technically he was, but it's
Yeah,
like to me, it comes off a little like just inconsistent. And it's like, to me personally, I would prefer if they kind of stuck a lane. It's like, all right, we're not lore accurate, so we're just having fun with this. Versus like, all right, we're gonna be lore accurate with some things, but not everything, and we're gonna be very picky
I
and
think
choosy.
they kind of did that even in the original trilogy as well. I mean, they had it. They had to do it lore accurate enough so that you knew what setting it was, but beyond that, they were just like, okay, now let's do whatever.
I think it helped them in the first.
Doing the same thing here, but it's kind of being handled in a different way because I think at this point, it's slightly more grounded, both in like,
which I think is
gameplay.
stupid to try and ground it because it's like stop trying to ground shit.
Well,
yeah, I'm not a big fan of the realistic.
I think it
style.
works, and I'm not. I'll agree with you there.
I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying.
I do.
A lot of it is. I get very strong like Old Man Logan vibes from God of War and Ragnarok, is because Kratos, he's old now. It's shown if he fought Kronos in the state he's in now, he would not win. Like he's not that guy anymore. And I think part of that is due to killing himself, but he's just kind of gone, and now he's more concerned with because you got to think, like, I mean, if it was God of War 3 Kratos, he would have not given a shit. He would have marched on up, broken down the gates to the realms, found Odin, and made him eat his own balls. Like,
I think,
whereas with
honestly
God of
would have
War
been
Kratos, he's not doing that because he knows that's a fight he's not likely to survive, and his main concern is caring for his wife and kid, and then his wife dies and he's left with this kid that he really never figured out how to be with. Like, I mean, he hasn't been a father in probably decades or centuries.
I think I mentioned this on Slim's stream a while back, because I know you guys were talking about this. I think, Edgy, you were on there, right? Where you were talking about, like, God of War.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, like, I get that, like, the context is there for Kratos to have this character change.
But it's really only,
at the same time, it's such a drastic change that even though the context is there, I feel like it would have been better to have seen that.
Yeah, I do agree with that they do it off screen.
Like, I'm not saying, because the context is there. The context is definitely there. And to a degree, it does work. However, I'm of the opinion that because it's such a drastic change to what he was, we should have had something that kind of shows that, as opposed to us accepting the context.
What would have been, I think what they could have done? They could have had more moments where, like, old Kratos comes out. Like, there could have been a cool moment where, like, someone just pisses Kratos off enough where he just goes into, like, old Kratos mode. Like, maybe I would even go as far, and this might be a little corny, like, you get, like, a little bit of, like, the God of War 3 theme Rage of Sparta playing for, like, a moment when it's, like, Kratos is just, like someone hurts Atreus and he just snaps.
Well, isn't that moment in the game too, where like
it is, like,
it
when
kind
the
of
Dark
is, but it
Elves,
doesn't have enough impact.
I think.
Yeah.
So here's my thing. what I think would be best is to have that, because let's be honest, if he did that at this point, it's probably going to lead to his death, and we know that's where the series is heading. I don't think it's going to happen at the end of this game. I think it's going to happen at the end of the next game, because
I think someone said that this is the last one for the Norse stuff.
I think they said like this is the last one for Norse, and then the next one is going to be the last one for Kratos. So I don't know.
I feel like if you're gonna kill Kratos, that's just when the series should just stop.
I agree, personally, but I doubt they'll do that, and hopefully they'll introduce a new protagonist that'll be worthy. Like I'm thinking they could do a lot.
Honestly, just stop the series and just make a new series that's not related to God of War, that's set in like another mythology, and it's just like a spiritual.
Oh my god! Like I remember,
that would be a better option.
Because I remember reading
like a new God of War, but like it just takes place in a completely different mythology and just
like don't even call it God of War. Like make it completely unattached.
God of Water.
No, you know what they need to do?
What?
Get the rights to Asura's Wrath and just like remaster that.
Well, because I remember back when like God of War 4 was kind of first announced and kind of like coming out, not necessarily out yet. I remember reading the thing. I don't remember if it was Game Informer or some kind of like outlet, but it was like the devs partly considered Kratos
Kratos in it.
No. I think I know that was part of it, but the part I remember specifically was like there was consideration for him to go up against like the Egyptian gods as opposed to the Norse gods, but they didn't want to do that because technically the Egyptian gods predate the Greek gods, so it wouldn't make sense like thematically. But at the same time, I was like, "Yo, man, let me beat the shit out of Horus. That motherfucker."
I want to fight the Egyptian gods on like atop a pyramid. That'd be awesome.
Like,
or Apophis on like a pyramid or something. I don't fucking know.
To be fair, I mean, there's nothing saying that they couldn't have coincided because like they were over different lands. I mean,
and they actually did like in like Egypt and Greece, like they become interlinked at one point.
Well, because that was the other thing I was going to mention is that like I know in God of War 4, there's like a moment where you find like Egyptian artifacts.
You find an artifact showing all the places that Tyr has gone, and it references the Norse, Greek, Hindu, either Chinese or Japanese. I can't remember. And Egyptian.
I think it was Japanese, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's one of those. And then the last one is Egyptian mythology. So it confirms that. And it was the symbols of the gods of war from all 5 of those realms. Those being, Tyr, Kratos, Horus, and then whoever it is for Japan and India. And I'm like, man, I would love, and I kind of have a theory that this is where the next one's going to go, not Ragnarok, but the one after that is them going around and like going to the last 3.
Like, in all honesty, like I kind of wish they had kind of went deeper into that, in the sense that like all the mythologies exist kind of together, because that's the route I kind of took with like my swordsman story, is that like
me too.
All the mythologies existed. The difference is that like they existed in different parts of the world, assuming that those parts of the world were the world. And to me, I would love to see kind of like let's say like the Greek gods are destroyed by Kratos. Now the remaining gods of the world are like basically trying to like take their spot, or like kind of take up the vacuum that some of them left, in the sense that like, hey, there's one less god of thunder. All right, so I'm about to become like an even greater god of thunder because now there's one less god occupying that title.
Okay.
To me, it just feels like they didn't go hard enough into the concept of that all the gods existed in one myth, in one world. And
honestly, I feel like that could potentially end up being a mess where you don't have a lot of focus on
any one thing.
Yeah, because originally there was a plan for God of War 3 where you were going to kill Zeus in like the opening, and then the Egyptian gods show up, and the rest of the game is you fighting them.
Well, because here's what
was one idea they had, and I was like, I wouldn't like that.
Well, here's my other thing: is that like if you do that, you wouldn't be playing as Kratos each time. Like maybe make it like an anthology series where it's like not necessarily playing as a god of war in each version, but it can kind of take a similar like route in the sense that you now play as a god going up against this other pantheon of gods.
But I think that would be better as just its own series that's like not connected to God of War.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Like it's an anthology where it's like they're not really connected. It's more like a spiritual connection to each other. Like maybe you have Easter eggs or slight hints to the other ones.
I guess you could do that. That could be
like say like the next one was like the Norse mythology, and the god you play as or the character you play as finds Kratos' blades of chaos or something.
Mhm.
And it's like this was a powerful artifact used by the Greek god of war to slay the gods of Greece. These would be the perfect tools for you to slay the gods of Norse mythology or whatever. You get what I'm saying?
Gods of Valhalla.
You can send the gods to Valhalla using these blades of chaos.
No, you send them to Valhalla, then you go to Valhalla and kill them again.
And
then you go to hell and kill them one last time just to make sure.
That actually would be a good way to incorporate a boss rush into the story, actually.
Yo, Doomslayer versus the entire God of War pantheons.
I feel like he would actually lose that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like Doomslayer's probably gonna lose because you gotta keep in mind, like at his core, he is still human.
Yeah, but he defeated Satan.
That actually wasn't Satan, to be fair. Wait, are you talking about
that wasn't Satan, that was God.
Depowered God, remember?
Fair enough.
It's still a greater feat. When you
Let's
consider
be honest, though, like
when you consider Christian mythology, that's the biggest feat in all of the universe.
Well, to be fair, I don't even know if Davoth is supposed to be that like
God.
Yeah, I don't even think he's that. I kind of interpreted him more of like a Greek god where he's not omnipotent, but he's obviously you're not killing him easily.
Yeah, but I remember I can't remember where exactly, but like when you consider the Christian mythology, it doesn't necessarily denounce the existence of other deities. It just says don't worship them.
Exactly.
So it's like,
and me personally, like, I mean, again, as a Christian, like, I do believe that like other mythologies came from somewhere. I think a lot of it is just myths and legends and like misunderstandings about like historical events. But I do believe in supernatural beings, and I think, I mean, some of those may have been on Earth and been worshipped as deities. Ultimately, I don't think there's any way of really knowing, at least not while we're on Earth. But
I just think it'd be a fun, like maybe like a DLC where you just play as the Doomslayer versus in a boss rush, and it's like like maybe give him not necessarily a different moveset, but like his weapons skins are changed to fit more his style. I don't know.
Imagine
that would be funny.
Doomslayer, Kratos, Dante from Devil May Cry, like, and then
Bayonetta.
Yeah, I can see Bayonetta. All just like teaming up to just kill everything.
That would be pretty funny.
You know who I'll throw into there, even though it's not quite like he doesn't have that same status, but it is a very similar kind of style. I don't know if any of you guys ever played Dante's Inferno.
I've never played it, but I know about it.
I know about it. I know there's that one point close to the end that is ridiculously difficult, and even most of the devs couldn't do it. Like something like 70% of players just never actually completed the game.
I don't know about that because I've played the game. It's one of my favorite games to play. It is very much a God of War clone. There is no denying that. However,
and throw in Spawn as well.
Oh man,
Spawn and Scorpion.
That'd be awesome.
Basically, any character who's ever defied a deity, throw them into one.
Basically, anything that hates demons.
Throw Guts in there too, man. Fuck
yeah.
it.
Guts.
All right, so we got Kratos, we got Dante, we got
We got other
Doomslayer,
Dante.
Bayonetta. Who else did we say? We said, other
Dante's
Dante,
Inferno.
other Dante. Who else did we say? That's
Spawn.
Spawn.
Guts, Spawn, Scorpion.
Scorpion. Jesus
yeah,
fucking-
Scorpion would be awesome.
Yo, I don't know what dev could do it, but hey, listen to this idea. Just literally every character who's ever had a gripe with a deity and a fictional story, let them go ham on every deity that ever exists.
Siegfried from Soul Calibur.
Yes. That would be the most batshit crazy battle, but I'd love to see it.
Somebody brought this up to, like, I can't remember if it was today or something, but like apparently a lot of people hated Soul Calibur 5, and I'm like, why?
Yeah,
I dislike Soul Calibur 5.
it's not great. It's
Soul
not
Calibur
great.
5 was my first introduction to the series, so like
That might be why you might
I
like
really
it more
liked
than
it.
the other ones.
From a
Um,
gameplay perspective,
No,
it's
I didn't say I liked
alright.
it more than the other ones. I just said I liked it.
From a gameplay standpoint, it's fine.
It's
From
just the roster is terrible. The story is really bad.
Yeah, because they try to replace Nightmare with some anime chick, and it's like, dude, like I get because Nightmare like the wielder of Soul Edge is supposed to be a different person.
Yeah,
eventually, but it's like
the Graf Dumas, who was Nightmare, and then after, like, he dies, like, I'd probably say, like, 70% of the way into the story. He gets killed by Pyrrha, the main character's sister, and she claims Soul Edge.
Yeah, it's like, so you're telling me the usurper of Nightmare, like
This little anime
is
girl
this
with a
little
monster
anime
claw.
chick. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, I get what you're going for, but come on, man.
Also, the new characters. The reason why they
To be fair, though, like,
they didn't give them any backstory in the game. You had to go
Pyrrha
look for it.
like, just one-on-one kill him. Like, he had fought this other character named Zwei. He fought him to the death, ended up, like, barely killing him, and while he was kind of, like, recovering, Pyrrha just kind of, like, shoved him off a cliff.
Again, it was so anticlimactic and just straight up bullshit to me.
Yeah, because Nightmare is like, he's like the perfect host for the Soul Edge.
Mhm.
Like, that's kind of his whole thing. Is that, like, while other people are like kind of possessed
Well, he's not
by
the same Nightmare as in previous games.
I'm pretty
That's
sure
true.
he is though.
He's not.
They actually said he's not.
No, so like in like the first 3-ish, it's Siegfried. And
yeah,
then
because Siegfried is the host.
Well, no,
for,
actually,
Soul
the way
Edge.
it goes is in Soul Edge 1, it's Cervantes. Then Siegfried picks up the sword after he's defeated. Then he becomes Nightmare until Soul Calibur 2. At the end of Soul Calibur 2, Raphael manages to stab Soul Edge's eye, and it causes Nightmare to lose control over Siegfried. And then Siegfried plunges Soul Calibur into Soul Edge. Then Zoslamel uses magic to take Nightmare's cursed armor and make a body out of it, so now they become separate entities.
Yeah, but
Nightmare
that's
Siegfried
the thing. Like, basically,
that's where Nightmare comes from in number 4. Number 4, Nightmare's literally just Soul Edge kind of given form.
Well, 3
that's the
also,
thing, like,
it's the same one for 3 and 4. That
Nightmare.
he's just a separate entity that's
Yeah,
the
and
armor.
then number 5, it's Graf Dumas, which it's highly implied. It's never actually confirmed, but it's a lot of implication that it might be Raphael.
Oh yeah, you're right. I did remember they said something like that.
And then, basically they just wiped the timeline they destroyed both Soul Calibur and Soul Edge at the end of that, and like,
Which was stupid as hell.
I did not like that because I'm like, man, I just got into this franchise and now they've screwed themselves out of any chance of continuing. And then they were just like, yeah, no, reboot. And I'm like, all right, oh, cool, I can do that.
It sounds like they were
enjoyed
confident in what they had made.
No,
the other problem is they didn't even give you the opportunity to like the new characters because they didn't give them any freaking backstory in the actual game.
No.
So like the replacement characters
I honestly,
had no
I don't
chance.
know how many new characters there was. Like,
there were a lot.
There
Really?
were siblings, and like their
there was
mother
Patroclus
was
and Pyrrha.
Which Pyrrha is basically Sophia and Cassandra just put together.
and their mother was like Soul Calibur, essentially, right? Like she was like the spirit of it or something.
Well, Sophia, I guess, became the spirit of Soul Calibur.
The spirit of Soul Calibur, aka Elysium, took on the appearance of their mother in order to make them more comfortable. But like,
And then you have the Asian girl with the sword. She's Shang Kwa's daughter. Shang Kwa Makita's daughter. I'm pretty sure. The guy with the spear the staff is the replacement of Ki. Like I don't even know what his backstory is. And then Natsu is Taki's apprentice, which you had to go look elsewhere to find that because they never fucking.
I forgot. Yeah, like the 4 Asian characters or the 3 Asian characters aside from Maxi, were all new.
Yeah.
And they were basically just replacements of previous characters. And then there was Zwei and Viola.
Which again, Zwei was cool, but it's like, what the fuck was his backstory? Because it's never explained in the game.
Yeah, no, that pissed me off because he died.
Yeah, isn't he like immortal or something?
He's like a werewolf thing with him or something.
He's just got like a werewolf spirit. And he just gets killed by Nightmare. That's literally his entire thing. He's like briefly mentors Patroclus and then just gets killed by Nightmare.
And then Viola, the implication is that she's Amy from Soul Calibur 4 because
did you ever
Raphael got turned into a vampire basically in 3.
Did you ever
Amy
play
was like with him in 2.
Did you ever play the PSP game?
I never had a PSP.
They had Kratos as a guest character. Yeah,
Kratos is a guest character, and they had this one dude who's like his whole gimmick is like he's like a con man.
Oh, Dampier.
Dampier was a DLC in 5.
Yeah, Dampier, and like his whole super move was basically he like tells you a story about his sick and dying daughter to give you, and he makes the opponent give him like a silver coin, and they just keep crying. They refuse to fight him anymore. And I was like, this is so dumb when you consider that you can use this against everybody.
Yeah,
like you can use this against Nightmare of all characters, and it's just like. Nightmare, you don't understand. I'm trying to save my sick daughter, and yada 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 yada. Even Nightmare of all people's like, all right, here's a silver coin.
No, Nightmare would just call you.
Nightmare would kill him.
Nightmare would just cleave you in half and be like, "Where's the daughter?" So I can cleave her in half.
Yeah. No, I did like 6 a good bit.
Well, 6 was kind of like a return to form.
6 I enjoyed. My only problem is the PC community for it died like real quick, and it doesn't seem like people play it anymore.
And
honestly,
then
I've never understood like people that play fighting games on PC.
Well, the reason why I do it is because I don't want to pay for internet on a console.
Mm-hmm.
Also fair, and probably mods are neat too. I don't know.
I don't know if there's too many Soul Calibur 6 mods, but this
I'm sure it's probably like some creation mods because I know the creative fighter system in 6 was pretty legit.
Yeah, people made some pretty dope shit.
Well, because also keep in mind, Soul Calibur 6 is where they gave us the Black 2B.
Yeah.
The what?
Yeah, P2 is what their name is.
So so they had 2 guest characters where Geralt.
There was Geralt, and then they had 3. There was Geralt's 2B, and then there was like the guy from Samurai
Showdown,
which honestly,
I think is his name.
Yeah, I had the season pass for Soul Calibur 6, and I think the last character I got was Amy. I need to like go back and check because I think they released like a second.
Hoshimaru is like Hamaru, I think is his name, something like that.
Hamaru, yeah.
But yeah, like they had like
I think the last character they added was Setsuka.
Freaking broken.
Yeah, 2B was ridiculous. Like I actually felt bad playing her.
2B, Inferno, and like
well, Inferno, to be fair, you could only play him offline. You could not play as him in.
Yeah, because he's basically like just Nightmare, but super fast.
Yeah, and he has like that one combo, and if he catches you with this, like, yeah, goodbye to half your health.
I remember me and my friends used to play like the slip mode, and we would just both choose Inferno and see like how fast we could just kill ourselves. Because if you're playing Inferno on slip mode, you're not going to kill the other person. You're literally just going to slip off the stage and kill yourself.
Oh boy! All right, it's 4 hours and 30 minutes in, so I think it's time to
way too late.
Yeah, it's almost 2 o'clock.
It was like an hour ago. I was like, man, I probably gotta leave.
I mean, that was kind of the point of this whole stream, was just to kind of do a chill and ramble stream. So
yeah.
Thank you for everyone who came on, everyone who watched, everyone who will watch. Like I said, this is for my birthday, but it's not really the main focus. Just really sense to just hang out with some people. So appreciate everyone who came on, everyone who's gonna watch, and all that.
Oh, and even though I know your birthday is like Sunday, but happy birthday though.
Yeah, happy birthday, brother.
Thank you. I don't know if you guys have anything else you want to add.
Buy my book.
I will buy Edgy's book. I'm gonna go pee now, and I'm gonna sleep.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Oh, by the way, anybody that's watching, I am streaming tomorrow. I'm streaming the crappy Avengers game, so watch me or don't. I'm not gonna tell you.
Can you tag me in? Can you tag me in Twitter, like when like the stream set up? Because I might just watch. Like,
yeah, it depends on the time for me, but like
I have no idea what time it's gonna be, but I always post. So I always post it on Twitter, and I post it in like every server. Like, well, at least in all 3 of the like Twitter servers I'm a part of, including yours. So,
well, I'll keep an eye out. If I get a chance, I'll jump in.
Yeah, same.
And again, like if not, no worries. I don't actually care. I mean, like as long as whoever does watch, as long as they have a good time, I have a good time. That's good. So everybody have a great night, and I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Yeah,
Good night,
all right.
everybody.
Night.